"Nonsense," he said with a groan. "I am not being mean to you. Is it not obvious I am trying to protect you?" "From what? All our suspects have fled Moonstone Landing. So what are you protecting me from? Your delightful family? This tranquil garden? This lovely view?" She turned to look across his private cove. "There's nothing to see here but—" She stopped talking as her heart shot into her throat. Oh, dear heaven. Draco stared at her with marked impatience. "Blast it, Imogen, what now?" She swallowed hard and pointed into the distance. "Is that a pirate ship sailing into your cove?" Chapter 10.
"You're a week early, you bastard."
Draco followed Imogen's gaze.
Yes, it was a pirate ship sailing into his cove, white sails unfurled to catch the hot summer wind. He recognized the vessel as the Drogheda. "Bloody hell,"
he muttered, dropping Imogen's supplies and, none too gently, shoving her down behind the stone wall that stood between his manicured garden and the meadow. "Draco! Well, I never—" He ignored her protest.
"Sorry, Butterfly. The fun is over. You need to go back home immediately. Take Deandra and my uncle with you, now."
"How am I to do that while your big paw is on my shoulder and pressing me down? Not to mention Parrot is now licking my face. Ew! Stop that, Parrot!" "Draco, is that the Irishman's ship?" "Ew! Parrot! Must you be so slobbery?" "Draco,
Blessed saints, stop asking questions.
Get your dog off me." He nudged Parrot off Imogen. The dog began to whine. Imogen immediately returned to asking questions. "It is the Irishman's ship, isn't it? Don't you dare lie to me about something so important. You need to tell me the truth about what is really going on." Draco stared down at her, his hand still on her shoulder to keep her hidden from view behind the stone wall.
"Yes, it is his ship."
"What is it doing here?"
"I cannot tell you that."
Nor did he understand why McTavish had shown up a week earlier than planned, and in broad daylight. Not only had he shown up early and while everyone could see him, but he'd come here instead of meeting Draco at the Three Lions Tavern as arranged. Fortunately, he was ready for Sean McTavish. This was what those past days of preparation had been for. Not only had he thoroughly scouted those caves, but he had prepared an escape route, because it was always wise to have one close by when dealing with pirates. He'd taken axe and shovel to break through the bricked walls of the old smuggler's tunnel. He had also concealed weapons in strategic locations within the cave, should the need arise. Imogen's pretty mouth was still going, and that clever mind of hers was spinning. What dealings do you have with him? Does this connect him to Driscoll's murder? Did you lure him here on purpose? That ring Lord Healy was wearing at your party, and also last year when meeting with this Irishman, tosses him into the mix as a suspect, doesn't it? Do you think the Irishman ordered Lord Healy to kill Driscoll? Or did Healy act on his own, and is now in fear the Irishman is going to come after him, right after he comes after you?
"He is not coming after me."
"That Irishman is at the heart of all this, isn't he? But—"
"Imogen, enough. This is no time for an interrogation."
He kept his big hand on her shoulder and nudged her down again when she tried to stand up.
"Parrot, for pity's sake, stop licking Imogen's face."
The dog climbed atop her. "Oh, thank you so much," she muttered. "Draco, he is drooling on my hair."
"You'll wash it when you get home."
"What a brilliant suggestion. I'm sure I never would have thought of it on my own."
"Sarcasm does not suit you, Imogen. Stay down. I'm sure one of the Irishman's crew is in the crow's nest with a spyglass trained on me. You mustn't be seen beside me."
"Oh, all right. Are you going to stop holding me down so I can sneak back into the house?"
"Yes, as soon as they pass through the mouth of the cove and drop anchor.
Are they going to sail right up to the caves?
No, the water isn't deep enough. They'll enter the cove, but drop anchor about midway, or risk getting stuck on a sandbar. Keep down. We'll be out of their sight in a moment.
How will they get to shore?
They'll lower boats off the side and row in from there. Listen carefully, Imogen. I'm going down to meet them. No one can follow me.
She gasped. Draco, you mustn't. That Irishman will kill you.
Not this visit, he won't.
He calmly replied.
I'll let you up in a moment. Remember my instructions. Hurry back to the house, toss Deandra and my uncle into my carriage along with you, and then head straight to Westgate Hall. Do not look back.
And abandon you to these pirates?
I will be fine. I want you to get yourself and my family away from here. Do you understand? I will ride over to collect Deandra and my uncle as soon as I am done here. Promise me you'll say nothing about this to your uncle.
I'll do no such thing. Should I not have him summon Constable Angel?
Absolutely not.
He needed to engage these scoundrels, not chase them away. Or Theon, he can bring his soldiers here to capture those—
No! Did you not hear me? I do not want them captured. I am going to handle this my way.
Oh, really? What way is that? Confront them on your own and have them shoot you full of holes. That is very clever. He sighed.
Imogen, I give you my word, they will not harm me today.
Only today? How can you be certain? They seem awfully dangerous, Draco.
I am just as dangerous.
He knelt beside her.
Stay down, Butterfly.
Again, I must ask, how am I to get back to the house and carry out your instructions when you are still holding me down? Squatting in this position is quite uncomfortable, by the way. I'm sure I have stained my gown. Draco,
Stop talking, Imogen. She had a beautiful mouth and big, lovely eyes. There was one more thing he needed to do before he let her go.
Why must—
His lips slashed across hers in a hot kiss, meant to turn her insides liquid. Bloody blazes. If he was going to die, he wanted to die with the taste of Imogen's sweet mouth on his tongue. He wanted to die with the scent of her body on his clothes. He pressed his mouth deeper onto hers. He wanted to die, knowing he had stolen her breath, scorched her soul, and captured her heart. He wanted all those things. Mostly, he wanted Imogen. He was such an arse. Why was he intent on confusing her? Had he not just warned her to keep away from him? And here he was, desperately tasting her, devouring her, hopefully setting her innocent body aflame. His was certainly on fire.
A shout from one of the sailors aboard the ship, followed immediately by the sound of a rowboat dropping into the water, had Draco abruptly breaking off the kiss.
Run, Imogen.
She stared at him with big, scared eyes. What about my sketchbook? You wanted to hide it? He nodded.
Take it back with you to Westgate Hall. Do not show those sketches of me to anyone. In fact, I would prefer if you burned them all.
The angry look she cast him warned him she never would. He hoped she would at least hide them for now. Draco, I will never forgive you if you get hurt, she whispered brokenly.
I promise you I will not get hurt. They're only here to speak to me. I'll see you later at Westgate Hall.
He left her side and strode down the cliff steps toward the caves.
Despite assuring Imogen he was not going to get hurt, in truth it was quite possible he was completely mistaken and would not make it out alive. McTavish and his crewmen might come at him with weapons firing. He had the advantage of knowing the terrain, and he had his own small arsenal of weapons tucked away inside the caves. He also had Parrot by his side to warn him of danger. However, he sincerely doubted the Irishman meant to kill him. There were only 6 men in the rowboat coming to shore.
No other boats had been let down. He watched the men in the rowboat pull up onto the beach beside the caves and kept watch on them as they stepped onto the sand to see what they would do next. They merely looked around, no doubt waiting for him to show his face. None of them held weapons in their hands, nor did they appear to be reaching for weapons. "Here we go," Draco muttered, taking a deep breath as he marched down the steps onto the beach with Parrot by his side. "You're early, McTavish," he said, greeting their captain with a confidence he did not feel. "I was in the area, Draco. Or should I refer to you as Lord Woodley now?" McTavish replied. "I thought I would take advantage of the high tide to check out these caves you have been touting." Draco shrugged. "They are more than adequate for your needs, but you should not have come here in daylight, or shown up a week early without sending word. Did you not hear of the murder on my property?" McTavish frowned. "I heard rumours, but did not believe them. So, but it's true. Someone was murdered here. What happened?" Draco tried to measure his response, for it seemed McTavish had truly not known about the murder. "Lord Driscoll, a friend of my brother's, was stabbed on these rocks. It happened on the night of the ball I held to welcome my neighbours." "A rather inauspicious beginning, Draco." "It did not endear me to my neighbours," he said with a shrug. "But we've kept his death quiet. He wasn't a local, so it was easy enough to suppress the news." He maintained a casual expression as he continued to study the Irishman and his crewmen for their reaction. But he saw no flash of recognition, not even in McTavish's eyes. Had his murder theories been all wrong? There was no doubt Healy had come down here that night to meet Driscoll, and Healy had been depicted in Imogen's drawing talking to McTavish. She had drawn them together last year, so there had to be a connection. Or was it all coincidental? "The murder should not interfere with our plans, McTavish. The prime suspect is an angry husband, seeking revenge," Draco said, preferring not to reveal he had made the connection to Healy and Burke. "The local constable is following up on that promising lead. He has a suspect in mind, but the man slipped through his fingers and fled back to London. The London magistrate has been notified and will take up the investigation. Nothing left for the local constable to do. Any other suspects?" Draco knew it was best to keep as close to the truth as possible. "Driscoll's friends, who were with him that night, I caught them running to their carriages just after the supper dance. Who flees the scene of a party, unless they did something wrong? The constable could not hold them here either. He has sent their names to the London magistrate, who will take up that lead as well." "Any others, beyond those friends?" McTavish asked. Draco finally sensed concern in the man. He had to know by now that his cohorts, Healy and Burke, were at his masquerade ball, and that Healy was to meet Driscoll at some point during the night. "Aren't these enough? But no, there's no one else obvious. If the cuckolded husband proves to have an alibi, then the London magistrate will dig further into Driscoll's friends. Anything you know about them? Do we need to worry what the magistrate might find out?" "No," McTavish replied. "They have no dealings with me." Draco nodded. "And Driscoll, did he have any dealings with you?" McTavish sneered. "I wouldn't do business with that opium-eating bastard. Men like that are completely unreliable. They would betray their own grandmothers without a flicker of remorse." Which meant Driscoll had made contact with McTavish at some point, probably trying to set up an opium smuggling enterprise, perhaps go in as partners with McTavish being the supplier and Driscoll the dealer. Draco was not surprised McTavish had refused. First, for moral reasons, because pirates were superstitious and believed the devil was in opium. Second, McTavish made a comfortable living smuggling guns along with the usual luxuries such as lace, perfume, and wine.
The luxuries alone were a lucrative trade, but the guns had made him wealthy. He had little competition, since only a handful of smugglers were willing to handle the more dangerous merchandise. Authorities could be bribed to ignore bottles of wine and bits of lace, especially if they received gifts for themselves and their wives, but they would not ignore guns, nor would they ignore opium. Driscoll was a boastful arse and a cad. He could not be trusted to be discreet about the operation if he were ever caught. And he would have been caught. "They are all wastrels, Driscoll and his friends," Draco said. "Any one of them, or all of them conspiring, might have killed Driscoll. I'm sure he was into other shady dealings. Glad you had nothing to do with him. I won't have you leading the authorities back to me, so you had better think hard before you assure me it's safe to work with you." McTavish laughed. "You are one to talk. He died on your property. What's my assurance that it is safe to work with you?" "It is safe. I knew nothing about Driscoll until that night, so there can be nothing to link me to him. The local constable has done all he can here, gone over these rocks and caves and the surrounding beach a dozen times. Any further investigation and arrests will happen in London, as I've said. If you are still uncertain, then wait a few weeks before delivering your first shipment to me. That should not disrupt the plan, should it? Or are your clients insisting on moving up the delivery date to this week? I can accommodate them, but you'll have to give me details." Pirate had remained at Draco's side as they stood on the beach. He suddenly growled at one of McTavish's crewmen, who had put his hand inside his jacket, no doubt to reach for a weapon. When Pirate growled again, the man froze, but kept his hand hidden inside his jacket. Draco wasn't certain what he had said to incite him. Perhaps the man felt he was starting to ask questions about the client, and did not like it. "Idiot! Woodley's a friend," McTavish snarled, motioning for the man to put his hand down. "Sorry, Draco. We are all on edge." "It shows, McTavish. You've blundered into my cove in the middle of the day. What if I had guests here? Everyone would have seen you." Draco turned an accusing eye on him. "And now your man thinks to draw a weapon on me? What is this about? If you don't trust me, then take yourself off and never return. I don't do business with backstabbing cards. If you don't like my caves, then just say so and be gone." "He always had a short fuse, Draco." McTavish held out his hands in supplication and cast him an insincere smile, to go along with his suddenly heavy Irish lilt that always came out when matters grew tense. "Don't ye get all wound up. It was just a minor misunderstanding. Why don't I have a look at your caves now? There's water pouring in with the tide. Are you sure our goods will remain dry if we load them in here?" "Yes, I'm sure. We are now at high tide. The water won't go above your waist, but that's just at the entrance. Once we wade through, we'll just be walking on wet rocks." Draco turned his attention to the man who had started to draw his weapon. "But that man, and the one beside him, do not come in with us. I have no wish to be shot in the back. You can bring the others along." McTavish had reddish-blonde hair and a pale complexion, typical of the Irish. His face now turned red with an angry flush. "How do I know you are not going to shoot me once we are in the caves?" "If I meant to shoot you, I would have done it as you were landing on the beach." Draco scowled at him. "I am a man of honour. If I give you my word, I keep it. Will you give me your word to do the same? Not to shoot you. Do you trust me, Draco? We've dealt honourably with each other in the past, McTavish, but frankly, I am beginning to have my doubts." "I can't be trusted," the Irishman insisted, scowling. "As a show of good faith, I'll even leave a third man behind, and just bring these two along." Draco eyed them warily. He saw they carried knives, but no firearms. Of course, the promises made had been not to shoot each other. The Irishman could order him stabbed and still claim to have kept his word. Well, this was no Vienna peace negotiation. Pirate would warn him if one of those crewmen drew a knife. Come along, then. I don't have all day.
Draco lit a torch and led them into the largest cave.
Why don't you keep a lantern handy?
McTavish asked.
I would have by next week when you were supposed to arrive. The torch is the best I can do for now.
It was also something Draco could easily douse to plunge them in darkness if these men tried anything.
He and Pirate knew every inch of this cave by heart. He had prepared an escape route and hidden weapons all along it. Lord, why was he doing this? Having made his fortune, he could have retired to Woodley Lodge as a man of leisure. But no, idiot that he was, he had allowed his loyalty to the Crown to cloud his judgment. Why else would he have agreed to assist the Home Office in breaking up a rebel plot?
Water surrounded him up to his hips as Draco led the three men through the cave entrance and along the dank walls to the cavernous opening. Pirate swam at the rear, keeping up with their group.
This was the most dangerous moment, because Pirate did not have the foothold necessary to leap at anyone who tried to attack him.
But as the cave widened, the water ran off along other naturally carved tunnels, leaving the cavernous area with only a few inches of water covering the stone floor.
There will be tables set up to place your goods. This portion of the cave never fills with water, except in the most severe storms. Even then the goods should remain safe. We'll just store them up a little higher. And the other caves on your property. They'll stay dry too, but they are not as big as this one. I'll take whatever goods you want delivered. If this cave is full, I'll stow the oversupply in one of the others. My fee must be paid in advance, before a single item is delivered into my custody. I do not extend credit. What I want to know,
the Irishman said slowly and with a threatening edge to his voice,
is why does a privateer who is no a respected earl want to continue in his profession? I hear you are no rich as Croesus. Why take the risk? It is in my blood, as you can well understand. As for my wealth, I acquired it long before I became an earl and could have retired any time I wished. Inheriting the earldom has its privileges, but it also comes with heavy obligations. I am now saddled with massive debts left behind by my brother, the former earl. I also have recurring expenses in maintaining the farms, mills, houses, racehorses, carriages. Well, you get the idea. The restoration of Woodley Lodge alone cost me an arm and a leg.
McTavish's gaze darted around the cavern as though he were expecting a trap.
I don't know. I still don't like it.
Draco shrugged.
It is up to you. I'll find other takers, or simply use it to store my own goods once I get back on the high seas. The repairs to my own ship will be completed soon. It seems to me that you need me more than I need you. Then answer me this. Why have you been in touch with the Home Office? Bollocks. How did he know about that? Does that scare you, McTavish? It was only to report my suspicions about the cuckold husband who happened to work for them. Driscoll was my brother's friend. He was killed on my property. If the Home Office thinks they can hush this up to protect one of their own, my letter assured them otherwise. Not that it is any of your business. We are done here. Get back to your ship, and don't ever sail into my cove again. You're a prickly fellow, aren't you?
McTavish cast him another insincere smile.
No need to get irate. You understand why I have to be sure about you. Trust goes both ways. If I give you my word, you can count on it. You know this. I have always dealt fairly with you. That is my reputation, and nothing has changed.
The Irishman held out his hand.
All right, we have a deal. I'll be in touch with you next week with details. We've already arranged to meet at the Three Lions next week. Let's keep that appointment. I need to get those deliveries underway.
Draco pretended to mull it over, then nodded and shook McTavish's hand.
All right. Until next week. I'll accept your first delivery, and we shall see how it goes from there. However, all discussions take place at the Three Lions from now on. I don't want you or your men ever to come here again, unless it is to deliver goods under cover of night. I'll shoot anyone who dares to show up here in broad daylight again.
He led the way out of the cave, his senses once again heightened as he gave his back to these rogues. Pirate brought up the rear as he was trained to do.
Draco expected to hear a warning growl, quite certain McTavish would now order him killed. The air of distrust between them while in the cavern had been thick enough to carve with a knife. He had only himself to blame, for he had been sloppy in sending that first letter off to the Home Office. Thaddeus Angel might have mentioned it to others, or others might have seen it as they handed their mail over to Thaddeus. Just that first time, for the innkeeper had taken the matter more seriously afterward and been discreet, Draco hoped. Then again, Imogen seemed able to coax information out of Thaddeus at will. He sighed. Blessed saints, it would be a miracle if he came out of this unscathed.
He watched McTavish as they stepped out of the cave. The Irishman might have had no idea of any letters sent and merely mentioned the Home Office as a stab in the dark. Draco could not risk being wrong about that. When lying, it was always better to stick as close to the truth as possible, even when the truth was damning. He doused the torch now that they had emerged in bright sunlight and set it back in place just above the cave opening. Having done that, he waited for McTavish's next move. Draco remained convinced the man was going to order him shot. But Pirate was not growling, and his crew was now climbing back into their rowboat. Draco stood on the beach and watched them as they returned to the Drogheda and climbed aboard.
What do you think, Pirate? Are they going to fire a cannonball at us?
The dog barked at him in indignation, as though to say it was all Draco's fault if they did. Draco knelt to give him a well-deserved scratch behind his ears.
Well done, Pirate. Sorry I had to get wet. I know how you hate the water, although I don't know how a pirate's dog bred for swimming can dislike it as much as you do.
Pirate barked at him again.
Yes, but it wasn't my fault they came here at high tide.
Draco waited until the Drogheda sailed out of sight before climbing back up the cliff steps and returning to the house. But first he gathered up Imogen's art supplies and easel that had been left strewn about the garden.
Lord, this girl. Those items were precious to Imogen, and he did not wish to see them ruined. No doubt Imogen was fretting over her supplies more than she was fretting over him. And how was he to face her after that kiss? Why could he not have left well enough alone?
Westcott hurried out of the house as Draco approached with his bundles.
"My lord,"
he said, his brow furrowed in worry as he took the easel out of his hand.
"May I ask what happened? What was that ship doing in the cove? I wanted to follow you down with some of the footmen, but Lady Imogen was adamant we stay right here. May I say, I was extremely worried for your safety." "Thank you, Westcott," Draco said, "but it turned out to be nothing. Mistaken direction, that is all. The captain is an acquaintance of mine, so I greeted him and sent him off on the right course."
Westcott pinched his lips, obviously annoyed by Draco's feeble explanation, which was an obvious lie.
"Very good, my lord. Just let us know if there is anything we can do to help out in the event of future misdirection." "That won't be necessary, Westcott. I'm sure it will not happen again."
Draco handed over the rest of Imogen's supplies.
"Put those in my study for now. I had better change out of these wet clothes before I ride over to Westgate Hall."
Westcott balanced the bundles in his arms as best he could and followed him indoors.
"Will the ladies be going with you, my lord?"
Draco paused at the foot of the stairs.
"What?" "The ladies, are they to go with you? If so, I shall order your carriage readied."
Draco groaned.
"You mean they haven't left yet?" "Yet? No, my lord. They are in Miss Deandra's bedchamber."
"And where is my uncle?"
"In the library, as usual."
Draco shook his head, certain he was misunderstanding.
"All the while?" "Yes, my lord. He has been in the library since after breakfast."
Draco sighed.
"So, they are all here and never left?" "That's right, my lord."
"Thank you, Westcott. No carriage necessary, nor do I require my horse saddled. I won't be going anywhere just yet." He took the stairs 2 at a time and stormed into Deandra's bedchamber without bothering to knock. She shrieked as her door slammed open. "Draco, get out! You are dripping water on my new rug." Imogen attempted to hide the spyglass she had in her hand.
His spyglass, no less. Taken from his bedchamber, no doubt. "Of all the bloody cheek,"
he muttered,
wondering how long she had been looking about his private quarters. Well, he did not keep sensitive documents strewn atop his desk or anywhere easily discovered. She would have found nothing more than his neatly arranged clothes while burrowing through his bureau drawers and armoire. Ignoring Deandra's protestations, he strode across the room to the window seat, where they had been crouched while spying on him and McTavish, and placed his hands on Imogen's shoulders. "Did I not tell you to take Deandra and my uncle to Westgate Hall?"
Imogen tossed him a look of defiance mingled with a good dose of guilt. "Indeed, you did, but your uncle refused to budge. Nor could I leave while my art supplies were tossed hither and yon in your garden and left vulnerable to the elements. Also, it would have taken too long to have the carriage brought around. I used my better judgment and chose to remain here. While you were on the beach, we were up here preparing ourselves for any potential onslaught."
"Preparing yourselves?"
She dug into her bosom and withdrew a key that had been tucked in her cleavage.
"Blessed saints."
"This is the key to your gun cabinet. I know how to shoot. So do Westcott and your footman. Westcott assured me of this fact when I asked him. I would have handed out your weapons if the need arose. You didn't expect me to abandon your staff, did you? How could you think I would ever run off and leave them defenseless to a pirate attack?" She cleared her throat and continued. "You were quite magnificent, by the way. Completely masterful as you held off those knaves."
"All I did was talk to them,"
he said in response to the drivel she was spouting.
He wanted to say more. In truth, he wanted to throttle her. But all he could think about was the key that had been cosily nestled between her lovely breasts. Well, he was not thinking about the key, but the soft flesh where it had found its home.
"You are still dripping on Deandra's carpet, by the way," Imogen chided. "You ought to change out of those wet clothes." He held out his hand to take back the key. She set it in his palm.
"And now the spyglass, Imogen."
She blushed as she set that in his palm, too. He frowned at her when she cast him a weak smile.
"My staff is here to protect you, not the other way around. What if those rogues had come up here? Do you really think you and a few footmen could have held them off?"
"Yes, we could have. There were only 6 who came ashore. We would have rushed down to assist you had they lured more boats into the water."
"And you think you could have shot them all before they landed on the beach and came at you?"
She nodded.
"You, Imogen, you are a little butterfly and could never hurt anyone."
"Westcott and your footman would not have been so compassionate. Besides, if it came to a choice between your life or theirs, I would always choose to save you."
"Even if it meant shooting a man dead?"
Her face paled, but she maintained her defiant posture. "I would have shot anyone taking aim at you. Perhaps not to kill, but—"
He wanted to stay mad at her, but how could he? He loved her gentle spirit and that softness about her. He loved so many things about her, although he would never let on, or she would run roughshod over him.
"I'm sure those pirates have had years of training in battle," she said, determined to convince him what she had done was right. "But we would have positioned ourselves behind the rocks and easily held the advantage, being on higher ground, fully armed with plentiful ammunition, and well hidden, while they were completely exposed on the beach."
"You sound quite confident of your plan."
"Because it is a sensible one. I would have aimed for the captain first, because Uncle Cormac taught me that if you take down the leader, then the others will lay down their weapons. I'm not sure it would have worked. They all looked like scurvy knaves, especially that scoundrel who was standing beside their captain. In truth, their captain reminded me a little of you. His features were quite interesting, and there was intelligence in his eyes. That's probably why I felt compelled to draw him when I saw him by the fish market last year." He crossed his arms over his chest and growled.
"The second worst thing that happened to me today is that I got my clothes wet. Can you guess what the worst thing was?"
Imogen shot daggers at him.
"Nothing to say? Not even a guess?" "The worst thing that happened is that I gave you an order, and you disobeyed it. Outright, flagrantly disregarded it. Imogen, what if those men had meant harm? You could have gotten hurt."
Imogen tipped her chin up in her now familiar gesture of indignation. "First of all, you kept assuring me that those rogues were not going to cause you harm. If you were lying to me, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Second of all, I am a lady and trained to run a proper house. A lady does not abandon those under her care."
"First of all, this is not your house. Second of all, a lady holds teas, attends society meetings to discuss charitable works, and devotes her time to making the marital abode comfortable for her husband. A lady does not raid my gun cabinet or prepare to fight pirates. I am telling your uncle about your insolent behavior."
"Fine, and I shall tell him about our scorching kiss."
Deandra, who had been listening avidly to their entire conversation, emitted a shriek.
"He kissed you?"
Imogen smiled at her.
"Yes, Deandra, your cousin kissed me breathless."
Deandra shrieked again.
"Oh, Imogen, when? Why did you not tell me?"
Draco groaned. Holy mother of sea gods! This was what Imogen and Deandra were going to remember out of this day? How had matters gotten so badly out of hand? Well, he knew how, since he was the one who had blundered badly in kissing Imogen. And now she was never going to let him forget it. She had not said anything yet about their pact, but he had kissed her. And now they would be betrothed, because he had no intention of reneging on that promise. Stupid. Stupid. This is what came of thinking with one's nether region instead of one's head. In his defense, he thought it possible he was going to die and wanted a last taste of Imogen before he departed this world. Go put your art supplies in order, Imogen. You'll find them in my study.
Come along, Deandra." She took his cousin by the hand, and the two of them sauntered out of the room with victorious smiles on their faces.
He was left standing alone, sopping wet, and still dripping water onto Deandra's new carpet. "I'd rather face the Irishman,"
Draco muttered to Parrot, the only faithful friend he had in this house. He stalked to his bedchamber, tossed off his shirt, and then took a towel to Parrot, who was now whining because he was still wet. Draco had just finished drying off the pampered hound when he heard a light knock at his door. "Come in, Kendall," he said with impatience, expecting his newly hired valet. "Do not berate me again about the state of my clothes. It cannot be helped. And—" He had tossed aside the towel and opened the door only to find Imogen standing before him. "Blessed saints, is there no getting rid of you?" Imogen pursed her lips and frowned. You said I may come in.
I thought you were my valet.
I did not realize you had one.
He is newly acquired, not that it is any of your business. Nor do I need a nursemaid for myself. But my uncle was adamant that all proper gentlemen ought to have a valet. No doubt his old biddy of a cousin, Lady Claudia, insisted upon it.
So you indulged your uncle and hired one? She cast him a soft smile. That was nice of you. He must have been so pleased his opinion was valued. Draco sighed. It is a good thing you did, Draco. An experienced valet will know how to keep your clothes in shape. You do have an aptitude for ruining them.
And you have an aptitude for turning up wherever you should not be. Were he not still irritated over the surprise visit from MacTavish, he would have used his brain and simply shut the door, leaving Imogen to sputter and pout indignantly in the hall. But he was so riled about everything that had gone wrong today that instead of shutting her out, he drew her into his bedchamber, closed the door behind them, and trapped her against the wall by placing his arms on either side of her shoulders and leaning in close enough to feel her soft breaths against his chest. Why did you come up here? To make sure I would stick to our pact? I made you a promise, and I always honour my promises.
She stared at him with her big, beautiful eyes. Oh, Draco, no. I would never hold you to it. How could you think I ever would? In fact, I came here to assure you that I would release you from all such obligations. You must not feel compelled to honour our silly marriage pact.
Why let me off so easily? I am an earl, you know. No other young lady would let me off so lightly. In truth, they would not let me off at all.
But I am, for my sake, as much as yours. I would never force you or any man to marry me. I wish to marry for love, not for reasons of scandal or trickery.
It's about those moonstones, isn't it?
She nodded. I want them to shine for me. They won't if you feel coerced into marriage. If you ever do propose to me, it must be because your heart aches for me, and you cannot live without me. But I am glad you kissed me. It was another wonderful kiss, wasn't it? True, I was squatting and could not get up while you were holding me down, and pirates were about to attack.
Imogen, they were not going to attack.
They might have, she insisted. This is another thing I wished to discuss with you. What was that confrontation with the captain of the Drogheda really about?
What are you going to do if I refuse to tell you?
She cast him another stubborn look. Persist, probably.
He eased closer so that his mouth was almost upon hers and their breaths mingled. And what are you going to do if I kiss you again?
Melt and kiss you back with all my heart, in all likelihood. I would love for you to kiss me again. He groaned.
Imogen, why would you tell me something like that?
Her eyes widened. Should I have lied to you and pretended you mean nothing to me?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I am a terrible liar. In fact, you had better not ask me the question if you are not prepared to hear the truth.
The question? What is the question?
It is not something I am going to tell you, but something you ought to know on instinct. I'll wait until you figure it out.
Then you will have quite a long wait. How could this girl be so lovable and at the same time so aggravating? Enough, Imogen. Are you going to tell me what this mysterious question is, or must I guess?
I'm sorry, Draco. You will have to figure it out on your own. May I leave now? Or are you going to kiss me first? Chapter 11. Imogen licked her lips and stared up at Draco. Dear heaven, this man is gorgeous. He had asked her questions, she had responded with more questions and smug retorts, but for the life of her she could not remember what he had said or what she had said. How could she think while her back was pressed against his bedchamber wall, and he was leaning half-naked over her? She could feel the heat radiating off his magnificent body. She knew he had muscles, but to actually see them in all their Greek god splendor, taut and rippling, was making her heartbeat spike. "I cannot breathe when you are this close," she whispered. Every time she did breathe, she caught the delicious scent of bay spices on his skin, a scent that was quite familiar to her now. She wanted to inhale him and kiss him and, dear heaven again, lick him. Would he mind if she ran her tongue along the sinewed cords of his neck? He growled, low in his throat, a beastly sound Imogen thought was quite thrilling, even though it was probably meant to scare her. "You should not have come in here." Well, to be accurate, she gave her dry lips another lick. "I only came to your door. You were the one who pulled me in here." "I suppose," he muttered, his expression appearing to soften just the littlest bit. "If your eyes pop any wider, they are going to fall out of your head." I have never been this close to a naked man before. She was going to faint if she did not get her breathing under control. She was also going to wind up married to him if he did not let her out of here before Deandra realized where she had gone. "I am not naked." "Nuances, Draco. You are showing far too much skin, and my face is right in it." He laughed and eased away, but still kept her trapped between his gloriously muscled arms. No wonder women threw themselves at him. "Imogen, forget what you saw in the cove earlier. How much did Deandra see?" "Just that ship in the distance. I only allowed her one quick look through the spyglass to appease her curiosity. I can exercise good judgment when necessary. Your cousin is too excitable to be trusted. I told her it wasn't a pirate attack at all, just a vessel out of Moonstone Landing that might have been following a large fish, perhaps a shark or a whale. They are a valuable delicacy, I told her." "And she believed you?" "Yes, because I made a jest about calling them pirates, and wasn't it more romantic than thinking of them as merely seamen? I told her that you seemed friendly with the captain and that you probably knew each other. That calmed her down, although I was terrified inside. But I hid my fear well." He chuckled at that. "You hide your feelings?" "Yes, I managed quite well. Not only with Deandra, but with your staff. Since I remained calm, the others followed my lead. Anyway, Deandra and I made a little game of it, and resolved to call them pirates from now on. This is also why she did not get hysterical. She thought it was all a fine jest." He grunted. "Well done, Imogen. Thank you. So, Deandra is all right?" Imogen nodded. "Yes, you mustn't worry about her. After dealing with the ship's captain, you returned unharmed, albeit soaking wet. There were no shots fired, and your staff remained alert but went about their business as usual. They ought to be commended, by the way. Deandra would have been running around like a chicken without her head had anyone panicked and run for the gun cabinet. But I did my best to allay all fears, while also making certain we were prepared for any surprises." "So everyone stayed on alert, but continued to go about their duties?" He ran his finger gently along the line of her jaw. "You surprise me, Butterfly." "Why? Because I handled the incident responsibly?" She laughed lightly. "I surprised myself as well. But it was important to keep my wits about me. All turned out well, thank goodness. I had better go before this victory turns into a scandalous defeat." She looked up at Draco again, ignoring the flutters in her belly as he eased closer, so that his lips almost met hers. "Deandra will tattle to my aunt and uncle if she finds me in here." "Are you going to tattle?" and claim you have compromised me. I've told you I would never do such a low thing. I want a love match, not a marriage of convenience that would be most inconvenient for both of us. But you really ought to tell me what is going on between you and that Irishman."
"No. Go back downstairs and put your supplies in order. You're to take them home with you today. Do not think our kiss or your honourable actions toward my staff will change a thing. From now on, Deandra goes to Westgate Hall to visit you, and you are banished from Woodley Lodge until further notice."
"Draco! That is cruel and completely uncalled for." He shook his head in disbelief.
"Out, my lovely butterfly."
He opened the door, lifted her into his arms, and set her down in the hall.
"I will not be a happy husband if your antics get you compromised, and I am forced to marry you."
"Then why did you kiss me earlier in the garden?" He returned to his bedchamber and added the insult of locking his door after shutting it in her face. Imogen gasped when she heard the lock click into place. "What gall! And don't you want to know what the question is?"
"No, butterfly. Go away."
"Insufferable man," she muttered, frowning at his door. She returned downstairs to his study in a snit, but quickly shook out of it when Deandra looked up. "Where did you go?" "I thought I'd dropped something upstairs, but I had it all along. Oh, and I think I ought to check in the garden one last time for any art supplies that might have been overlooked. Help me put these in order so I can tell if any are missing." "All right," Deandra said sweetly, assisting Imogen in placing her pencils in proper order and checking all her supplies once again to make certain the pencils were aligned by colour, the brushes were aligned by size, and the paints were properly sealed and accounted for. They had just finished their task when Draco marched in properly garbed and achingly handsome.
"Deandra, I took the liberty of having your maid pack clothes for you. You are to stay at Westgate Hall with Imogen for the rest of the week."
"I am?" Deandra, who remained unaware of the close call with the Irishman, was gleeful. "Papa too?"
Draco nodded. "Yes."
Imogen gave her a hug. "We shall have such fun together." "I promise to do better with my art lessons," Deandra assured her. Imogen laughed. "Don't worry about those. I did not offer them to torture you. If you find the lessons boring, we shall do something else. Anyway, I'm sure we will be permitted to resume the volunteer work soon. Those soldiers are in desperate need of cheering." "I look forward to it." Deandra's eyes brightened. Within the half hour they had all climbed into the Woodley carriage for the ride to Westgate Hall. Deandra's father grumbled all the way, for he had been quite happy to lose himself in the well-stocked library at Woodley Lodge, and did not see a reason why he should leave. Draco listened patiently to his complaints, but would not budge.
"Uncle, it is only a few days, and then you'll be back." "But Vanessa's chairs are too comfortable. I shall fall asleep in them as soon as I sit down to read. It will not do, Woodley. It will not do at all."
Draco arched an eyebrow.
"Just a few days, Uncle. You will survive it. First a party, then a murder, and now kicked out of my library. When will it all end?"
Albert frowned, awaiting an answer that Draco did not bother to give. "And then to have that lost ship sail into our cove not an hour ago," Deandra added.
"What ship?"
her father asked. "Papa, the one that had our entire staff scrambling and on alert because we thought it might have been pirates. But it was merely a fishing vessel chasing a fish. The captain turned out to be an acquaintance of Draco's," her father harumphed.
"Then what was all the fuss about?"
Imogen understood how Deandra's mother might have felt frustrated by Albert. The man had his nose buried in books all the time. In fact, he was so oblivious to what was going on around him, he was not even aware of the Irishman's visit. She had never met anyone more absent-minded. Still, Albert Woodley was a gentleman, with a unique love of all things impractical. He was a creature of habit who felt most comfortable in his routine, and did not like to be pushed out of it, even if it was to steer clear of pirates. In this he was quite different from Draco, who seemed to thrive on daring adventures and facing the unknown. Draco did not take his eyes off her the entire ride to Westgate Hall. Nor did he take his eyes off her during their meal, or the drinks Uncle Cormac offered on the terrace afterward. She knew it was not because he was besotted with her. He was worried she was going to say something to her uncle and aunt about the pirate visit. Perhaps he was also worried she was going to say something about their steamy kiss. As the evening came to an end, Draco and her uncle disappeared into her uncle's study. A few minutes later, Melrose stepped onto the terrace. "Lady Imogen, your uncle requests your presence." At last, she was to be included in their discussions. "Thank you, Melrose." She hurried down the hall and marched into the study, not knowing quite what to expect. However, she was ready to do battle if Draco continued to hide what was going on between him and the Irishman. He stood beside her uncle's desk with his arms crossed over his chest and a frown on his face. Did this gorgeous man always have to frown at her?
"I'll have you know,"
Draco said, his voice deep and commanding,
"that I disagree wholeheartedly with your uncle's decision."
Imogen took a chair beside her uncle's desk. "What decision, Uncle Cormac?" Her uncle closed the door and then took a seat beside her.
"The one where I insisted he tell you everything."
Imogen gasped. "And he agreed?"
"Grudgingly,"
Draco muttered. She turned to her uncle and smiled. "Thank you for making him see reason."
"Don't thank me, child. I am only requiring it because no one seems able to control you. And now you may have been seen by those pirates."
"Oh, I don't think I was. Draco was very careful about that."
"He told me the same,"
Uncle Cormac admitted.
"Still, I would ship you off to London if I thought you would be any safer there. But I fear that would be worse while Driscoll's friends and Healy and Burke are there. Go on, Woodley. Tell her what you are doing. It is time she learned the truth." "All right."
Draco sighed and then ended with a groan.
"I am working as a special agent on behalf of the Crown."
"I knew it." Imogen was bursting with joy, for he was every bit as honourable and wonderful as she had always believed. "You are so kind to your family and good to your dog. I knew you had to be a man of valour and not a bloodthirsty pirate."
"Do not impute noble motives to me. I am only a notch above a pirate, for that's all a privateer is. The difference is that I usually work under contract for a particular country, rather than marauding for myself. Mostly I raid enemy ships and confiscate their treasures. It is a dirty business, and those who partake are ruthless. It is a requirement of the trade. Anyone soft or merciful would not survive beyond a first voyage."
Imogen's heart sank. "Do you mean to say you murder people?" He cast her a cold stare.
"I kill enemy soldiers in the heat of battle."
"How can you be sure there are no innocent women and children aboard those ships you attack?"
"I go after warships, not merchant vessels or passenger ships."
"That is a relief. In truth, a great relief, because she could not love him if he were a brutal killer. What happens when you attack those warships? Do you sink them?"
"Sometimes, but not always. Some I allow to limp safely to the nearest harbour. It depends."
His expression remained stern, because he was obviously not about to soften his explanation to accommodate her tender feelings. Nor would she want him to, although the thought of his allowing others to drown made her ill. Yet this was an ugly fact of war and often what happened during maritime battles. The enemy would have gotten him if he did not get them first. Still, it was a hard thing to reconcile. Why did men have to be so cruel to each other? On what does your mercy depend, Draco? And do you always act on behalf of the Crown?
Yes, always for the Crown. As for the ships I engage in battle, well, a battle is a battle. Someone is going to lose, and I will not have it be me. If the opposing captain is willing to surrender, I offer him and his crew merciful terms, but not all are willing, and one cannot negotiate with such men.
Imogen clutched her stomach. That is awful. All those needless deaths. He stood there like a gargoyle, unmoved by her compassion for the sailors drowned at sea.
I do not go out of my way to take lives, Imogen. We spare those who surrender. But I won't apologize for my actions.
She was beginning to understand why her uncle and Draco had been so keen to keep her out of the murder investigation. Obviously something was going on well beyond the killing of Lord Driscoll, which was upsetting enough. She had seen the Drogheda and its captain in the harbour, and now had seen Draco dealing with him by the caves. Are you going to sink that Irishman's ship?
Not unless I am left with no other choice. But first, I would have to get mine, the Athena, out of dry dock in Portsmouth. She is undergoing repairs.
Does the Irishman know you plan to sink his ship?
I do not plan to do it, Imogen. It depends entirely on his actions.
What if he gets to yours first?
Then it is likely I will drown if I am on it. So will my crew, because I do not think he is the sort to show mercy. As I said, this line of work is not for the squeamish.
He sighed.
I intend this to be my last assignment for the Crown. Afterward, I plan to attend to the business of being an earl.
Assuming you survive. Imogen closed her eyes as a shudder rippled through her. When is he due to return?
The Irishman? I would rather not tell you. You've done enough poking about as it is.
All right, Draco. She would get the information out of him eventually, or simply go to the harbour master and ask him. Surely the captain's name and other helpful information would be listed, along with the vessel, recorded in the harbour master's registry. What has this Irishman to do with Driscoll's murder?
Your drawings connected him to several lords who were at my party. The reason it is significant is that the Irishman happens to be smuggling guns into England, in furtherance of a rebel plot to harm the royal family.
And you have been working on behalf of the Crown to break up that plot? Her mouth dropped open. Draco!
It is still possible that Driscoll was murdered by a jealous husband, or those toady friends of his who were ogling you at my party. But I would bet my estate that Driscoll was killed by the wizard with that distinctive ring you recognized, Lord Healy. Or it may have been his partner, Lord Burke. Those two happen to be acting as agents for the rebels who are buying guns from the Irishman.
Imogen clutched her stomach. This is getting quite complicated, isn't it?
Yes, and my assignment is to get into their distribution system, find out as much as I can about their plot, and disrupt it. I have very little time to do this. Those rebels are getting anxious and want to put their scheme in place soon.
Because the authorities are closing in on them? Do you think they were scared by Driscoll's murder? How was Driscoll involved?
We don't know yet. All we know, and some of this I learned only this afternoon when talking to the Irishman, is that Driscoll reached out to him in order to start an opium smuggling operation. But the Irishman assures me he would never go into business with Driscoll. I believe him. His trade is smuggling guns.
Imogen was listening attentively and trying to connect all the bits of information. The Irishman was in contact with Healy and Burke. We know Healy handed your footman that note just before Driscoll was killed. Is it possible Healy and Burke got themselves involved in smuggling drugs on Driscoll's behalf? Drago cast her a mirthless smile.
Whether gun smuggling or opium smuggling, it matters little. The point is, I am fairly certain Driscoll, Healy, and Burke were in a disagreement over something, and this got Driscoll killed.
And you think Healy or his companion did the deed? Because I identified his ring, so we now know he is the wizard who approached your footman and had him deliver the note to Driscoll.
That's right. However, I doubt the Irishman was involved in the murder. He appeared genuinely surprised when I told him about it.
Imogen nodded. He was not in Moonstone Landing when your masquerade ball took place, or we would have seen his ship in the harbour.
When I spoke to him today by the caves, I did not mention Healy as a suspect in Driscoll's murder, but I could see his mind working. He has to be wondering whether Healy and Burke killed him. So it is pretty clear that the Irishman did not authorise Driscoll's murder, or have any part in whatever dirty dealings these three had.
Could the rebels have ordered him killed? Drago shook his head.
Yes, perhaps, but my sense is that they did not know of Healy and Burke's other activities, which is why those two miscreants are now running away. What I think is this. They were taking on side jobs that neither the rebels nor the Irishmen knew about, and now this has blown up in their faces, and they are terrified of the consequences of their being found out.
Oh, I see. Imogen nibbled her lip as she considered all these connections. Now your Irishman is worried those two, by not being square with him, have attracted unwanted attention to him. Same for the rebels, who are now worried about this same unwanted attention being cast upon their cause.
The news may not have reached the rebel leaders yet. This is why Healy and Burke are running away while they can.
Imogen nodded. What I don't understand is why those two would stupidly kill Driscoll on your property when their benefactors, or whatever you want to call these rebels, were considering using your caves to store their smuggled guns. Were Healy and Burke sending the rebels a message? Issuing the Irishman a challenge? Goodness, there are so many facets to this murder. It is like a Gordian knot that must be carefully untied.
Which explains why your stomach was in knots all day,
her uncle remarked.
You were sensing all of it, Imogen.
Draco was giving her that icy stare again.
Now you understand why I need you to stay out of this. I am trying very hard to keep this murder from destroying months and months of groundwork to lure this Irishman into using my caves.
Imogen shifted uncomfortably in her chair. I do understand. And you wanted to keep all of this a secret from me? How you must have hated that I was putting all the pieces together. He had crossed his arms and now unfurled them.
No, Imogen. I hated that your meddling put you too close to danger. I hated that you wouldn't listen to me when I was trying to protect you. And I fear you still won't listen. Imogen,
her uncle said with marked impatience,
I urged Woodley to tell you the truth, in the hope you would fully appreciate the danger and keep out of his way. He must be allowed to handle matters without your interference. Don't make me regret my decision.
She felt the pressure both men were putting on her. Is there any more I ought to know? Draco did not look happy, but he nodded and continued.
Here's the last of it, but it is something you already suspected. I am fairly certain my brother's death is connected to Driscoll's murder, and not because of some angry cuckold husband seeking revenge. Nolan was an opium eater, just as Driscoll was, I think Driscoll got wind of Healy and Burke attempting to build a trade in the drug and decided he wanted a cut of their business. Nolan might have been Driscoll's partner and the original instigator of this plan. They were both dissolute wastrels and thick as thieves.
But your brother died over a year ago.
Their trade in drugs could have been going on for that long. It is merely a theory on my part. I could be wrong. I'll learn more as I dig into the cause of my brother's death. I am not ruling out an accidental death, because he was such a dissolute, and not in control of his faculties when jumping those hedgerows on his ride. But this is another possible murder I have asked the Home Office and my own private Bow Street man to investigate.
I will look through old gossip rags and try to find some connection to—
What don't you understand about my asking you to keep out of this dirty business?
Draco said.
My brother had his neck broken. Driscoll was stabbed through the heart. Do you wish to be next?
I see your point, Imogen admitted. Draco raked a hand through his hair.
Well, there's nothing more to tell. You now know as much as I do.
Why must you continue to deal with the Irishman? If you know these parties are involved, then why doesn't the government simply put a stop to their plans and arrest them all right now? Draco cast her a wry smile.
Because we hadn't connected Healy and Burke to the Irishman and his gun running until I saw your drawings. This new information only reached the Home Office a few days ago, unless the mail coach was delayed, which would mean they have no knowledge of it yet. The point is, it all came together so fast, they haven't had a chance to digest it, investigate it, or issue new instructions. Until I receive those new instructions, I will continue as originally ordered, and that is to insert myself as the middleman.
Imogen gazed at him in dismay. Draco, this is awful.
Yes, but you know I must see it through. With Healy and Burke certainly out as agents working for the rebels, I need to see who will replace them. I'll only know that when the new agents come to my cave to pick up those guns once they are delivered to me.
And then what happens? Imogen asked.
I'll track them and find out where they are stockpiling their arsenal. I hope this is something I can pass off to another Crown agent, but I don't know if any will get here in time. So the task will likely fall to me and Barrett. He's an excellent tracker.
Imogen's heart sank. But if they see you, Draco, or see Parrot, what if they recognize either of you?
It is a possibility.
He shrugged.
This is why I hope my role is limited to receiving the goods. It would be easier if someone else took over the task of finding their stockpile.
And finding out who are the top organizers in the rebel plot, Imogen added. Is this not the logical next step?
Yes, it is. Again, I hope that role will be taken over by other Crown agents. But I must do whatever I can until that time.
Imogen had another disconcerting thought. Draco, will you sell Woodley Lodge once this Crown operation concludes?
No, Imogen.
He smiled.
I acquired this property with every intention of settling here permanently. There will also be no more privateer activities for me, since I am now an Earl and have others to think of besides myself. The Athena will eventually become a merchant ship, and my second-in-command will take over as its captain. If I travel, it will only be to ensure the Woodley properties operate at their best. Most of our holdings are spread across the south of England, so it shouldn't be too hard to keep an eye on them. The real chore is to figure out how much damage my wastrel brother did to them before he passed away.
I'm glad you will be staying on. Imogen did not know why she felt this way when she would be returning to London in another month and might not see him again until next summer's visit. Then again, would he not have to return to London for sessions of Parliament? She asked him the question.
I might not return to London this year. Depends on how much damage my brother has done during his tenure as Earl. Not to mention this assignment must remain my top priority.
I see. Well, she held out hope to see him next March or April, once the season got underway. However, the man was reckless and fearless. Would he still be alive by then?
That's an end to it, Imogen, her uncle said, rising from his chair to mark their discussion over. I've put my neck out for you, assured Woodley that you can be trusted to keep his assignment secret. Now, keep out of his way, and do not make a liar out of me.
She turned to Draco. I won't take a step out of line, but please continue to confide in me, or at least warn my uncle or Constable Angel when you next plan to meet the Irishman. If you disappear suddenly, they will know where to start looking and can rescue you. He tucked a finger under her chin.
Butterfly, if I disappear suddenly, it will mean I am dead, and the Irishman has tossed my body into deep waters where the sharks will eat me.
Do not say such an awful thing. She did not know why she shed tears for this man when he cared so little for his own safety. He spoke with such careless disregard about his possible death. She had insisted on hearing the truth, but her heart was now in a painful twist. Draco looked over at her uncle.
I warned you this was a mistake. She is going to cry again.
She frowned up at him. I am not going to cry.
Imogen, I can see you are aching for me. Don't. I went into this with my eyes wide open. I am the right man for this task, perhaps the only man capable of pulling it off, so do not shed a tear for me.
Draco withdrew a handkerchief from the breast pocket of his jacket and handed it to her as the first droplet fell onto her cheek.
Here, Deandra will know something is amiss if you do not pull yourself together.
I'm trying. You know how hard this is for me. I cannot help worrying for your safety.
I know, but I do not need you to be a watering pot. It does not help at all. In fact, it irritates me.
Shedding a tear or two does not make me a watering pot. I would be doing the same for Parrot, so do not get so full of yourself. And stop being so mean to me. He groaned.
I am not being mean to you.
Yes, you are, she said, sniffling. Shouldn't someone care about what you are doing, since you obviously have no care for yourself? I will be better in a moment. Even you must admit it is a lot to absorb. Draco, does this assignment scare you at all?
Of course it does. This is why I prepare in advance, as best as I can. I try to leave as little as possible to chance. Any man who jumps in without a fear is a fool and won't survive long.
Will you promise me you won't do anything foolish? He nodded.
My goal is to live a long and healthy life, and not have my hair turn grey worrying over you.
Worrying over me? She regarded him in confusion. I ought to be the least of your concerns. He sighed again.
I wish it were so, but you seem to have made your way to the top of my list. What are all my good intentions worth if I cannot protect you, and you are hurt? What is my heart worth if you ever come to harm? Dear heaven, her uncle muttered. I am not making any declarations to your niece, Berness.
Draco glanced at her uncle, frowned, and then turned back to her.
Be strong for me, Imogen. Be as strong as you were when the Irishman sailed into my cove. You handled my staff and Deandra brilliantly. I could not have done better myself. So I know you have it in you to be fierce and brave.
Fierce? Brave? No one would ever use those words to describe her. She cried if she came across a kitten with an injured paw. In that moment, Imogen realized she was not cut out for intrigue. Yes, she was a good puzzle solver, but this was all. She did not have the temperament to carry out the dangerous and dirty assignments required to protect king and country. Well, perhaps, if matters were dire enough, she would rise to the occasion. However, for everyone's sake, she hoped her resolve would never be tested. She also came to another dismaying realization. Even though Draco thought she was pretty and had kissed her with delicious ardour, she was not the sort of woman he would ever wish to marry. Had he not just told her uncle that he was not making her any declarations? Which meant that when he'd kissed her ardently before confronting the Drogida's captain, it was only because he thought he was going to die. Despite all his assurances, he was not safe at all and did not expect to survive. He would not have kissed her otherwise. But having survived the encounter, he would have married her if she had insisted on it. Because of that foolish kissing pact, she had let him out of it, of course. Marrying someone who did not love her was the worst thing she could possibly do. Had he asked her the question, she would have answered it. All he had to do was ask her if she loved him. Her answer? Yes. She loved him desperately and wanted nothing more than to share a lifetime with him. But he had no intention of ever asking her. He was tough as nails and used to adventure and intrigue. He was experienced in the ways of the world. He wanted an exciting woman to marry. She was not exciting. She was a butterfly. This was what Draco called her because he thought she was delicate and too soft-hearted. However, she did not think of herself as delicate. Yes, she was soft-hearted, and did seem to cry often when in Draco's company, but this was only because danger surrounded him, and she was truly concerned for his safety.
"Feeling any better, Imogen?"
Draco asked.
"I am not making any declarations to your niece, Berness."
How was she supposed to feel after hearing that statement? She sniffled again. "Yes, I am fine. Just give me another moment." Her uncle sighed.
"Take all the time you need to hide those feelings of yours, or everyone will start asking questions."
"I am trying my best, Uncle Cormac." She turned to Draco. "I am not going to give you or your mission away. I appreciate how important this work you are doing is. And might I suggest that if you have more information to provide to the Home Office, you allow me to include it in a letter to my sister."
"And why should I do this?"
Doubt was written all over his face, so she pressed on before he had the chance to dismiss her idea. "I write to Ella several times a week. No suspicions will be raised if I drop my correspondence off with Thaddeus, as I have done almost daily since my arrival in Moonstone Landing. Ella's husband is very well connected, and will take your information that is secretly included in my letter directly to the top men in government, the Duke of Wootton, Earl Grey, and even Viscount Palmerston, if necessary. Wellington, too, he is that well connected. In fact, these very men begged Ella's husband to serve with them in the highest echelons. He is quite high up now in the Foreign Office. For this reason, he has immediate access to all of them, and can provide anything you need upon a mere command. Everyone in the top ranks will jump to do his bidding." She turned to her uncle. "Is this not a better solution than requiring Thaddeus to hide Lord Woodley's letters? This way, not even Thaddeus will know what is being sent and when. It is as much for his safety as anything else."
"I don't know, Imogen,"
her uncle said, shaking his head as he considered her words.
"It is a lot to ask of Ella and Caden."
She was now on the edge of her seat. "They will gladly do it, you know they will." Draco laughed softly.
"Gad, you are the most irritating girl. Thanks to that unexpected murder, I already have more people involved than I ever wanted, and now to bring in your sister and her husband."
"They can be trusted," Imogen insisted.
"I haven't a doubt."
She realized what was troubling him. "You needn't worry about Ella. She is nothing like me. She knows how to be discreet. I know I am terrible at hiding my feelings, but she is quite the opposite. She is logical and thoughtful, and will give nothing away." It is an excellent idea, and you know it is far less dangerous than your communicating directly with anyone in the Home Office. They can write back to you in the same manner. No one will be the wiser. Isn't this better than worrying that someone will see correspondence between you? Her uncle was smiling. Imogen knew she was winning him over. Thaddeus knows to be careful, but he is not always at his desk, and cannot control who sees what is in the mail pouch. Besides, he really is not all that good at keeping secrets. If I can cajole information out of him, which I am able to do at will, then someone dangerous might be able to do the same. Draco turned to her uncle.
Vanessa? I'll leave the decision about involving her sister and Lord Mersey up to you. As for me, I think Imogen is infuriating, unmanageable, and completely not cut out for this intrigue, and I am worried to death that she will come to harm, but she is also brilliant, and I would be nowhere in my assignment if it weren't for her.
Imogen gasped. Was that a compliment?
A grudging one,
he said with a nod.
However, I would rather be nowhere in the murder investigation and my Crown assignment than ever see you hurt. Have I not made this clear enough to you?
And I would rather be helpful than sit idly by and watch you get hurt. He rose and began to pace around her.
You aren't trained for this. Don't get ideas.
I am only offering to help solve puzzles and deliver letters. I have been doing this all my life to pass the time of day. Draco did not immediately give her an answer, but she knew he would accept. Despite all his concerns, this was an excellent solution that he could not pass up. He paced. He stared at her. He arched an eyebrow and turned to her uncle, awaiting his confirmation. At Uncle Cormac's nod, Draco turned back to her with an affectionate smile that melted her insides.
Yes, I like that idea.
So did she. It meant she would have the chance to see him and perhaps pry more information out of him. She really wanted to help, and knew she could do it from a safe perch. They all returned to the terrace a few minutes later, each of them with false smiles on their faces. Fortunately, Deandra completely misunderstood the reason her uncle had called her into his study. She squealed and then smiled broadly. What did Draco say to you? Did he ask your uncle for permission? What did your uncle say? Oh, Imogen! What were you and Draco discussing in her uncle's study for so long? Imogen blushed. Good grief! How could she not have an answer prepared for this obvious question? I knew his courting kiss had to mean something. Deandra squealed again. Did Draco ask for her hand in marriage? Did you accept him? Have you set a wedding date? Imogen felt the blood drain from her face. Draco's expression revealed nothing. So typical of him, completely unhelpful. Her uncle, who would have been reaching for his pistol if he carried one, now turned in all his fury toward Draco. What kiss? Chapter 12.
Draco tossed his cousin a glare. Imogen and I are not getting married. Stop this foolishness already, Deandra. Look at the havoc you are creating. Bollocks. He did not know who looked more heartsick at his remark, her or Imogen. Lord help him. If he did not have the entanglement of this assignment, he would be on bended knee right now proposing to Imogen. But to do so now was sheer folly. Had they not just spent the last 20 minutes in her uncle's study going over every detail of his dangerous assignment? He sighed, wishing for the day he could draw her into his arms and assure her his words were utter rot and he loved her to pieces. Did that second kiss not give his feelings away? He saw the disappointment in Deandra's eyes. Worse, he saw the hurt in Imogen's. However, she understood his reasons and immediately leaped to defend his honour. He has behaved like a gentleman all the while,
Let us not make too much of a simple kiss. It was not all that good, anyway."
Draco cleared his throat. Like hell it wasn't.
"And you did far worse, Uncle Cormac. Do you dare deny it? Why, Melrose still has tormented dreams about your first weeks here. Those nights of debauchery, naked women—"
"Imogen, enough! This is not about me."
She was not about to give up. "And what about your appalling behaviour toward Aunt Phoebe? You kissed her every chance you got, and—"
"Lord have mercy,"
her uncle groaned and turned to Draco.
"Go home, Woodley. You are spared my wrath for now. But if I hear of you ever touching my niece again without a firm declaration of marriage and vow to be faithful, I shall run you through with my sword."
"Fair enough," Draco muttered, sparing another glower at Deandra. He bade a hasty good evening to everyone and left Westgate Hall, knowing he was leaving Imogen and his cousin bitterly disappointed.
Well, it could not be helped.
He spent the next week riding off on his own with Pirate always by his side.
There was nothing more left for him to do but await word from the Home Office. However, he could not completely ignore Imogen or his own cousin, nor could he ignore the kindness of Berness and his wife in keeping his cousin and uncle with them at Westgate Hall. It had to be an imposition, especially since Albert had not wanted to leave Woodley Lodge, and still grumbled bitterly about it to everyone who would listen. But Draco had insisted he leave the comfort of the Woodley Library because it was more important to keep his loved ones safe. He could not afford for them to be used as pawns against him, should matters turn sour when those guns arrived. He was dealing with dangerous men, and not certain who those men would be, since Healy and Burke were sure to be replaced.
Draco's thoughts turned to his impending meeting with McTavish. Their rendezvous was to take place at the Three Lions tomorrow,
which was why he had taken to stopping by that tavern every afternoon for an ale and conversation with its owner, William Angel. His real purpose was to familiarise himself with the layout of the place, make notes of the regular patrons and any strangers who stopped in, and work out the best escape routes if things did not go as smoothly as hoped. He intended to stop in again this afternoon. The hour was early yet, only mid-morning, and he happened to be escorting Imogen and Deandra to the army hospital, because Berness could not manage the chore today. Draco had insisted on attending to it because he did not trust anyone else to watch over them, with less than 24 hours to go before McTavish's arrival. Viscount Brennan had permitted Imogen and the other regular volunteers to return to their duties several days ago. Deandra, who had attached herself to Imogen like a barnacle to the keel of a ship, accompanied her to the hospital every day. Draco drew his rig up in front of the Kestrel Inn stable, where it and his horse would remain cared for until he and his charges were ready to return to the Berness residence. Deandra skipped across the high street, cheerful as a kitten. "It is my turn to water the hospital's vegetable garden," she said with pride in her voice. "Members of the Ladies' Auxiliary take turns tending it, and my turn is today." "You are an endless font of good works,"
Draco teased. But he was pleased Deandra's morning volunteer work was turning out so well. She enjoyed it and felt as though she was doing something constructive with her days, which she was. The wounded soldiers she read to and helped to write letters appreciated her and Imogen. Who wouldn't feel cheered with their sunshine smiles and gentle attention? He turned to Imogen, who was walking beside him and smiling at his cousin's chirpy enthusiasm. "You are a good influence on her, Butterfly." "She has helped me, too. I was not sure how this summer would turn out, not having Ella by my side. But it has been so much better than expected, notwithstanding a murder and—" She leaned toward him and whispered, "Be very careful tomorrow. You seem to have faith in this Irishman, but this is a bad business, and no one can be trusted." "I am always careful, and know what I am doing," he whispered back, trying not to sound as though he was condescending to her.
But he had been in much rougher situations and knew how to handle himself. You have to keep out of it, Imogen.
Have I not been doing exactly that? She gave an indignant huff and said nothing more as they walked past the army fort that had guarded the harbour in ancient times, as well as now. I'm glad you've told Fionn about your assignment. Since their last discussion, he had brought Major Brennan in on his plans. For the moment, he only required the Major to be watchful, since there was nothing to be done until after his upcoming meeting. McTavish would fill him in on all the shipment details, the precise date the shipment would arrive, when the rebel agents would pick it up, and who was to load the guns onto the rebel wagons. It was yet to be determined whether his men or a rebel crew would handle the chore. If it was to be his men, then Brennan and his soldiers were going to take on the task in disguise. Several looked like gruff sailors who could pass as loyal crewmen from his own vessel, the Athena. Imogen shook him out of his thoughts by handing him her sketchbook. Care to have a look? He arched an eyebrow as he leafed through it.
These are only blank pages. You haven't drawn anything.
She nodded. Just wanted to assure you. I will do nothing more than draw portraits of the wounded soldiers in order to give each of them something to bring home to their families. It is a small thing, but they appreciate it.
It isn't small. It is a lovely gesture,
he said. We are going shopping after our volunteer work, Deandra announced as they turned up the small hill toward the hospital.
Draco laughed. You've gone shopping every day.
Don't I deserve it for all my good deeds? His cousin called out as she once again skipped on ahead.
Imogen remained beside him, and he felt so dearly this was where she belonged. I very much appreciate the kindness you've shown, Deandra. This schedule of activities, the hospital work, the walks through the village, and afternoons at Mrs. Halsey's tea shop have been exceptionally rewarding for her. I have never seen her this happy, and it is all your doing.
She has made this summer happy for me, too. Well, if one ignores the murder, but you know what I mean.
I do.
He nodded.
I'm sorry I have been so hard on you.
She teasingly put a hand to her ear. Is this an apology from you? Do I dare trust what I'm hearing? He smiled at her.
Yes, an apology.
Oh, Draco, please, it isn't necessary. You were only thinking of our safety. I may have grumbled, but I understood your reasons.
Thank you, Imogen. Amid all his plans to thwart these rebels, and his responsibilities toward his family and the Woodley properties, he'd had little time to deliberate about her. In truth, he needed no time to consider his feelings for her. She invaded his dreams, his waking thoughts. He was in love with her. What awful timing. Until meeting her, marriage had not been a consideration. He was only 26, considered in his prime, and had been enjoying his freedom. Seriously, courting anyone had not been a consideration. No one had ever touched his heart until Imogen came along and disrupted his life. Love did not work neatly, did it? It upset all his well-conceived plans. He wanted Imogen, yearned for her, and hungered for her. She was a craving, a burning need, a sweet reward. Could any man appreciate her as he did? Draco did not think it was possible.
Her gentle trill of laughter brought him out of his thoughts. Are you just going to stare at me, or were you about to say something? He tweaked her nose.
You look pretty today.
She blushed.
Imogen was a wonderful mix of compassion, intelligence, and quiet strength. At times, her compassion would set her off and she would cry too easily. Lord help him, but he liked this about her too. He could not blame her for feeling another's pain and caring enough to help them. She was clever as well. If not for her fine instincts, he would never have uncovered the identity of key players in the rebel plot so quickly. She still provided helpful information, because she was always alert to the littlest details and knew how they all fit together. Nor did he doubt her strength. Oh, she was no mythical warrior goddess. She was his butterfly. "I have a request to make," he said as they strolled up the small hill surrounded by a gentle breeze. "Do you want me to dig up old newspapers and read through them? See if I can find gossip about the Trowicks or Driscoll and his friends? Or Healy and Burke?" "No, it isn't about that. I know you have been doing a bit of digging and come up with nothing of interest on any of them. You would have told me if you had found something." She stared up at him. "You knew? And didn't chide me? How did you find out?" "Thaddeus told me. He noticed you going through old newspapers stored in the inn's library. I didn't say anything because it kept you out of mischief and was, in truth, quite helpful. He is an enterprising fellow, is he not? Seems the Kestrel Inn serves not only as an inn, but a postal office, a newspaper office, and a village library." "Thaddeus is a remarkable fellow," she agreed. "So, if your request is not about the investigation, then what is it about?" "You?" He wanted to give Imogen something special, a gift, because he loved her. Something to show his appreciation for all she had done for him and his family. He dared not choose it himself, since he was not in the habit of showering women with jewellery, and would probably select something hideous that she would hate. "Me? Care to elaborate?" "My staff is still talking about your poise when those pirates sailed into the Woodley Cove. They were calmed by your steady presence and touched by your concern for them." "We spoke about this before, Draco. I wasn't going to escape in your carriage and abandon them." He touched her hand lightly. "What you did for them requires more than mere words of gratitude." His comment obviously surprised her, and she grinned. "So I am to be specially thanked for a job well done? You know it isn't necessary." "It is, Imogen. I have been an oaf to you so much of the time." Was there any doubt she would make him a perfect countess? "Draco, do you love me? Is this what you are trying to say?" Yes, he adored and worshipped her. He could not get enough of her. "I cannot answer that yet." "Oh. Are you still thinking about it?" "A lot, Imogen." He would propose to her once his assignment was over. He had even written a love letter to be delivered to her if he did not survive this rebel plot. Him! A love letter! In his wildest dreams he'd never thought he would do such a ridiculous thing. Of course, he looked forward to burning it the moment the plot was foiled and he was free to reveal his true feelings in person. "I need you to do something important." She gazed up at him as they walked along. "Anything. What do you need?" "I would like you to get those butterfly clips for your hair." He did not know why this mattered to him, but it did. "That again? Why do you keep bringing it up?" She frowned lightly when he did not reply. "All right." They had slowed their pace so that Deandra and Parrot, who was barking in delight and having a grand time chasing birds, were now far ahead of them. They were on the shore road, the glistening cove waters on their left, and the massive stone fort on their right. The hospital was immediately ahead of them. The sun shone brightly, and the salty breeze off the water cooled them. He gave Imogen's hand another light touch. She entwined her fingers in his. "You're worried about your meeting with the Irishman?" "No. He is the least of my worries. He and I have a history. I can talk my way out of a confrontation with him." He glanced at the shimmering waters and then turned back to gaze at her, losing himself in her aquamarine eyes. "The problem is, how do I convert him to my side? He is the key to dismantling this rebel plot. But with Healy and Burke now in hiding or possibly dead, how much does he know? How much can he help me?"
Assuming he is willing to help you at all, Imogen remarked.
I think I can turn him. But I don't know if he has been told who the new rebel agents will be. He probably knows when the goods are to be delivered, but does he know where they will go after leaving my cave? And does he know who the rebel leaders are?
I think it will help if you toss out names and see how he responds. All I have is Driscoll, Healy, and Burke.
No, I need a name that will surprise him and make him think the rebel operation is falling apart.
We still have a day to come up with someone. If we don't, well, you'll just have to use what you have. Converting him may have to wait until his next visit.
I would prefer to end it now.
I know. She regarded him with concern. Draco, my greatest fear is that you will be dragged in too deep and caught in the crossfire when the rebel plot falls apart and all the conspirators start shooting at each other.
Imogen, if it falls apart, I think McTavish will take my side. He doesn't give a fig about political intrigue or supposed causes. Even if he loses trust in me, there is no reason for him to harm me. He doesn't want a murder charge hanging over his head. Why bother, when all he has to do is forget about using my caves and not show up in Moonstone Landing?
What if he holds a grudge against you?
And decides to avenge my betrayal?
Draco laughed lightly.
First of all, I am going to protect him from the Crown's retribution, so he will credit me with saving his life. Every successful privateer is practical. Why risk being hunted down for the murder of an earl when he can find himself another cave, drop off his guns and collect his fee?
Assuming he has time to start a new search for a suitable cave.
If things get too hot in England, he can sell them somewhere else in the world. He isn't dependent on these rebels. Yes, he will be annoyed and perhaps squeezed financially for a short while, but this happens in any business.
He sighed and shook his head.
We are talking about the Irishman and the Crown assignment again. It wasn't my intention.
I am glad you are confiding in me. You are in this on your own without guidance from the Home Office. It is too much of a burden for one man to carry.
I wish we were not so far from London. Me too.
He raked a hand through his wind-blown hair.
He had done all he could to prepare, but he was worried it was not enough. Well, he had enlisted the aid of Major Brennan, advised by Ness and the constable. Tomorrow, Imogen and Deandra would remain safely out of the way at Westgate Hall, and he would finalise plans, whatever those might turn out to be, with McTavish. The waiting was the worst. Obsessing over every detail was not helping. He could do nothing more than rely on his instinct and experience. If he needed to handle matters alone, this was what he would do. These rebels were not rational men of science. Something as small as the snap of a twig or a shadow seen upon the meadow might prove disastrous.
Imogen must have been following his thoughts. She was nibbling her lip. Theon and his men could position themselves close to the secret tunnel you opened up, and no one would notice them.
No.
But they...
Imogen, I have thought this through 100 times. No one is to interfere when the Irishman brings in his crates of weapons. I'll decide later what to do when it is time for the rebels to pick them up. It is vital that the shipment moves in and then out of my cave without incident.
But once they leave your cave, you are going to track them.
That's right. Maybe at that point I will ask Major Brennan to assist. Maybe. And maybe not.
She cast him a worried glance.
That's right. It might end up being just me and Parrot. He'll easily pick up their trail. Oh, I do not like this at all.
What is to stop these rebel agents from shooting you once they are done? If these are desperate, angry men, they might not care about the consequences of shooting an earl.
It won't come to that. It is only the first shipment. They plan at least 2.
She pursed her lips.
Imogen, they need my cave. I am useful to them, until they receive their final shipment.
And what if this next shipment turns out to be the final one?
It isn't, at least not according to the Irishman.
Why are you being so stubborn?
It is not a matter of stubbornness. This is what I do best, get a sense of my opponents and act accordingly. It is what made me a successful privateer.
He studied her face and groaned.
The last thing I need to worry about is you doing something foolish to rescue me.
She stared up at him with her beautiful eyes that were so big and round. I am not deliberately trying to put you or myself in danger.
You had better not. Was he thinking too hard about this? Imogen's assurance that she was not going to put herself in danger ought to have satisfied him. But it did not. Just get those butterfly clips for your hair, Imogen. Do this for me. Let them be my gift to you.
She looked up at him again, her expression sincerely pained. You are only asking me to do this because you think you are going to die.
Not at all. I am not going to die.
Then what is the point of those butterfly clips? Chapter 13.
You want me to have a butterfly as a remembrance of you,
Imogen insisted, getting overset.
You are worried that something will go wrong. Oh, Draco, surely there is something more we can do to— Absolutely not. Gad, do not give me that stubborn look again, and don't you dare start crying.
He took both of her hands in his.
All I want is to make a gift of butterfly jewellery to you. A brooch or clips or a simple necklace, nothing elaborate. That is all. Have I not wanted this all along? It has nothing to do with my upcoming meeting with the Irishman or the exchange at my caves.
She regarded him warily. He growled softly.
I would choose them myself, but people will talk and make too much of it. They won't think twice if you and Deandra select gifts for yourselves.
She shook her head. It is such a pointless thing to ask of me, but all right. Deandra and I will stop by the jeweller's before we head over to the tea shop this afternoon. He let out a breath.
Thank you.
What are your plans for the rest of the day, Draco? He shrugged.
Nothing firm. I'll wander around a bit and then meet you at Mrs. Halsey's tea shop.
After dropping off Imogen and Deandra at the army hospital, he and Parrot went off on their own.
In truth, he was feeling quite limited in the things he could do at the moment. There was work to be done on the various Woodley farms and estates, but he could not leave Moonstone Landing to attend to them. Nor could he ride to Portsmouth to inspect the repairs on the Athena. He could only trust his second-in-command, James Archer, to attend to the task. He had full faith in the man, but the Athena was his vessel, and no one could possibly know her better than he did himself. He knew it was probably too early to receive word back from his Bow Street runner in London about Lord and Lady Trewick, neither of whom had been crossed off his list of suspects in Driscoll's murder. But he decided to stop by the Kestrel Inn on the chance something had arrived today. He thought about Imogen's desire to help him out on this assignment. Berners, Brennan, the Dukes, and Constable Angel all stood ready to assist as well. He had given it considerable thought, and always came to the same conclusion. He had to work through this first leg of his assignment on his own. McTavish was as much on edge as he was, and the rebel agents would be scared as rabbits because they were so close to putting their plan into effect. Shall we check for mail at the Kestrel Inn and then go home, Parrot? It is hours yet before we are due at the tea shop.
The dog merely quirked his head in that odd parrot-like way, and then plunked himself down in the shade of a tree. Draco laughed.
All right, let's stay in town today. Why not spend a day in relaxation? He could watch fishing boats sail in and out of the harbour. Perhaps take a boat out himself. He hadn't been on the water in a while, and missed it. But there was little wind just now, and the harbour was quiet today. No navy frigates were moored, and there were no sloops or schooners of note, other than the ones operated by local men who offered daily excursions for the summer visitors to this quiet village. He had no desire to sit among a group of Londoners who would not take their eyes off him once they realised he was an earl. But he was getting restless again. McTavish would not sail in until tomorrow. Major Brennan already had his men watching the harbour, on the chance the Irishmen arrived early. Constable Angel had his men on alert for any suspicious strangers entering town. Draco himself had been stopping by the Kestrel Inn every day for a report on the latest guests to register. Thaddeus had taken to preparing a full account of all the comings and goings at the inn. Well, Draco still needed to check on today's mail. Some word had to come soon from the Home Office. William Angel, proprietor of the Three Lions, had been helpful in keeping an eye on all his patrons. He had a few rooms to let above his tavern, but mostly tradesmen stayed there, or men paying for a quick turn with a doxy. It was not something William encouraged, but men were men, and the young proprietor had a business to run. Draco was lost in his thoughts, feeling a moment's nostalgia for his days at sea, and absently watching Parrot frolic in the sand, when he felt a lady's hand slide into the crook of his arm. He turned with a frown, knowing this was not Imogen's touch. Bollocks. His gaze met that of the beautiful widow, Lady Dowling. "Lord Woodley," she said in a sultry voice, and cast him her idea of an alluring smile. "We have not seen much of you in the village lately." "I have been busy." "But you appear to be at leisure now." He had been around women long enough to understand that look in her eyes. A bit brazen, a bit seductive, and openly inviting. He did not respond. "A gentleman would invite a lady to dine with him at the Kestrel Inn. You are not otherwise engaged, are you?" No, he wasn't. And he was just about to head over to the inn to see about the mail. The lady would be highly insulted if he made up an excuse to avoid her, and then showed up there not 10 minutes later. He gave a curt nod. "Would you care to join me?" She smiled brightly. "Yes, how lovely of you to ask." He hadn't asked, so much as felt coerced. But what did it matter? Had he walked into the inn on his own, he would have been accosted by matchmaking mothers and their daughters. A bachelor earl was fair game and always in season to be hunted, until finally caught in the parson's mousetrap. Even then the invitations would keep coming, for a marriage commitment was no impediment to women such as Lady Dowling. Parrot had been frolicking on the beach, chasing birds and sniffing around rowboats on the sand. Draco whistled for him to follow them to the inn. The dog bounded forward with a happy grin and wagging tail until he realised the woman beside him was not Imogen. He turned his head like a parrot and stared at Draco, who arched an eyebrow and stared back. "Do not make anything of this, Parrot." The dog gave an indignant snort and trotted ahead. The best Draco could say of their midday meal was that it would soon be over. The dining room was packed, and everyone was staring at him, a consequence of his being the highest-ranking bachelor in the place. Lady Dowling was soaking up all the attention, her expression gloating and triumphant. Yes, it was all about appearances for her. Imogen would never consider using him in this way. Of course she was going to hear about his time with the beautiful widow, for Lady Dowling herself would make certain this innocent engagement reached Imogen's ears. Not that she needed to say anything, since everyone in this village gossiped, and word would spread like wildfire. Imogen had to know Lady Dowling meant nothing to him, but he would clear up any misunderstanding as soon as they had a chance to talk. Not that he owed her any explanations. However, she had his heart, and he did not wish to cause her any more pain than he already had because of his assignment. "I had a lovely time, Lord Woodley. Thank you for inviting me," Lady Dowling said, her voice loud enough to ensure everyone at the nearby tables heard. He said nothing, just led her out. "Were you on the high street to shop? Let me not delay you." "I was on my way to the dressmaker's." She batted her eyelashes and took firm hold of his arm. "Will you escort me there?" It was just across the street, and he was eager to be rid of her, for the woman was all over him. The faster he got her to the dressmaker's, the faster he could escape her clutches. "Of course." But they had no sooner stepped out of the inn when Draco spotted Deandra and Imogen walking toward the jeweller's shop, Harrow & Sons, which happened to be next door to the inn. They spotted him at the same moment. Parrot barked and immediately ran to greet Imogen. She knelt to pet him, but as she looked up she noticed Lady Dowling and how she was pawed all over him. Since Imogen hid nothing of her feelings, he saw the sting of hurt in her eyes. His heart tugged. She looked like a wounded bird. No, a wounded butterfly. His butterfly. "Lady Imogen, how was your morning at the hospital?" he asked, unwinding himself from Lady Dowling's grip, to kneel beside her as she petted Parrot. She refused to meet his gaze. "Fine." "The soldiers must have appreciated your time with them. Did you draw any portraits?" "Yes." "Ah." He should have just nodded to them and walked on. This was not going well at all. Imogen was staring at Parrot and would not look at him. Well, he would seek her out later and explain that he had not invited Lady Dowling to dine, nor had he made any amorous overtures to her. Again, he did not really owe anyone explanations, but he could not bear to see Imogen so disappointed and wanted to clear the air. "Were you about to stop in at the jeweller's?" "No, I have decided it isn't necessary." He frowned. "Imogen." She rose abruptly. "Good day, Lord Woodley. Deandra, I find I am suddenly quite thirsty. Let's go to the tea shop." Deandra grabbed her hand. "No, the jeweller's first." Imogen still looked pained. "I don't think so. We must." Deandra turned to Draco and cast him an insolent smile. "We intend to shop for outrageously expensive jewellery. You did insist we put all our purchases on your account, did you not? There's a lovely diamond necklace Imogen has been eyeing. I'm sure it is the most expensive item in the shop. I'll encourage her to buy, too." Draco shot his cousin a warning glance. "Lady Imogen knows I will take delight in anything she chooses." "You are so very kind to these children," Lady Dowling commented and tugged him along. "I'll be right back, Deandra. Both of you, wait here for me." He was about to whistle for Parrot to follow him, but his own dog had no intention of following him while he escorted that woman who was not Imogen. "You should not indulge those girls," Lady Dowling remarked as they crossed the street. "Really, what should I have done?" His tone ought to have warned her not to say another disparaging word, but Lady Dowling was of a mind to cause mischief and ignored him. Her cat claws now came out. "She isn't right for you." "Are you referring to Lady Imogen?" "Yes, who else could I be referring to? She is a priggish do-gooder who will pass moral judgment on you at every turn. Is this really the sort of wife you want?" He frowned. "You really enjoy this, don't you? Hurting others, especially those as sweet as her. That do-gooder is one of the finest women I have ever met. Any man would consider himself fortunate to have her as his wife. Now that you have put me onto the idea, perhaps I will do just that." He left Lady Dowling in front of the dressmaker's shop with her mouth agape.
and hurried back to Deandra and Imogen. However, only Parrot had remained waiting for him. "Bollocks," Draco muttered. "Parrot, where did they go?" The dog trotted off to Mrs. Halsey's tea shop. "Fine, wait for me there. I'll be along in a moment," he said, as though Parrot was even listening to him. He strode into the jeweller's shop. "Good afternoon, Miss Harrow." "Good afternoon, Lord Woodley." The shopkeeper cast him a pleasant smile. "Is there something I might help you with?" "Yes, I'm looking for something with a butterfly decoration, a pin or necklace or hair clips. Whatever you have. I'd like your prettiest." That put a smile on her face. "I have lovely hair clips that just came in. Here, let me show you." They were aquamarine butterflies and matched the splendid colour of Imogen's eyes. "These are perfect. I'll take them all." "All?" Miss Harrow's smile broadened and her eyes lit up. Well, at least someone was happy with him. "I assume this is a gift. I'll place it in a lovely box for you. Do you wish to include a note for the young lady?" "No note required." Having finished that chore, he tucked the prettily wrapped box in the inside pocket of his jacket and strode to the tea shop. He did not know whether to groan or laugh, for Imogen had 3 large strawberry tarts in front of her, and appeared determined to eat them all. Devouring 3 tarts of that size was too much for even him to accomplish without suffering for it later. He knew she loved strawberry tarts. He also knew she was in love with him. "Do you mean to eat them all in one sitting?" he muttered, drawing out the chair beside hers and settling in it. She was still refusing to look at him. "In fact, I do. You may take yourself off if you disapprove." He turned to his cousin, who was avidly listening in on their exchange. "Deandra, go check on Parrot." "Why, he is safely tucked away in Mrs. Halsey's garden, enjoying his own treats." He frowned at her. "Oh, all right. But it was quite low of you to be cavorting with that horrid widow when Imogen is—" "Go, Deandra." She sighed and scooted out of her chair. "All right." Now alone with Imogen, he tucked a finger under her chin and turned her to face him. "I did not invite that woman to dine with me. How could you think I would? Nor did I enjoy a moment of our meal. Not that I owe you an explanation, but I am going to give you one anyway." "Save your breath. You have already made it clear you have no intention of marrying me. It is none of my business what you do or with whom you do it. I am not an idiot. I saw the way she was all over you. What I don't understand is what you are playing at. Why insist I choose butterfly pins for my hair if you care nothing about me? Why bother with me at all?" "You ought to know by now the only reason that widow insinuated her way into dining with me was in order to hurt your feelings." She sighed. "I wish my feelings weren't so obvious." "Imogen," he said softly, "this is the sweetest thing about you. I love your honesty. Now, I shall tell you something that I vowed I would not, but I cannot bear for you to think." He raked a hand through his hair and then reached into his pocket and set the gift box on the table. "Bloody hell, I know I am going to regret this." "Regret what? You have been hemming and hawing and have said nothing yet." "Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't feel it. And that is all I am going to say about it. Just accept my gift and do not give me a hard time about it." She stared at him and laughed lightly. "Draco, what haven't you said? And what do you feel? Would you kindly be more specific? I have no idea what you are talking about." "Figure it out, Imogen. I've already said more than I should." She stared at the gift box and her expression turned tender. "Will I find a butterfly in that box?" "Several, and they match the colour of your eyes." "I shall treasure them," she said in a whisper, casting him a hesitant smile. "I wasn't jealous of Lady Dowling." "You weren't?" He glanced at the 3 strawberry tarts in front of her. She managed another small smile. "No." I wasn't going to eat myself sick with jealousy.
Then you'll share them with me, he teased. They look delicious.
She nodded. Draco, it wasn't about her, truly. In fact, I pity her. When Lady Dowling first came to this village, everyone welcomed her. She is beautiful, and at the time she was a young widow, no more than a couple of years older than Aunt Phoebe. We all wanted to help her establish roots here and make a new life for herself. But it wasn't long before we realized she has a streak of malice in her. She simply cannot bear to see others happy. Perhaps she never found love for herself and resents everyone who has done. She reached for the box and cupped it gently in her hands. What hurt me is that she had gotten it so wrong about you and me. She was all over you because she thought you were falling in love with me.
And you think she was wrong, Butterfly?
She stared at him again. Yes, Draco. I'm not sure what you feel for me, but I do not think it is love, affection, friendship. You cannot even say the word love, because this is not what you feel for me yet. Perhaps in time, but not now. So please do not give me hope if there is none. My heart knew you were the one for me the moment we met, which is ridiculous since we were still wearing our masks and could not see each other's faces. How can one know so quickly and be so certain? Yet it was this way for me.
He wanted to admit he felt the same, but was this not the very thing he needed to avoid? A betrothal would only complicate matters. He had felt lightning bolts shoot up his arms the moment he wrapped them around Imogen's waist to help her out of her uncle's carriage on the night of the masquerade ball. When her mask came off, his heart was lost. You know I am a cautious fellow.
Yes, it ought to be so when it comes to something as important as marriage, she agreed. And that is wise of you. I am not chiding you for it. However, you are not cautious by nature. He arched an eyebrow.
I'm not.
No, you are far more adventurous than I would ever be when it comes to everything else in your life. He leaned toward her, resting his arm upon his thigh.
I intend to leave my days of adventure behind me once this assignment is over. I have other responsibilities now that I must address, and this requires me to remain in England.
Draco, do you think you are ready to settle down to a staid life? He chuckled.
Depends on how staid. I am not going to spend my days with my nose buried in a book as my uncle has done. But there's a compromise to be had between sailing around the world to engage in combat on the high seas and sitting in a library for hours on end.
Yes, that is true. She tucked the pretty box in her reticule. Thank you for thinking of me. He nodded.
Are we all right, Imogen?
Yes. She pushed her chair back and rose. I'll let Deandra know to come back now. Oh, goodness. Why is Parrot suddenly barking so furiously? I wonder what is going on.
Blast.
His dog never barked like that unless there was trouble. Draco leaped to his feet.
Stay here. Let me go to him. I'm the one who... Bloody hell!
He noticed a glint of metal against the window and instinctively threw his body over Imogen, knocking her down just as a shot rang out. It smashed the tea-shop window, sending a spray of glass toward them. Ladies screamed. Everyone panicked.
Draco felt something hot tear through his arm as he shielded Imogen from the flying glass and knew he'd been struck by that shot. He ignored the fiery jolt of pain, shook the shards off, and then lifted himself off Imogen, intent on chasing down the culprit. Stay down, Imogen. I'm not certain it's safe yet.
But a quick inspection of the street revealed it to be empty, save for a rider on an impressive horse fleeing north on the high street. Draco immediately thought of Healy and Burke, or perhaps one of Driscoll's friends, for no commoner could afford so fine a horse. Constable Angel raced in.
Lord Woodley, You're hurt." "No, I'm fine. Go after him. He rode north."
Draco gave a quick description of the stallion, a chestnut Frisian, if his eyes did not deceive him. But he had made out nothing of the rider, who was cloaked in black and wore a hat tugged low over his forehead.
"Pirate will lead the way. Take him with you,"
he said, helping a shaken Imogen to her feet. "I'm all right," she insisted. "Do what you must." He was about to ask someone to fetch Parrot when the little beast tore into the tea shop.
"Parrot, sit."
The dog obeyed, though obviously unhappy with the command, but Draco could not allow him any closer or risk cutting his paws on the shards of glass strewn all around them. He left Imogen's side a moment to lead Parrot around the back onto the high street.
"Go with Constable Angel,"
he whispered in the dog's ear.
"Catch the man who shot me."
Parrot whimpered and licked his hand, which had a thin trail of blood now seeping down it.
"I'll be all right. Good boy."
Draco gave him a scratch behind his ears. By this time the constable had returned on horseback along with several of his men.
"Take care of yourself, my lord. Get that wound treated right away. We'll do our best to find that villain."
Draco watched them ride off, Parrot in the lead.
He would do a bit of investigating himself as soon as Dr. Hewitt sewed him up. If his assailant had ever stayed at the Kestrel Inn, the curious stable groom, Matchett, would recognize the fine bit of horseflesh left in his care and hopefully be able to identify the owner.
He returned to Imogen, worried he might have inadvertently hurt her when pushing her down and covering her with his body. He was a big man. Had he crushed her?
"Imogen, are you certain you are all right?"
"Yes." But she was breathing heavily and holding her hand protectively. "Don't worry about me. Why did you not ride out with Constable Angel? Deandra and I will see our own way home."
"Not on your life. I am not leaving you alone for a moment. That shot might have been meant for you."
"That is absurd. Who would want to harm me? He must have been aiming for you, Draco. Why are you letting him get away?"
"The constable and his men are on his trail. Parrot's with them. He'll find whoever did this fiendish deed."
He made the general announcement so that everyone in the tea shop would hear and hopefully be calmed. Several ladies were still crying. Fortunately, the flying glass had missed all of them except for Imogen, who would have gotten the worst of it had he not sheltered her with his body. The incident was upsetting for everyone.
All his fault. He'd brought these villains to this idyllic place. That it was under orders of the Crown did not make him feel any better about it.
Imogen frowned. "You sent Parrot off with the constables and did not go with them? This isn't like you, Draco. Why are you weaving as though you're— Oh, my heavens! He shot you! Why did you tell Constable Angel you were fine? Stubborn man! Mrs. Halsey, summon the doctor." Draco countermanded the order.
"There's nothing the doctor can do in a tea shop. I'll walk to the army hospital."
"Walk? Are you mad?" Imogen stopped him before he took a step. "Sit down, you stubborn man. You won't make it down the high street before falling flat on your face. Mr. Halsey, bring your wagon around."
"At once, Lady Imogen."
Deandra began to cry as she looked on helplessly. "You were shot? Why did you not tell us?"
"I'll be all right, Deandra."
Draco gave silent thanks he had sent her away from their table in order to allow him time to speak privately with Imogen. If not for that, she might have been hurt too. Imogen, to his surprise, remained composed and diligently attended to him, though there was not much she could do beyond removing his jacket and trying to staunch the flow of blood. She held a handkerchief pressed to his wound, and was trying to instruct Deandra to tie her own handkerchief tightly over hers, but his cousin was crying harder now and not listening. "Never mind about her, Imogen," he said. "Just take my handkerchief and tie it as best as you can. Let Mrs. Halsey's daughter calm Deandra." "All right." Imogen began to nibble her lip. I think the shot went clean through the fleshy part of your arm, Draco. That is good news, but it did leave a nasty gash. Does it hurt terribly?
No, butterfly.
He lied.
It just went through soft flesh.
Nothing soft about you, Draco. You are a wall of hard muscle, she muttered. He grinned.
Like what you see.
She frowned at him. All I see is blood, and poor Deandra still in uncontrollable tears.
Sorry. Guess I should not be making jests, considering what just happened. I'll hold the handkerchief in place. See to my cousin.
Deandra had worked herself into a state bordering on hysteria. But if anyone could calm the girl, it would be Imogen. He listened as she tried everything she could to assure Deandra of his recovery. Draco will be fine, she said. I have seen these types of injuries in the hospital wards. It is not life-threatening. The soldiers all heal, and there is no reason Draco will be any different. Truly, Deandra. Many have suffered much worse injuries and fully recovered. Are you sure? Deandra sniffled. Yes, I have volunteered there ever since the hospital opened. I know what I am talking about. Do you see me crying? No, his cousin weakly admitted. But you are stronger than me, and he isn't your own blood family, Imogen. It isn't the same. She resumed her wailing, but it sounded forced, like she were a child who'd forgotten the reason why she started crying in the first place.
Draco hoped his cousin would settle down soon. There was already enough mayhem swirling around them, and he did not need her adding to the chaos.
Imogen whispered something in Deandra's ear. Suddenly, his cousin snapped out of a crying bout. Oh, yes, Imogen, that is an excellent idea. She was still taking deep breaths and sniffling, but her sobs were nothing as dramatic as before. I am much better now. Yes, it is more important that you help Draco. Imogen left her in the care of Mrs. Halsey's daughter and returned to him. He arched an eyebrow.
That worked like magic. What did you say to her?
Imogen winced. I told her I would remain by your bedside and personally nurse you back to health.
Ah, my own little helper.
He caused her a seductive smile. She nodded. And then I pointed out the obvious.
What is that?
How are you to fall in love with me if I am busy tending to her instead? He chuckled.
No wonder she's happy.
Deandra must have seen his smile and heard his laugh. Isn't Imogen an angel? She is just what you need, Draco. Haven't I always said so? See how well she takes care of you. Draco withheld a sigh.
Yes, she's a marvel.
Imogen blushed. Thank you for shielding me, by the way.
Always,
he said with raw feeling,
wishing he was free to tell her just how remarkable she was and how deeply he cared for her.
Imogen cleared her throat and then turned away and began issuing orders. She instructed 2 men who had been seated with their wives and having tea to help her get him into Mr. Halsey's wagon, which had now drawn up in front of the tea shop.
Draco had noticed these men hovering close and staring at him. Perhaps they were merely hoping to be helpful, but their gazes were intense, and they were exchanging looks with each other as though silently communicating. What the hell was that about?
Imogen directed them to pick him up. Be careful, don't hurt him.
Draco did not want these strangers putting their hands on him. His scowl was fierce enough to have them back away. See to the ladies. I can climb into a bloody wagon by myself. I don't need nursemaids.
The men stared at each other, then scurried away. Imogen planted her hands on her hips and huffed in frustration. Will you listen to yourself? Are you going to scowl at me when I try to nurse you? I did promise Deandra I would stay by your side.
I would be delighted to have your hands on me, tucking me in or feeling my heated brow. I just don't want anyone else's hands on me.
He awkwardly climbed into the wagon on his own and heaved himself onto the aged wooden bench. "Oh, elegantly done," Imogen said. "But done on my own." He had no doubt he'd aggravated his injury, but was never going to admit it to her. "See? I did not require anyone's help after all." Imogen rolled her eyes. "I am going to hit you over the head with one of Mrs. Hawes's baking spoons if you utter another ridiculous word. Stubborn man." She tisked at him, then turned to assist Deandra, who must have decided she still had tears to shed and was going to shed them all the way to the hospital. "Blast it, Deandra," Draco said. "I am not dying, but I might if you do not stop howling in my ear." Wrong thing to say to the already overset girl. She cried harder. "You mustn't die. What will Papa and I do without you?" "I am not going anywhere. Calm down, Deandra. Get in the wagon already, or I will bleed to death right here." He wasn't sure which was worse, the injury or having to endure Deandra's histrionics. Imogen helped Deandra in and then settled by his side. "Muttonhead," she mumbled. "She's already scared out of her wits, and you had to mention death." Well, he'd said it. It was too late to take it back. Imogen, thinking to calm Deandra, made the mistake of trying to explain what the doctor was going to do to treat his wound. That might have worked to soothe someone who was thinking clearly, which Deandra was not. "It is just a flesh wound, Deandra, but Dr. Hewitt will make certain there are no metal fragments lodged." "Metal fragments?" Deandra resumed her wailing. "Oh, Draco, you cannot die. Papa will be a disaster if he becomes Al. I'll be left destitute." "You will never be left destitute, Deandra. I've already seen to your provision, nor am I going to die. I give you my word of honour." "But the hot metal and all that blood." Her face turned ashen and she began to swoon. Imogen caught hold of her to keep her from falling out of the wagon. He was of no help since his arm was still bleeding, and he needed to keep pressure on the wound. Imogen cast him an exasperated glance before returning her attention to his cousin. "Deandra, he will require stitches, but that is all." "Why is there so much blood, then? So much blood? It terrifies me." "I know," Imogen responded with sympathy. "But your stubborn cousin is to blame for that. He strained himself while climbing into the wagon on his own instead of accepting help. I expect he is feeling a bit dizzy now." "Are you feeling dizzy, Draco?" She tried to look sternly at him, but merely looked adorable. "I am fine," he replied. "In the pink." He knew he was behaving like an oaf, but frustration did that to a man. Deandra's behaviour was irritating, but she was young and had never seen anyone hurt before. Also, she looked upon him as a saviour for her and her father, who was a scholar but truly incompetent at handling any financial matters. What frustrated him were these mysteries that seemed to be piling up and remaining unsolved. Was it not enough that Driscoll had been killed on his property? Why was someone now trying to shoot him? Or had Imogen been their intended target? He wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her thoroughly, but she already had his blood on her gown, and this was not an appropriate time to be feeling amorous. In his own defence, having to endure the fires that swept through him every time she ran her soft hands over his body was punishment enough. Although he should not be thinking such wayward thoughts, the feel of her body beneath him as he'd shielded her from the falling glass still had him hot and lusting, that sweet body of hers so soft and yielding, and him atop it. He emitted a breath of relief when they reached the hospital. Had he any doubts about his feelings for this girl, which in truth he did not, he'd be left with none now. She was his. He wanted to share a lifetime with her. "Are you going to be a stubborn clot and refuse assistance again?" she muttered as the wagon drew to a halt and people started rushing toward them.
He hated having everyone fuss over him. So yes, he was probably going to behave like a stubborn clot. However, he kept the thought to himself and merely ignored the question.
Imogen hopped off and began issuing instructions to one of the young men who had rushed forward to assist them. "Elmer, thank goodness. Find Dr. Hewitt right away. We need to help Lord Woodley into the private ward. He's been shot. Be careful when you remove his clothes. There may be glass shards still in them."
Elmer was nodding, but his eyes suddenly widened. "Lady Imogen, your hand is also bleeding."
Draco growled.
"Why did you not tell me?"
He cursed himself for being so caught up in his own injury that he did not look closer at Imogen. She had assured him that she was fine. Obviously, she wasn't. She glanced down. "It is nothing. A tiny shard easily plucked out with tweezers. Your injury is far more serious."
"Have the doctor see to Imogen first,"
Draco insisted. She gasped. "Absolutely not. You were the one who was shot. Elmer, ignore him. He must be attended to first."
Elmer, now obviously bemused, shook his head and hurried off.
Draco was ignoring everyone and trying to descend from the wagon on his own when Elmer returned with another young lad.
"Back off,"
Draco said with a growl. Elmer motioned to the others to stay back.
"I'll see to Lord Woodley. I can walk,"
Draco barked, knowing he was being unreasonable when these boys were merely trying to help him.
Perhaps he had been too much on his own all these years and gotten used to taking care of himself. Everyone was making too much of a fuss over a mere flesh wound. It was nothing compared to other wounds he'd received in the heat of battle, and he had survived those under much rougher conditions.
"Put him in a pushchair," Imogen ordered Elmer. "The man is ridiculous. He's lost too much blood. His eyes are glazed, and I am certain they are out of focus."
"My eyesight is perfect,"
he grumbled. She shoved him lightly so that he fell back in the chair and then asked him how many fingers she was holding up.
"How would I know? Stop moving them in front of my face."
"I am not moving them. You are the one who cannot see straight because your eyes are swimming around. Why will you not admit you are dizzy?"
"I am not dizzy. I am an earl."
"I would not boast about it when you're behaving like a stubborn idiot." He laughed.
"Imogen, stop kicking my arse. I'll be fine once the doctor cleans out the wound and puts in the stitches."
The handkerchief she had been pressing to his arm had fallen to the floor, and he saw that it was soaked with blood. His shirt sleeve was also soaked, the elegant white lawn fabric, now covered in crimson all the way down to the cuff.
No wonder Deandra burst into tears again. And no wonder his head was spinning. What a turn of bad luck. Not only was he worthless in his condition and unable to chase the villain who had fired that shot, but he needed to be in shape for tomorrow's meeting with McTavish. Well, one problem at a time. Pirate, Constable Angel, and his men were already on the trail of this assailant. They would eventually find out the villain's identity, even if the constables never caught up to him, for a man with such a fine horse would be noticed, and someone would be able to put a name to its owner. There could not be more than a handful of chestnut Frisians in all of England. First problem solved. Well, soon to be solved.
Draco was deposited in a surprisingly well-appointed private room that held only 2 beds, both of them neatly made up and unoccupied. The lad called Elmer assured him Dr. Hewitt was on his way to tend to his flesh wound.
That solved the second problem. The third problem was his meeting with McTavish. However, Draco did not think it would become an issue, since they were merely going to sit at a corner table in the tavern to discuss terms. How difficult could sharing a drink with a fellow privateer be? Still, Draco was frustrated. He could not put Pirate back to the task of protecting Imogen, because the animal was off tracking the assailant. nor could he properly look after Imogen while in his condition. Most troubling was that all had seemed quiet in the village until the very moment of the shooting. Obviously someone had been lurking and no one had noticed. Who had fired the shot? Why had he fired it? And who was he aiming for? Him or Imogen? Chapter 14. "See to her first, Dr. Hewitt," Draco said, refusing to allow the doctor to tend him before treating Imogen's injured hand. Imogen was not pleased by this at all. Draco did not care. He was not going to allow her to suffer a moment longer than necessary. This was his fault. His assignment and Driscoll's murder on his property were to blame. Yes, all his fault for being in Imogen's company when he should not have been with her today. He'd thought it was safe since the drow-eater was not in port yet, and no one had set eyes on McTavish. Nor did it matter that the constable's men and Major Brennan's soldiers had been on alert and looking for Healy, Burke, Driscoll's companions, or any strangers all week long. Obviously, these precautions had not been enough. Imogen reluctantly held out her hand and was about to take a deep breath to renew her protests when the doctor pulled out 2 tiny shards, then dabbed a salve on the 2 spots. "There, that ought to do it." "You're done?" she asked incredulously, having gotten out not a single complaint. Dr. Hewitt smiled. "Yes, all done. Elmer, wrap a bandage around Lady Imogen's hand. Her wrist appears to be mildly sprained, so wrap it over her wrist as well. Lady Imogen, I'm sure it will be better in a day or 2. "Then do I really need a bandage?" The doctor nodded. "Just a precaution. Come by here tomorrow or the day after and I'll remove it. If the hand is still red in those spots, then I'll apply more salve." "All right." Imogen glanced at Draco, who was seated on a stool beside one of the 2 beds in this private room, his shirt a bloody mess. "Now you must tend to him, Doctor. He's still bleeding. I'll be right outside the door with Deandra." Draco watched as Elmer walked her out. "Wait right here, Lady Imogen," he heard the lad say, since the door was open and he could hear all that was going on in the hall. "I'll fetch a chair for each of you. Treating Lord Woodley's injury will take a little while. The doctor has to clean out his wound, make certain nothing is lodged inside, then stitch him up. That gash is going to require at least 12 stitches, if not more." Deandra, who had been standing by the doorway, staring at him and quietly weeping, now began to swoon. Imogen cried out, "Oh dear, Elmer, help me get her back into the room. I noticed a 2nd bed in there. May we use it? Oh goodness, she's going to faint." Draco was about to leap to his feet to assist, but the doctor sternly held him down. "Elmer and Lady Imogen have this in hand. I do not need you fainting too." Draco was not pleased, but obeyed, since the lad and Imogen did have matters very much under control without his interference. The 2 of them set Deandra on the empty bed. "Lie still," Imogen said, gently brushing Deandra's hair off her cheek. She then turned to Elmer and whispered, "I'll fetch some apple cider. Keep an eye on her to make sure she does not try to climb out of bed." "I'll fetch it," Elmer volunteered. Imogen shook her head. "No, Dr. Hewitt needs you to assist him with Lord Woodley." Deandra's eyes fluttered open. "What happened?" "You fainted," Imogen said. "I did?" "Yes, but it is understandable. You've gotten yourself too worked up." Imogen left her side a moment to grab a fresh cloth from the long table beside the window, dip it in the ewer of water beside the pile of cloths, and then twist the excess water out. She placed the cloth over Deandra's brow. "Just rest comfortably until I return. I won't be long." "Where are you going?" Deandra grabbed Imogen's wrist, the one that had been injured and was now bound. Draco expected Imogen to cry out, but she remained stoic.
Just running to the kitchen for refreshments that you and Draco will both need. I'll be right back." Deandra nodded weakly. "All right." Imogen hurried off.
Draco felt so proud of her. Out of all of them, she had remained the calmest and was most efficient. He had noticed her rubbing her wrist lightly when Deandra finally released it. Grabbing her like that must have hurt, but she did not make a single complaint. From the moment that shot was fired and he was struck, Imogen had shown incredible resolve and patience in dealing with him and Deandra. "Ready, my lord?"
The doctor's question brought him back to attention.
"Yes, do what you must."
The doctor nodded.
"Elmer, help him remove his shirt." "No need for delicacy,"
Draco said as the young lad proceeded slowly.
"The shirt is ruined. Just help me rip it off. But I'll need to borrow a clean one if the hospital has any to spare. Elmer will find one for you after I'm done stitching you up,"
Dr. Hewitt assured him, and then proceeded to work with quiet efficiency. Elmer also appeared to be experienced, for the doctor and the lad merely exchanged nods at every step while they worked on him, each one knowing exactly what needed to be done. Imogen returned while the doctor was applying the last of his stitches. The tray she carried held a pitcher of cider and 3 glasses. She set it down on a small table beside Deandra's bed, sighed softly, and then sat down beside Deandra's prone form. "Shall I pour you a drink?" Draco's cousin, who had been lying quietly with the damp cloth over her eyes, uttered a barely audible "yes," and sat up. Draco watched Imogen pour a glass for each of them, then saw no more as Elmer drew a curtain between the 2 beds.
"You are shirtless, my lord. It isn't appropriate for the ladies to see you this way."
He nodded.
Imogen had already seen him without a shirt, but it was not something to be announced to others unless he meant to ruin her reputation. Of course he would marry her and put an end to any scandal. But this was not what Imogen wanted or deserved. She deserved to be courted with roses and waltzes and strawberry tarts. She deserved to be kissed in a moonlit garden and told he loved her. She deserved moonstones glowing. He would give her all of it as soon as his assignment was completed. The doctor did not take long to finish sewing him up. The wound hurt like blazes, but it could have been worse. The ball had torn clear through his arm and not lodged in the bone or between ligaments. "There, all done." Dr. Hewitt also applied a salve atop the stitches. "Elmer, bandage him up, then find him a shirt. My lord, in the meanwhile, lie back and rest. You'll need some laudanum for the pain. I'll give you a dose in a few minutes and provide a vial of it for you to take home with you. Take some tonight before retiring to bed." "No, it will knock me out." The doctor shrugged. "As you wish, but you'll feel much better in the morning if you use a little of it tonight." Elmer did not take long to bandage his arm. Then he hurried off to find Draco a shirt to wear. Once the lad and doctor were gone, Draco drew aside the curtain and silently made his way toward Imogen. He wanted to make certain she and Deandra were all right, and was especially worried about Imogen, who had been a pillar of strength throughout. Deandra was lying down again, her eyes closed and the damp cloth on her forehead. Her bout of tears seemed to have drained her, and she must have drifted off to sleep. Perhaps she had been given some laudanum for her nerves, for she lay quietly and did not make a sound. Imogen was seated beside her, lost in thought. Her head was bowed, and her hands were shaking as she held a glass of cider that was still full. He watched her take a sip, raising a shaky hand to her lips. Draco's heart tugged, for his little butterfly looked so forlorn. The incident had scared her. Knowing how deeply she felt things, he realized she was only now allowing her feelings to come out. He made not a sound as he reached her side. When she looked up,
He gave her cheek a light caress. But one look at his bandaged arm brought tears to her eyes. Wordlessly, he set aside her glass and took her in his arms, swallowing her up in his embrace. He held her for a very long while, his arms protectively circled around her slender body. He held her as though she meant the world to him. She did mean everything to him. He hoped she understood without the need for words. He stroked her hair and ran his knuckles gently along the line of her jaw. "Butterfly," he whispered. She gave a silent sob and melted against him. There was so much he wanted to say to her, but he dared not speak and ruin the moment. Instead, he kissed her soft lips. The kiss was deep and filled with longing, for his heart was hers, and nothing on heaven or earth would ever change that. She gave back with equal fervour, her response a sweet surrender. She leaned into him and drew him closer, pressing her mouth to his with similar passion and yearning. But it was over all too soon. He drew away upon hearing Elmer's voice in the hallway. After giving Imogen a final brief kiss on the nose, he returned to his bed and slid the curtain between them closed again. Only then did he speak to her. "I'll escort you and Deandra back to Westgate Hall as soon as I am decent." "All right," she said, her voice achingly soft. "What will you do afterward? The doctor told you to rest." "I will." "Promise me, Draco. I will never forgive you if you ride off after Parrot and the constables. They will catch the culprit without your assistance." He chuckled. "I am not going to ride off after Parrot, but I must do a little investigating of my own. Someone in the village must have seen something." "Attend to it tomorrow. You are in no condition to be running around today." "I'm not going to run around, just walk along the high street and ask the shopkeepers if they saw anything." "If you are up and walking about, then you are not resting as the doctor ordered," she sighed. "Tell me what to do, and I'll help you." "Not a chance. I'm taking you straight back to Westgate Hall, where you are to stay until I tell you otherwise, and don't call me an ogre. You know I am only trying to keep you safe. Was today's incident not frightening enough for you? I'll share with you whatever I find out." "All right," she replied after a long moment, no doubt because she did not want to argue with him while he was injured. "Do you have any idea who did this?" "Not a clue." After seeing them safely to the Burness residence, he planned to return to Moonstone Landing and question the Kestrel Inn stablemaster Matchett. The assailant's horse was of the finest bloodstock. No ordinary knave could ever afford such a beast. No one knew those beasts better than Matchett. The man talked too much, but few could dispute his impressive knowledge of horseflesh. If that horse had ever been stabled here, Matchett would remember it, and hopefully be able to identify its owner. Imogen must have had a similar thought. "We ought to question Mr. Matchett. We can do so when we pick up your rig." Draco laughed. "Yes, Imogen. He's the first one I will question once I see you safely home." "Would it not be more efficient if we asked him now?" "Yes. But Deandra needs to be put to bed as soon as possible. She's in no fit state for us to be stopping anywhere." "I suppose," she muttered. "Do you think the horse belonged to one of Lord Driscoll's friends?" "Possibly. Imogen, let's talk about it later, all right? Deandra is going to cry again." "Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I did not think." Deandra was not stirring, no doubt because she had been given something to calm her. To Draco's eye she looked exhausted, a bit disoriented and sorely in need of a good night's rest. She was unaware of rebel plots and crown assignments, and Draco wanted to keep it that way. Seeing him with a mere flesh wound that required nothing more than a few stitches had undone his young cousin.
She was in no fit state to be told anything or listen in on anything, not now or ever. Elmer hurried in with shirt in hand. Major Brennan strode in shortly after the boy. He went immediately to Imogen's side to make certain she was all right. "I'm fine, Fionn, truly. So is Deandra, but she worked herself into a state, so Dr. Hewitt administered a dose of laudanum. Lord Woodley required 12 stitches. He's the one who was hurt, and ought to be taking the laudanum, but he has refused."
"Yes, Dr. Hewitt told me,"
the Major said, shaking his head at Draco. Imogen rose from Deandra's bedside. "I'll wake Deandra and take her for a walk in the garden while you speak to Lord Woodley. Let him tell you exactly what happened. The doctor ordered him to rest, but he wants to investigate. I think it is something best left to you while he recuperates. Don't you agree?"
Draco growled. He did not want her interfering. "Don't wake Deandra yet," he said. "Major Brennan, you and I ought to take that walk in the garden." "As you wish. Are you sure you are?" "I am fine," Draco insisted.
"He always says that," Imogen muttered. Draco left the ladies in the private room with the able Elmer to look after them, while he strolled in the hospital's garden with Brennan. He quickly told him about the incident in the tea-room.
"I would beg that favour, and ask you to take the ladies home," he said. "But I fear my cousin will not calm down unless I attend to the task myself." Imogen was remarkably helpful, he admitted, but Deandra completely fell to pieces.
The Major nodded.
"She is young, and no doubt has led a sheltered existence. Your uncle is a very mild-mannered man. Gentlest man I've ever met, and completely absent-minded," Draco replied with a wry smile. "Completely useless in such situations, too."
The Major paused to look out over the harbour.
"Well, we cannot all be heroes. Imogen surprised you, didn't she?" "Yes."
Draco joined him in staring out over the glistening waters.
"She is all heart, that girl. We often forget how truly smart she is, because the side of her she usually shows us has everything to do with feelings and little to do with practicality. She is a bundle of compassion and kindly spirit. But she is also talented, sharp as the crack of a whip, and soaks up knowledge like a sponge. I would add brave, loyal, and sensible under duress to that list of her virtues," Draco said. "I knew it already, but to see her today... And she is so humble about herself. I behaved like an arse. She handled me rather well." "Are you going to continue to behave like an arse and refuse everyone's help? I could talk to Matchett for you." "No, I want to do it myself. I suffered a flesh wound, that's all. One would think I was at death's door the way everyone is fussing over me. All I intend to do is ask questions. And then I must talk to Thaddeus Angel to look at his guest registry, as well as see if any mail came for me today. Yes, I suppose you must be eager for word from the Home Office, especially since you are to meet with that gun runner tomorrow. Just say the word, and my men will swoop in and take him and his crew into custody. You and Burness will be the first to know if my instructions change. Truly, I will not hesitate to call upon you if I feel the need."
They soon parted ways. Draco had driven Imogen and Deandra into town in a rig that was now waiting for them in front of the hospital. One of Brennan's soldiers was in the driver's seat.
"I've got this, my lord. You just sit back and enjoy the company of those pretty ladies." Lord, he hated being patronised. But he was not going to win this round, and he did not particularly mind having another able-bodied man with him on the ride back to the Burness residence. He did not expect trouble, but neither had he expected to be attacked in a tea shop.
Imogen climbed in, sitting opposite him with her hands primly folded on her lap. Deandra was beside him, clutching him and refusing to let go.
He indulged his cousin, since he did not know what else to do to keep her calm. Imogen smiled in approval.
He tossed back a sloppy grin, wishing it was her that he was holding. But she seemed content and rather relieved they were out of the hospital now. He did not mind sitting opposite her and staring at her lovely face. There was just something about this girl. She really did look like a butterfly with those big eyes and lovely mass of hair that framed her heart-shaped face. Her neck was swan-like, long and slender. He would enjoy planting kisses along its smooth arch and kissing the tempting hollow of her throat. Her shoulders were small, which probably accentuated the size of her nicely rounded bosom. He looked his fill since he had nothing else to do as the rig jounced its way up the high street and out of town. He had not thought to ask about the extent of her uncle's authority over her, but he would make a point of finding out when he spoke to Berness. Did he have the authority to consent to Imogen's marriage? Or would Draco have to write to her father in order to seek permission? Bollocks. That would delay matters possibly for another month, if not longer if they insisted on a London wedding.
Imogen nudged his foot to regain his attention. Draco, you were smiling, but now you are frowning. Is something wrong?
No, Butterfly. Just thinking of certain matters that require my attention. Important Woodley matters. One in particular that I must address as soon as... He could not mention his crown assignment with Deandra listening in. Just an important item on my list of things to do, now that I am Earl. Did Imogen not count as such? Acquiring a wife was rather an important Woodley concern.
The ride to Westgate Hall was surprisingly pleasant and quiet, without Deandra's howling to shatter his eardrums.
Melrose hurried toward them as soon as the conveyance approached. Since Major Brennan had insisted on assigning one of his soldiers to drive them here, Draco would take advantage of the man's services on the ride back. Knowing he was not taking the reins would quiet Imogen's protests, because he knew by her look that she was going to mother him. Not that he minded. His arm did ache like blazes. He was slightly nauseated too. His stitches were fresh, and he would hear no end of chiding if the slightest trace of blood seeped through his bandage and onto his borrowed shirt. "My lord, news of what happened just reached us," Melrose said with sincere concern. "Lord and Lady Berness are at St. Austell Grange at the moment, but I've sent a man to inform them of the shooting on the chance they have not heard."
Draco gave an arch laugh.
"I'm sure the town criers have spread the news far and wide." Melrose cleared his throat. "Yes, it is likely. His lordship and her ladyship should be back soon."
"But as you can see," Imogen said, hopping eagerly out of the rig, "we are all well."
Melrose obviously did not agree, for his eyes rounded, and he cried out in alarm, "Dear heaven! Lady Imogen, your gown!"
She glanced down, noting the bloodstains that looked quite awful. "Oh, that. Dear me, it isn't any of my blood, I assure you. Lord Woodley is the one who got shot. But, as you can see, he is on the mend. My gown is ruined, however. I don't think these stains will come out. Perhaps we can boil the gown and then dye the fabric."
Melrose regarded Deandra, who was next to step down. Her gown was lightly stained, only a few red drops on the fabric, since Imogen had been the one holding him and tending him, while Deandra had been mostly crying beside him and doing nothing to help. Imogen put an arm around Deandra as soon as she stepped down. "She's still a little overset and wobbly on her feet, Melrose. I'm putting her straight to bed. Have Betty bring up some warm milk and biscuits for her in our bedchamber." "Very good, Lady Imogen. And for you and Lord Woodley." Imogen ordered lemonade and cakes to be served on the terrace, and then told the young soldier who drove them to go to the kitchen, where the Berness cook would serve the same for him. "Thank you, Lady Imogen," the soldier said, and hopped out of the driver's seat. "Imogen, do not pamper him. I cannot stay long," Draco muttered, hopping down last. "I won't hold you up, but surely you can spare a few minutes for me.
Wait for me on the terrace. I'll be right back."
All right.
Draco settled in one of those long chairs he found so comfortable, while Imogen bustled his cousin upstairs, quickly washed up and changed out of her own bloodied gown, and then returned wearing a mint-green confection that had him aching to taste her, because she looked simply delicious, like a refreshing sprig of amuse-bouche on a plate. Before he had the chance to rise, she sank into the chair beside his and released a lengthy sigh. "I hope I did not keep you waiting too long. Deandra will be fine. Our maid Betty is taking good care of her." He nodded.
"Thank you, Imogen. You've been wonderful to us both."
She cast him a sweet smile and blushed. "I expect Deandra will fall asleep now, because this incident has completely drained her." He sat up and leaned close to her.
"And you, Imogen? How are you feeling?"
"Shaken," she admitted. "Quite a bit spent, but I will calm down now that your wound has been treated and you appear fit."
"I am fine. You mustn't worry about me."
"Draco, you always say this, but you are not fine. You were shot."
"Flesh wound, Butterfly. Your gown suffered worse. I'll pay for a new one."
She laughed softly. "Why? Because it was your blood on it? You are not to worry about that." He started to protest, but she laughed and cut him off. "You are turning into a protective ape again. You must stop insisting on paying for everything for me."
"All right. But he was going to do exactly that. He would talk to Berness about it later."
"Draco, who do you think tried to shoot you?" He arched an eyebrow.
"I don't know. The assailant could have been aiming for anybody in that shop."
"But he hit you," she pointed out, "and I hardly think some dastardly villain was coming after the ladies in the tea shop." He closed his eyes and allowed the sun to warm his face.
"I suppose not, but I had my body over you at the time. That shot was going to hit you if I had not pushed you down. I truly have no idea who would have done this to either of us. I suppose the likely culprits are Healy or Burke."
"So, you would rule out Driscoll's friends?" He opened his eyes and studied her as she sat close beside him, a light breeze blowing off the water and gently stirring her curls.
Truly, he could not wait for the day to unpin that silky mass and slide his fingers through her beautiful tresses. "Yes, Imogen, they are ruled out. Those toadies came here in carriages. None of them rode here on horseback, nor could they afford a horse so fine as that chestnut Frisian when their families have cut off their allowances, and they are all left scrounging from month to month to support their profligate existence. It is possible one of them borrowed the mount to ride back here, but to what purpose? And who would ever trust any of them with a horse as fine as that one?"
She stared up at him with her big eyes that never failed to ensorcel him. "Perhaps they sought revenge for your having them locked up overnight in the Fort Arundel barracks."
"All that effort for an uncomfortable night?"
Draco shook his head.
"No. They are stupid men, but not that stupid. Their friend had just been killed, and they were seen fleeing. They are fortunate we did not clap them in irons and hold them here as suspects. No, it wasn't them. They are creatures of comfort, or should I say creatures of indulgence. To ride back here just for the pleasure of shooting me, and risk getting locked up again, not those wastrels."
"But Healy and Burke, why would they do such a foolish thing?"
"I don't know, but my wager is on them. No one else makes sense."
"Nor do they make sense," Imogen insisted. "What motive would they have?"
"I don't know,"
he said again.
"They don't know I am aware of their activities, or that I suspect them in the murder of Driscoll. Perhaps they did mean to shoot me, but their aim was quite far off, and they would have shot you instead."
"I wonder if you were their target." She frowned. "Why would I be? I've done nothing to gain their notice."
"Haven't you? Perhaps they overheard you as you questioned Thaddeus, or saw you looking about.
I was as discreet as you were, she said with a guilty blush.
Imogen, you are a little spy and everyone knows it. But assume their actions were aimed at scaring me. They might have decided to target you, knowing I would not be deterred if they only came after me. But to harm an innocent, one that I care about? It could have been you or Deandra they meant to hit. You were seated beside me. They might have aimed for Deandra, had I not sent her off to tend Parrot.
Imogen clutched her stomach and inhaled lightly. Oh, heavens! Thank goodness she was out of the way. He gave her cheek a light caress.
But I'm sorry you were close by. I wish fortune had kept you safe.
You were my fortune, Draco. Who knows what would have happened had you not pushed me out of the way? None of this is your fault. You were protecting me. He shook his head.
You're a little thing, and I was afraid I had squashed you.
No, you felt nice. She cast him an impish smirk.
Do not encourage me, he said with a groaning laugh. I have a hard enough time keeping my hands off you as it is.
Her smile broadened. You do?
Of course. You are beautiful, Imogen. I haven't stopped thinking about you since I helped you down from your carriage on the night of the masquerade ball. But we are not going to talk about this right now. Help me puzzle out this latest mystery. If Burke and Healy are to blame, then what is their purpose? Why anger me when they desperately need my caves?
A warning to ensure your cooperation once those crates are delivered to you. He frowned.
Threatening me will never work, and I was already cooperating.
But as you said, threatening to harm someone you care about, that would get you to think twice about creating problems for them.
Before I had ever created a problem, then they do not know me at all. If anything, threatening a loved one would make me more determined to go after them. I would come at them like a god of vengeance, raining fire and brimstone down on them.
Would you do this before you accomplished your crown assignment?
Yes,
he said, obviously surprising her.
I agreed to put my life at risk, not risk the lives of those who are dear to me.
He reached out and took her hand.
I include you in that group. I've grown quite fond of you, Imogen. I hope you know that.
I do, Draco. It took me a while to be certain because you confused me, blowing hot one moment and then cold another. But I think you've decided not to fight your feelings for me anymore. I'm glad. If we are meant to fall in love, then let it happen.
If? There was no if about his affection for her.
She shook her head and laughed lightly. I've placed your gift atop my bureau and will open it later. Or shall I bring it down and open it now?
Save it for later.
He gave her chin a light tweak.
You'll turn mawkish and weep if you open it now.
Oh, is it that beautiful? Her expressive face glowed with pure delight. Draco, thank you. I shall run up and fetch it, right?
No, Butterfly. I'd rather finish talking to you before your family returns and interrupts us. Besides, I really need to get back to town and ask questions.
Oh, yes, that is important. What were you saying about Healy and Burke? He raked a hand through his hair.
I cannot think of what their motive might be.
Perhaps we are wrong to accuse them, she said, her lips now pursed in thought. What if they had nothing to do with the incident?
Then who else do you suspect?
She shook her head. I have no idea. That's the problem, isn't it? Healy and Burke make the most sense, but we cannot figure out their motivation. How does harming any of us help their cause?
It doesn't, but they might not see it the same way.
All right. Let's try looking at the situation through their eyes. She poured him a lemonade now that Melrose had brought out a tray for them. They've just killed Driscoll on your property. Draco nodded as he took the glass from her.
And now they have to be worried I might link them to the murder. They also have to be worried the Irishman will come after them for trying to do business behind his back. The rebels would be angry with them too. But, assuming they are square with them and still working as their agents, still doesn't make sense. They have to deal with you, because you are the new middleman for the shipment of goods. They have no choice but to pick up their weapons from you, and this means they must return to your property. Maybe this has them worried. Imogen nibbled her lip. So why heap more suspicion on themselves? If I were those two, I would slink in and slink back out as fast as I could, talking to nobody, and certainly not drawing any attention to myself. What happened to the caves they were using before yours? Have you discovered the reason for the sudden change of location? No. All I have ever been told is that it was a stroke of luck, and the Home Office took advantage of the opportunity to attempt to plant me in their rebel group. Perhaps not luck so much as manipulation. She continued to nibble her lip, paying no heed as the soft flesh turned a darker pink. But he noticed. He ached to kiss her. Who would do the manipulating? Healy and Burke? He asked. I don't know. Maybe your Irishman? Oh, Draco, I'm sorry, but I do not see how Healy or Burke, or even your Irishman, are involved in today's incident. It makes no sense from our perspective or theirs. She leaned back and sighed. But let's talk about the Irishman. Is it possible he panicked? But how is he even involved when his ship is still out at sea? Cross him out as a suspect. He has ice flowing through his veins and would never panic. Draco had encountered McTavish often enough to know he would remain calm no matter how tense the situation. In this way, he and the Irishman were similar. They knew each other and understood each other. More important, they respected each other. As for trust, he did not quite trust the Irishman yet, but neither did McTavish completely trust him. No, firing a shot into a tea shop was not McTavish's style. What will he do if the plot falls apart? Imogen asked. The Irishman? Draco shrugged. He doesn't want to be sitting with a shipload of guns no one has paid for, that's for certain. Since he is not likely to receive payment until he delivers those weapons to me, there is no way he was involved in this incident. However, once he has his money, I have no idea what he will do. Imogen's eyes widened. Is this all he is waiting for? Payment? And then he will harm you? No, I will remain on my guard, but I doubt he will do anything to me. If he goes after anyone, it will be Healy and Burke. They certainly have made him angry enough. But he won't touch them before you get the guns to the rebels, right? Imogen studied his expression intently. Oh dear, will his desire for vengeance ruin your plans? I don't know. It might. Of course he has no idea I am working for the Crown, and need Healy and Burke left alone until I find out who the big players are behind this rebel plot. Nor will he particularly care even if he knew. Then all your work will be for nothing, Draco. Can you talk to him? Give the Irishman an incentive to hold back once he has his money. But what incentive can you offer him without giving yourself away? Imogen, you are thinking too hard. I'm meeting him tomorrow, and will try to get a sense of what he is thinking. He won't do anything rash. He has no incentive to interfere with the rebel plot. If the rebels are caught, they'll turn him in too. That should be reason enough for him to keep quiet. He'll know how to make Healy and Burke disappear at the appropriate time without disrupting anyone's plans. Or casting suspicion on himself, Imogen remarked. That's right. He isn't stupid. He will do whatever it takes not to hang alongside those conspirators. I hope so. So did he. Imogen had made an interesting observation, and he wanted to give it some thought. The way matters looked, with supply lines disrupted and all the players on edge and distrustful of each other, there was bound to be shooting. But there might be a way to turn things around. McTavish was the key to unravelling the rebel plot. However, Draco had no idea yet how to get him to cooperate. He was not going to say anything about it to Imogen. She would pounce on the idea, and he just needed her to keep safe. Imogen was giving him a compassionate look again. I will look through my drawings again to see if anything else leaps out at me. Perhaps there is a fourth person no one has considered. What if this villain on horseback was Lord Trowick or Lady Trowick? He arched an eyebrow.
Back to them, are we?
Why not? Must every incident be connected to the rebel plot? She paused and tipped her head toward the door. Oh, I think I hear my uncle coming. Draco, you really ought to go home and rest. Getting answers can wait until tomorrow. You'll be in town anyway to meet with the Irishman. He raised a hand to stem her protest.
That's the soft-hearted Imogen speaking. I've already wasted too much time. At a minimum, I need to question Matchett and also find out if the mail coach has arrived.
I do not like this at all, Draco.
I'll sleep for a month once this assignment is over.
He cast her a wicked smile.
If fortune shines on me, I'll have you with me in my bed.
She gasped.
All proper, Imogen. I am not suggesting anything naughty, even if you were willing.
Her face turned a bright shade of red.
Yes, she was willing. I thought you might be.
He smiled and kissed her on the tip of her pert nose.
I'll see you later.
Chapter 15.
Draco hated puzzles. This one had him stymied. After quickly filling Burness and his wife in on all the details, he returned to Moonstone Landing. He hopped off the rig once he and his driver reached the centre of the village, thanked the young soldier for driving him around, and then walked across the high street toward the Kestrel Inn stable. Mr. Matchett came running out. "My lord, I heard you had a bit of trouble at the tea shop today. The glazier's there now to board up the window until he can replace the glass. He says it may take a few days. Mrs. Halsey will keep her shop open, but just for her patrons to pick up their baked goods. There won't be any seating or table service. A terrible shame that such a thing should happen to a good, hard-working lady like her. I'm sure it was her brother up to mischief. He's a wastrel, that one, always with his hand out, and never willing to work a day in his life. I heard he was out of prison and coming around to pester her."
Draco listened attentively to Matchett's chatter.
"Her brother?"
He encouraged the man to tell him more. Matchett was delighted to oblige.
"Well, there isn't much to tell about Walter Ramsay. Poor Mrs. Halsey's been taking care of him all his life, and she's had about enough of him now. He's spent more time in prison than out of it these past 20 years. Lost count of the number of times he's been tossed in. But he recently got out again. Only a matter of days before he's caught thieving and arrested again. He picks pockets mostly. The man has nimble fingers, and will steal anything he finds easy to transport." "Will he steal a horse? Walter?"
Matchett scratched his stubble as he gave it a moment's thought.
"I'd have thought not in the past. But prison may have hardened him. That's a hanging offence. Don't think he's ever taken anything that big before. He's a small-minded man who steals small things." "Small enough to be shrugged off by his victims?" "Yes, that's right. He's like a little gnat one has to swat away. You know, how they all come out at twilight and swarm around you. Won't kill you, but a bloody nuisance. But as I said, he may have been hardened by his time in prison. Stealing a horse and shooting at a tea shop full of patrons is nothing to be shrugged off. Well, he was right angry when Mrs. Halsey refused to give him so much as a farthing. You look fit, my lord. I heard Walter nicked you, but you look all right to me." Draco ignored the pain to his arm and nodded.
I am. Thank goodness. And the ladies, they must have gotten quite a scare. Lady Imogen has a slight sprain to her wrist, but that should heal in a day or two.
Matchett appeared genuinely concerned.
Oh, the poor dear. She's such a sweet girl. I'm glad it was nothing more serious.
Draco nodded.
I'll convey your good wishes. So you think it was Walter who shot out the glass window? Oh, yes. As his grubby paw marks all over it, my lord. Mr. Matchett, there is something more I need to ask you.
Draco described the horse his assailant had been riding.
Do you remember ever seeing such a beast in your stable? No, my lord. I'd remember a horse like that as well as I'd remember my own children, assuming I had any.
Draco stifled a grin.
Thank you, Mr. Matchett.
He walked across the high street to look in on Mrs. Halsey. Was it possible the incident had nothing to do with Driscoll's death, gunrunners, or a Crown investigation?
Could he and Imogen have merely been in the way, as Mrs. Halsey's wayward brother attempted to cause mischief because he was peeved?
Lord Woodley, Mrs. Halsey said with obvious relief as he strode into the tea shop. How are you feeling?
Much better, he assured her. It was only a grazing wound, and Dr. Hewitt treated it promptly.
And the young ladies? He nodded.
They are fine, but I came in here to see how you were doing.
She appeared tense, but managed to smile. We shall recover from this mess. The glass is all swept up, most of the blood has been scrubbed away, and now my beautiful window is all boarded up. Wait till I get my hands on the knave who did this. I'll put his miserable head right through those thick boards.
Are you speaking of your brother?
He asked gently, knowing the truth had to be painful for her.
My brother.
She sighed, cast him a wounded look, and then shook her head. So you've heard about him then, my lord?
There are no secrets in this village, are there? Yes, I've heard. Mrs. Halsey, do you think it was Walter?
He kept his tone gentle, for the woman was already overset, and his tossing accusations at her would not go down very well. She clutched the back of a chair for support and burst into tears.
He's a horrible fellow. I wish they would hang him already. He's never done an honest day's work in his life. Must have stolen that horse he were riding on. Yes, that would get him hanged if he were caught, not to mention the certain hanging for shooting Draco, because he was an earl.
He muttered some soothing words, for it could not have been easy for this respectable woman who worked hard and took pride in all she did to have such a wastrel for a brother.
Do you think he is our culprit?
She nodded.
But he never meant to shoot anyone, my lord. It is so typical of him, though. He's thoughtless and reckless, botches everything he touches. He hasn't worked a day in his life. He isn't even a very good thief. He's been caught so often, and yet he always manages to get off easy.
She wiped her tears away with her sleeve as she continued.
He came by last week to ask me for money. I refused him. He can't even threaten me without making a mess of it. Replacing that window will cost me dearly, but I'll manage. What breaks my heart is that he hurt you, and might have hurt Lady Imogen if you hadn't protected her. What if he had shot her in the back and killed her? Well, she is fine, and this is all that matters, he said as she burst into tears again. Have the glazier send all charges to me. I must insist on taking responsibility for payment.
You, my lord? She looked up at him, startled. But you were the one injured. How could I ever take payment from you? No, it is impossible. I could never take such advantage of you.
It is all right, Mrs. Halsey. Are you not as much a victim?
She was still staring at him with her mouth agape.
But you weren't the one responsible for doing me any harm, and you were the one he hit. I just have a shattered window. Where do you think he got that horse?
Well, Last time he came around, he was talking about Lord Eldridge and the fancy stud farm he owns near Thurston. That's just outside of Plymouth, where my brother was last in jail. He was picking pockets at one of Lord Eldridge's horse auctions a few months ago and boasting about it. The idiot. He mentioned seeing a fine horse and described him. Said he might take him for a ride some day. I never thought he meant it. Draco imagined the wastrel Walter must have knocked out a few grooms and eluded a guard or two to get his hands on that fine steed. Eldridge would have every constable in Devon and Cornwall looking for him by now. Do you think your brother will try to sell the horse? She shook her head. Him? He'd never get away with it. He could never sell a horse like that around these parts. Everyone would know he had stolen it from Lord Eldridge and turn him in for the reward money. No, Walter's a thoughtless arse. He will abandon the beautiful beast without a care. That's my brother for you. Where do you think he might leave the horse? Even if his crown mission failed, at least he could assist in returning Eldridge's prize stud to him. She gave a mirthless laugh. Since he has a habit of dumping his problems on me, he's probably left it in my barn. Of course, he would never consider what the authorities might do to me when they found him there, miserable man. All right, let's go have a look at your barn. Can your husband and daughter mind your shop for a while? She nodded. Oh, yes, they'll do fine. My daughter's gone across to the Kestrel Inn to make arrangements to set up shop there for the next few days. Thaddeus Angel kindly offered. Seems this is what you do in Moonstone Landing. Help each other out whenever the need arises. She nodded. You won't find kinder people, my lord. He and Mrs. Halsey hopped in the old tea-shop wagon that Mr. Halsey used to make his deliveries. It wasn't long before they found the beautiful chestnut Frisian wandering about the Halsey property, munching on sweet gorse by a rivulet that flowed along their boundary. There was no saddle on the horse, so either the contemptible Walter took it off in order to sell it, or he had never saddled him and simply rode the beast bareback. Rather than tie the stallion to the wagon, Draco chose to ride him the short distance into town. He delivered him into Matchett's care. Well, I'll be a donkey's arse, the man exclaimed as Draco rode up. Blessed saints! I ain't never seen a finer beast in all my life. He's a beauty. Indeed he is. He appears unharmed, but you had better check him out, Mr. Matchett. Treat him like a king. I'll pay for whatever Lord Eldridge refuses to cover. Very generous of you, my lord. I'm sure Lord Eldridge won't stiff me. I wonder if there's a reward. It belongs to Mrs. Halsey if there is one offered, Draco said. She happened to be on her way home and found the horse wandering on her property. And promptly reported it to you, her being a good citizen. Oh, I see. He cast Draco a conspiratorial wink. So, it was her wastrel brother, after all, who took this fine animal and then just abandoned it in her care because he ain't never taken care of anyone or anything his entire life. Well, I hope that reward covers the cost of her window. I'm sure Lord Eldridge will be generous. Since Constable Angel was still on the hunt for the culprit, Draco walked to the fort to seek the assistance of Major Brennan. Of course. I'll send one of my men off to Lord Eldridge's farm first thing in the morning to report the good news, Brennan said. If the weather holds, he should make the ride to Thurston within the day. There's no urgency, is there? No sense sending him off when there's only a few hours of daylight left? I suppose not. Matchett will take excellent care of that beast. But you had better post guards by the stable. Others may have the same idea as Mrs. Halsey's brother. Draco groaned. I cannot believe that wastrel is still at large. I don't know how he's managed to elude Parrot and the constables for hours now. Brennan shrugged. I'm sure they'll be back soon, hopefully with Walter bound and gagged. I'll put my men to guard that horse immediately.
Wouldn't want anyone blamed if something happens before Lord Eldridge gets here. He's fairly powerful in these parts, and I'll instruct that he is to be brought directly to me whenever he arrives. I'll handle the details. He won't dare cheat Mrs. Halsey out of her reward if I am making the arrangements."
Draco understood that cold look in Brennan's eyes.
"You don't think much of your peers, do you?"
The Major arched an eyebrow.
"Do you? We are in similar circumstances, having arrived late to our titles and raised never to expect much throughout our lives. You still bridle visibly whenever anyone addresses you as Woodley."
Draco nodded.
"That's true. Let me know if you need assistance loosening his purse strings."
Brennan laughed.
"You are best kept out of this. Don't you have enough to worry about between meeting your Irishman tomorrow and breaking up that rebel plot?" "I suppose."
Draco cast him a wry grin.
"At least we have one mystery solved. I don't know much about Lord Eldridge. Do you?" "I had reason to meet him years ago, while scouting sites for the new army hospital, which, as you can see, was ultimately built here. He's a pompous arse, impossibly full of himself, and struts around as though he were king of Devon and Cornwall. But he'll behave in my presence, since I am a Viscount. Having a title is useful at times. There will be fewer questions asked if I am the one providing the answers he is seeking. We don't want Mr. Matchett rattling on about Mrs. Halsey's brother. That bounder deserves to be arrested, but it is best to keep his connection to Mrs. Halsey quiet, especially since she is to receive the reward. Are we sure there is one offered?" "Without a doubt. That horse is worth a fortune. I would not be surprised if Eldridge came himself to collect the beast. A regal horse for a man who thinks of himself as a king."
Draco nodded.
"Then it is all settled. As to your handling everything, agreed. I would probably punch him in the nose if he spouted off to me. I cannot abide self-important blowhards." "Well, that's resolved. Will you go home now and rest?" "Soon. I have one more stop to make. There's mail to pick up at the Kestrel Inn. Plus, I want to question Thaddeus about the two gentlemen in the tea shop at the time of the incident."
Brennan frowned.
"Why ask about them? Haven't we identified the culprit? Just curious about them, that's all. They were looking at me quite intensely, even before the shooting incident, and then exchanged looks between them afterward. It is probably nothing, but I sensed something off about them. Figured I would ask while it was fresh on my mind." "All right, I'll leave you to it."
Draco bade him farewell and walked over to the Kestrel Inn. Thaddeus rushed forward to greet him.
"Should you be walking around in your condition, my lord?" "It is but a scratch," Draco replied, trying not to lose patience, since everyone was asking him the same question. Well, this was what came from settling in a place where the locals looked after each other. "I heard you found the stolen horse."
Draco supposed Matchett had told him everything and was busy repeating the story to everyone who passed by his stable.
"Yes. That Walter. They ought to ship that worthless sod to the other side of the world. Let him be a blight on someone else's doorstep. I hear Major Brennan will be sending one of his soldiers to Lord Eldridge's stud farm with the good news. Yes, he'll ride out first thing in the morning."
Thaddeus nodded.
"He's sending Sergeant Ames. He's a good man. Trustworthy." Bloody hell. How did Thaddeus know who was being sent? Draco did not even know that information, and he had just left the fort.
Thaddeus seemed able to read his mind.
"I noticed Sergeant Ames walking over to the stable," he said with a grin. "No doubt he wants to have a look at the horse before he rides off to notify Lord Eldridge."
The local bank manager and the village's land agent scurried past and waved to him and Thaddeus.
"We're going to look at the horse,"
the bank manager said. "We hear he's a beauty," the land agent added. "Lord Eldridge will be pleased to have him back." Others were now gathering around the stable.
Blessed saints. Draco had only left Brennan's office a few minutes ago, and half the town already knew not only that Mrs. Halsey's brother had committed the crime, but that the horse had been found and delivered to the Kestrel Inn stable. He expected it would take another 5 minutes for word to reach Westgate Hall and Imogen. "Thaddeus, tell me what you know about two of your guests, Mr. Sewell, who arrived here yesterday with his wife, and Mr. Gray, who also arrived yesterday with his wife. I believe they are solicitors from Exeter, here on holiday. This is what Mrs. Halsey mentioned." "Yes?" Thaddeus scooted behind his desk to have a look at his register. "They were here last year, about this same time." "And how about in April of this year?" "That ledger is in my office, my lord. Give me a moment and I'll have a look." Draco nodded. "I'll come with you. And you can hand me the mail while you are at it. I'll take anything you have for Lady Imogen as well. I'm headed over there next to see my cousin. I heard she and your uncle will be staying at Westgate Hall for the week. It is for the best. Your poor cousin must have been quite overset to see you shot. Do you want information on the ladies in the tea shop at the time as well?" Draco arched an eyebrow. "Do you know who was in the shop?" "Oh, yes. They are local ladies, quite respectable, and have been going there for years. They wouldn't have anything to do with Walter, I can assure you. Just ask Lady Phoebe or her sisters. They all belong to the Ladies' Auxiliary that Lady Phoebe's sister, Duchess Hen, established. They volunteer at the hospital, undertake all sorts of beautification projects in the village, and run charity teas to raise funds for the local church and other worthy causes. Orphans, widows, wounded soldiers." "All right." Draco had not intended to ask questions about these pillars of local society, but it was just as well that Thaddeus had ruled them out. To his mind, the incident of the shot fired through Mrs. Halsey's window was resolved. He was curious about those two men with respect to the rebel plot. If Healy and Burke had been replaced as rebel agents, then who was to come in their stead? Of course, it seemed far-fetched that it would be those two solicitors, but why not take a few minutes to rule them out? Those looks they had been casting him before Walter created chaos felt like more than mere curiosity. It was as though they were quietly checking him out, trying to take the measure of him. Perhaps getting shot had him seeing villains everywhere. Thaddeus motioned for one of his assistants to take over for him at the front desk. "Would you care for tea? Refreshments, my lord?" "No, thank you, I am perfectly fine." Draco settled in one of the comfortable chairs in Thaddeus's office and watched as the innkeeper settled behind his desk and lifted a burlap satchel off the floor. "The mail pouch," he said, dumping its contents onto his desk, then handing over 2 pieces of mail. "Nothing here for you, but here are 2 letters for Lady Imogen from her sister. That will put a smile on her face. She misses her sister very much." "So I gather." Draco was also heartened, because one of those letters possibly contained instructions for him from the Home Office. Enough time had passed that if the mail coach in which he had sent his first missive had travelled fast, and the clerks receiving his letters had immediately forwarded them to the higher echelons, and those in the higher echelons had immediately replied to him, he may well have new instructions. Thaddeus set aside the mail pouch and removed the April guest register from one of the drawers in his desk. "You were curious about those 2 gentlemen, Mr. Sewell and Mr. Gray. I can confirm they are both solicitors from Exeter here on holiday with their wives. Nice enough gentlemen. A bit stuffy. Their wives are not above putting on airs either, but that is not surprising. Most who come to our little village from the larger cities consider us to be ignorant and beneath their notice." "Why, yes, they were here in April of this year as well. Why do you ask? Do you happen to know if they were acquainted with Lord Healy or Lord Burke?" Thaddeus leaned forward in his chair. "My lord, do you think they are knaves?" Draco shook his head. "No, I am merely asking if you've heard anything about them." "Oh."
Thaddeus eased back and let out a breath of disappointment.
No, I have not noticed them having anything to do with those two lords, or rather, those two lords did not appear interested in those gentlemen or their wives. It may just be coincidence they were here at the same time. Yes, that's probably all it is. But I will keep my eyes open and ears perked, my lord. You'll be the first to know if I find out anything more. Please do.
Draco rose to leave.
But can you be discreet? Neither you nor your staff should confront them. Just quietly note where they go during the day, who they meet, and with whom they dine. That's all. You may rely on me, my lord. And one other request,
Draco said, wishing he did not have to enlist the chatty innkeeper in his investigation. But he simply did not have the time to deal with all the pieces on his own.
Can you go through your guest registers for last July, this April, and this July, and let me know if you find any other guests registered here during all 3 of those months? Note the exact dates of their visit, their arrival and departure dates. I shall get on the task at once, Lord Woodley. You can rely on me.
Draco left the Kestrel Inn and returned to Westgate Hall to deliver the letters to Imogen.
Lady Imogen was hoping you would return soon, Meara said. Lord Burness is also eager to speak to you. Ah, I cannot imagine he is thrilled with what happened today.
Melrose cast him a fatherly smile.
Well, my lord, it is safe to say he was livid. However, I expect he will have calmed down substantially by now.
Imogen happened to be walking downstairs just as he entered. "You're back, thank goodness. Will you stay for supper?" Draco nodded.
"If you have not tired of my company yet."
"You know I never will." "Melrose, his lordship and I would like refreshments served on the terrace as usual."
"Very good,"
the butler said with a nod and sent a footman off to tend to the chore. Imogen hurriedly drew Draco through the parlour and out the open doors onto the terrace. "You were gone a while. My aunt and uncle are taking a walk on the beach with their boys to tire them out a little before putting them to bed. They'll be back shortly, but I hope for a few moments alone with you before they join us. Have you learned anything helpful? I've heard gossip, but it sounded nonsensical. What happened?" He sank onto one of the long chairs beside Imogen's chair with a groan.
Every muscle in his body ached and his arm was a fiery throb.
Imogen settled at the foot of his chair and studied him eagerly. "What? Tell me."
"I'm sure the gossip you heard was accurate. We now know who shot out the tea-shop window. It was Walter Ramsay."
"Yes, that's the name they repeated." She frowned. "Who is that?"
He arched an eyebrow. "I'm surprised you don't know, considering you are quite the proficient spy."
She laughed. "Don't tease me, Draco."
"All right, Butterfly. He happens to be Mrs. Halsey's wastrel brother, who was recently released from prison and came looking to beg money from her. When she refused, he got angry. Probably went off drunk, stole a valuable horse, and then rode back here and shot out her window."
"And might have killed one of us." Imogen looked furious. "Did he not ever think of that? Or worry about hurting the other tea-shop patrons as glass shattered and shards flew all over the place?"
"That would have required him to look beyond his nose. The man is obviously witless and thoughtless. Deucedly sly, since he managed to steal a horse out of Thurleston and ride him all the way here. Then, after shooting at his sister's shop window, he raced out of town and abandoned the horse on her property."
Imogen's eyes grew wide. "Leaving her to be charged with the theft?"
Draco shrugged. "I doubt he gave it a moment's consideration before running off on foot. The horse is safe now. I rode it back to the village, and he is in Mr. Matchett's expert care. Major Brennan has put soldiers on guard at the stable to protect the valuable beast. Brennan will send one of his men to Thurleston tomorrow to advise the owner, Lord Eldridge, that his prize stud has been found."
She rolled her eyes. "So, all of today's drama had nothing to do with your rebel plotters?"
"Not a whit to do with them. Next, I stopped by the Kestrel Inn and picked up these for you."
Ignoring his aches and pains, he reached into the breast pocket of his jacket and handed Imogen the letters that had arrived in today's mail pouch. "For me? Oh, I hope there's something included for you, Draco." She hurriedly opened the first one. It was merely a letter from Ella, who reported news about the family and the tiniest addition to their ranks. "The littlest Mersey appears to have a strong set of lungs and likes to use them at all hours of the day and night. Ella says she and Caden are constantly exhausted because they insist on taking care of him. Caden is still over the moon about having a son. He is a doting father, and his grandfather, the Duke of Seaton, is even worse when it comes to spoiling the child." She set the letter on her lap. "Oh, but this must be of no interest to you. Let me open the other one." She carefully slit it open and then gasped. "Mr. Barrow has news." Draco leaned forward, eagerly taking the letter from her when she held it out to him.
"Let me see. The Trowicks are ruled out in Driscoll's murder,"
he muttered, reading aloud.
"Lord Trowick took his wife to Italy 2 months ago, hoping mild weather in the Italian countryside might do her health some good. She is quite ill, and their servants do not expect her to survive much longer. Trowick, despite the humiliation she has put him through, still loves her and wishes to make her final months comfortable."
Imogen's eyes were moistening. He shook his head and groaned.
"Imogen, do not soften your heart toward Lady Trowick. She made a fool of her husband. Do not dare talk to me about his love for her and the power of it. The Trowicks could rival Romeo and Juliet in tragedy. And how is Trowick ever to be at peace, knowing his wife will probably die with Nolan's name on her lips?"
"Speaking of Nolan," Imogen said, "Mr. Barrow says here that his death was accidental." "Well, that is a relief. It is good to know we are not looking at another murder."
Draco snorted. "Nolan was still an arse, and I will never understand how Lady Trowick could love him, or how Lord Trowick could forgive her."
"You are far too cynical, Draco. Who are we to judge whether any of them are deserving of love? It is none of our business. I hope Lord Trowick finds someone who will love him as truly and deeply as he did his wife, if he ever remarries."
"Well, one set of suspects out of the way."
He shook his head.
"It is something. In truth, Driscoll's toady friends are not suspects either. Healy and Burke killed him. That's why they are now on the run."
Imogen nodded. "Now all we need is word from the Home Office about the rebel plot."
"Still a little too soon for that, but I think any day now."
"Your meeting with the Irishman is tomorrow." She gave her lip a light nibble.
"Lord, I need to kiss this girl."
"I've thought of something else, Draco. Give me a moment to bring down more sketches. I have several I have yet to show you from last year, and some from this year as well. I drew quite a bit, not only here but while I was in London, and one of my books is filled with drawings of riders and their horses, scenes from here and also in London on Rotten Row. Cain and Uncle Cormac both have Frisians, and they are magnificent horses. Lord Eldridge's chestnut Frisian has to be rare, and there cannot be more than a handful of lords in all of England who have one. Is this not something of pride any lord would show off to his peers? Just as good as a shiny new phaeton?" Draco smiled at her.
"Yes, but what is the point? We know it was Walter Ramsay who took the horse. We also know it belongs to Lord Eldridge. That mystery is solved."
She nodded. "Yes. But it just made me curious about what else might turn up in my horse drawings."
"All right, Butterfly. You've been wonderful today, so I will deny you nothing."
"Oh." She cast him a beaming smile. "That is quite nice of you to say."
He grinned. "I am not always a rude, surly lout."
She laughed softly and then ran upstairs, only to return moments later with several books in hand. "Don't get up. It is just 3 books, and they aren't heavy. Oh, and here are the refreshments for us. Care for some cake?"
"No, Imogen. Just lemonade will be fine. There's a nice breeze off the water. I will admit, it feels good to just lie here and rest a while.
I knew you had overdone it. Stubborn man. She poured him a glass of lemonade and handed it over. He gulped it down and then set the glass aside.
Let's see what other masterpieces you have to show me.
They are just drawings, Draco.
No, I know they will be extraordinary, just as you are. Let's see if you can work some more of that Imogen magic.
She glanced at her sketches. Well, it is hardly magic, just a knack for observation.
Your instincts are uncanny. You've given me the connection between Healy, Burke, and the Irishman, not to mention linking those two to Driscoll's murder. Who knows if they were involved in Nolan's death too?
Mr. Barrow said his death was accidental. From what I hear of him, his instincts are also uncanny, and he never makes a mistake.
Nor do you, Imogen. So I am determined to look at whatever else you wish to show me, because you are quite amazing.
She cleared her throat and opened the first book of sketches.
Still bashful about compliments?
She nodded.
You seem to be full of them today.
Is it because you are more badly injured than you let on? He sighed.
I am not badly injured. It is little more than a scratch. Should I not compliment you?
I like it when you do, she admitted. It just feels odd. You turn your feelings on and off with such ease. I know you like me, but I sometimes worry that tomorrow you will suddenly turn that feeling off and move on.
Blessed saints. He wanted to devour her. He could not get enough of her. How could she think he would ever simply walk away? Butterfly, my feelings do not change. I am merely better able to hide whatever I do not wish to show.
I wish I had that talent. She sighed in resignation. Draco, what will you do if we find something more? Perhaps the information you already have is enough to call off this dangerous operation. Do you think so? He shrugged.
It isn't, Imogen. I need something more, something quite spectacular.
She took a sip of her lemonade, then cupped the glass in her hands and stared thoughtfully at the pale yellow liquid. I hope Parrot and Constable Angel return soon. I would feel much better if you had Parrot by your side this evening.
Me too. They'll return shortly, I have no doubt. Walter, that rascal, is not going to get far on foot. With Parrot's help, Constable Angel will find him and haul him back to Moonstone Landing for questioning. The constable probably has him in custody as we speak.
Yes, I hope you are right.
Imogen, there's something else I wanted to mention to you.
She set aside her glass and gripped the sketchbook she had been skimming through as they spoke. Yes, Draco. By the way she was holding her breath and looking at him with adoring eyes, he knew she misunderstood his pause in conversation and was now hoping for him to say something romantic.
It did not help that his gaze was smouldering. He could not look at her without wanting to pull her into his soul. I've asked Thaddeus to give me information on the two gentlemen who were in the tea shop with their wives when the Walter incident occurred.
She regarded him with a blank expression and pursed her lips. Why them?
I don't know. Perhaps I have become too cynical, just as you accused. There was something in the way they were looking at me that raised my suspicions.
But you had just been shot. Should they not have been watching you closely? Everyone had their eyes on you.
Their eyes were on me before that shot ever rang out. At first I thought they were eyeing you because you are so beautiful. But then I noticed they were watching my movements and not yours. I don't know. The way they exchanged glances with each other after I was shot also felt curious.
He quickly told her what else he'd learned from Thaddeus.
They were here each time the Irishman showed up in Moonstone Landing, last July, last April, and now this July.
Just like Healy and Burke. He nodded. Could it be mere coincidence?
Perhaps, but what if it's more? The exact dates match. Had they been coming here monthly or on some other regular schedule, I would have dismissed them, but they were here only on those dates.
And that is too curious a circumstance to be overlooked?
He nodded. I wanted to leave no stone unturned, so I've asked Thaddeus to check his guest registers for any other names that might crop up as being here during those exact periods.
Draco, this is so exciting. I think we are getting close to fitting together all the pieces of this rebel plot. The Home Office ought to be very proud of the job you've done.
It isn't over yet.
He cast her an affectionate smile.
But you are the one who deserves all the recognition. I couldn't have done any of it without you, Imogen.
I think we make a good team, don't you? She was now blushing furiously, so he knew she was once again referring to them romantically.
He knew that Day had left her overwrought, and she wanted more from him than a discussion of possible plotters against the crown. He took the glass of lemonade from her hands and set it aside. He also set her book aside. Have you opened the gift I got you?
She nodded. The butterfly clips are beautiful.
So are you, Imogen. Yes, we make a good team.
He leaned forward and kissed her softly on the cheek.
But you know I am not going to make any serious commitment to you before my assignment is put to rest.
She bowed her head and nodded, no doubt to hide her disappointment. Yes, of course. Just know that I shall be waiting for you when that day comes. There is no one else for me, Draco. You call me a butterfly, but my heart does not flit from bow to bow. It belongs to you alone, and always will. He groaned.
Imogen, don't start this conversation now.
Why not? She caressed his injured arm, careful to avoid the area of the stitches. After today's scare, I should think it is more important than ever to be truthful with each other. Anything can happen to us at any time. I am not even talking of the dangers of your assignment. Accidents happen, and they can come upon us out of nowhere and completely innocently. Why must things be left unsaid between us? Oh, you are an earl and must be careful about everything you say and do. Truly, I understand. He took hold of her hand.
I know you do, Imogen.
Which is why I will not press you, but I hope you will reconsider. Words of love should not be left unsaid. This is why I am going to tell you how I feel. It is important for you to know. He gave her hand a light squeeze.
Imogen, I know how you feel about me.
She shook her head. But I still would like to say it to you.
You are a little angel. I feel every ounce of your sincerity and sweetness every time I see you. I know you love—
No, I must say it to you first. Don't say it for me.
He grinned, because she appeared so determined. If this was so important to her, then so be it. He knew her feelings because she was incapable of hiding anything from him. This was Imogen, all in with her heart, and ready to expose it, even though it might be crushed. He would never hurt her. How could he possibly be so cruel to his butterfly? All right, then. Say it.
She took a deep breath and slowly let it out. I love you, Draco. I feel such joy whenever I am around you. I need to tell you this because if things do not go right tomorrow, then I don't want you ever to wonder about whether I had feelings for you. He struggled not to laugh. Every blessed thing his little butterfly felt for him shone in her expressive face. To his surprise, it felt remarkably good to hear the words spill from her lips. So, Draco, if there is something you wish to say to me, then now is a good time to get it off your chest.
Imogen, you are worried about the Irishman, but I assure you he is not going to hurt me. let's look at your horse sketches before your family interrupts us."
"That's it?"
The books were by her side, and she looked so sad as she reached for one.
"Never mind the sketches. I just told you that I am in love with you. Do you not care?"
"Of course I care. But you did not need to tell me anything, because I never doubted how you felt. The truth was always there, in your smile, and the glow in your eyes. What would you do if I said the same to you?"
"Be happy."
"And what if tomorrow I did not make it through this assignment, Imogen? You would be shattered. You would spend the rest of your days as a spinster surrounded by cats, your heart pledged to a fading memory of a man who once told you that he loved you."
"Draco, it would be a memory of you. Is that not significant?"
"No, and I do not want you to live out your days in a house full of cats."
He shook his head and sighed.
"I know how you think. Your heart has room for only one man. Do not make me that man yet. If things go badly at any point in this assignment, you need to move on and find your happiness." She looked so forlorn, she made his heart ache.
"Without you, Draco?"
"Yes, without me."
He groaned and closed his eyes a moment.
"I am exhausted and do not want to be worrying about you."
She inhaled lightly. "You must never worry about me. My family will always look after me. I'm sorry I said anything to you. I thought it was the right moment. But I can see I have only added to your troubles. You are going to tell me that you are fine, but I can see you are hurting. Will you please take some of the laudanum Dr. Hewitt gave you?"
"No, it will just leave me foggy."
He glanced toward the house.
"I think I hear your aunt and uncle returning with their little boys."
"Those little stomping elephants, you mean?" Her eyes warmed, despite her obvious disappointment. He took her hand and wrapped it in both of his.
"Imogen."
"It is all right, Draco." She cast him a wobbly smile. "You don't owe me any vow of love. I suppose men and women do not think of these things in the same way. Perhaps they do, but I am unaware of the rules. I am not very good at this love game. I just wanted to be honest with you. But I see that you do not feel the same way about me. Well, I will just have to get over you, won't I?"
"I'm not asking you to get over me, Imogen. I'm just—"
He sighed in exasperation.
"Gad, why do you have to be so you? So damn sweet, and always making too much of your feelings."
He leaned forward and kissed her firmly on the lips. A quick, possessive kiss that ought to have revealed what he was feeling without having to utter the words.
Of course, it was the worst thing he could have done, because it only served to confuse her once again. He could not help it. He needed to taste her, to feel the surrender of her soft lips and the inviting warmth of her mouth as he pressed his to it. Perhaps these surroundings made him giddy and made him love her so much, for this magical place abounded with soft breezes and shimmering waters, meadows filled with vibrant red poppies, and butterflies that flitted from flower to flower. This place opened his heart.
"I'll try to hold back my feelings," she said with that same earnest sincerity
that made him want to draw her into his arms and never let her go.
"It's just so hard for me to keep everything bottled up inside."
Everything? She kept nothing bottled up inside. Did he not love this about her? Here he sat with Imogen, his very own butterfly, feeling content despite all the danger swirling around them. He wanted to finish this assignment and then spend the rest of his life protecting her and loving her. Was he wrong to deny his feelings? He meant to protect her from greater hurt, but it seemed he was only making her sadder. "Let's try this again, Imogen."
He heard her cousins clomping up the stairs to the arms of their waiting nanny. But Ness and his wife were talking to each other as they entered the parlour and made their way toward him and Imogen.
"Quick, Imogen, ask me if I love you."
She stared at him, trying to understand what he meant to do after he had just spent the last 5 minutes insisting now was not the time. But in the next moment she gripped the edge of her chair. "Do you love me, Draco?" He nodded. "To the depths of my soul, Butterfly. To the depths of my soul." Chapter 16. He loved her. Draco loved her.
What have we missed?
Imogen's uncle strode forward to greet Draco, who managed to return his greeting with a politely bland expression that revealed nothing of his admission of a moment ago. Imogen scampered to her feet and ran to her aunt's side. She did not know why she had skittered away from Draco, because all she wanted to do was run into his arms and kiss him fiercely. But he was all business once again. He winced slightly and rose to offer Phoebe his seat. She waved him back down and settled in one of the chairs around the wrought iron table where they usually took their tea in the afternoons. Imogen sat beside her. "The mystery of Mrs. Halsey's shuttered window has been solved. We also received word from Mr. Barrow, who has ruled out Lord and Lady Trowick as suspects." Uncle Cormac turned to Draco.
You never really thought the Trowicks were involved. What happened with the tea shop incident?
Draco quickly repeated all he'd learned and what he had done to secure the horse. "Bloody little prick," Uncle Cormac muttered, looking truly incensed. Phoebe gasped. "Cormac, your language."
"What? His careless shot would have struck Imogen and killed her if Woodley hadn't pulled her out of the way in time. Thank you, Woodley. Truly, you have my lifelong gratitude."
Draco nodded.
"I wasn't going to let anyone hurt her."
Her uncle gave a grunt in appreciation.
"I'll see him hanged. I'll do it myself with my own 2 hands if I—"
He stopped suddenly, glanced at his missing arm, and then gazed at his wife in utter frustration.
"What am I saying? I'll do it single-handedly."
"Cormac, honestly." Aunt Phoebe strode to him and melted into his embrace. Yes, this was what Imogen wanted so badly to share with Draco. Love, concern, hope, fears, trust, support, all of it. Draco cast her a soft look.
Imogen also received a letter from her sister.
Phoebe turned to her and smiled, but still remained nestled against Cormac. This was more to keep him calm than anything else, for he was still incensed over the Walter incident, and frustrated because he only had the one hand to strangle the man. He always felt powerless and hated the feeling. Only Phoebe knew how to soothe him. Imogen wanted to have this same special intimacy with Draco. Her uncle glanced at the letter resting atop the table.
What did Ella have to say?
They all took seats around the table as more refreshments were brought out, and Imogen read the news aloud. By this time, Deandra had come down to join them. She sat beside Draco and fussed over him, because she needed to stay close to him. Imogen knew she was still overset about the incident. No one had any idea where Deandra's father was, so Melrose was sent off to find him and inform him tea was served on the terrace. He returned a short while later to announce that Albert had taken the rig back to Woodley Hall to retrieve some books.
My rig?
Draco frowned.
Will you loan me a horse, Burnett? I'll go after him.
I think you have done quite enough today, Deandra said, taking hold of his hand and refusing to let go. Are you afraid he will get lost? He isn't completely absent-minded. I'm sure he will return in time for supper.
Fine.
He wasn't in any hurry to move now that he had made himself comfortable. To everyone's relief, Albert strolled in well before supper. Imogen could see a lightness wash over Draco's face.
I would have brought you whatever you needed,
Draco told him.
I know, nephew. You treat me and Deandra like royalty. It is quite unnecessary, but much appreciated. It was a simple chore, and one I was well able to do. You did not mind that I took your rig, did you? No, not at all. Whatever is mine is yours to share.
A curl of warmth spread through Imogen's body. She loved Draco's tender regard for his family. She smiled at him. He winked back at her. She melted completely. They all had supper together and had just finished the soup course when they heard a distant bark. Draco heard it first and shot to his feet.
Vanessa, please excuse me. That is Parrot. Constable Angel must be with him.
Uncle Cormac set down his spoon and rose along with him.
Of course. I'll join you. Let's hear what the constable has to report.
Imogen set aside her table linen. I'm coming with you.
We may as well all go,
Phoebe muttered. Albert looked at them as though they had all gone mad.
Why? Has something happened?
Deandra shook her head and sighed. Oh, Papa, I do wish you would take your nose out of your books once in a while. Draco was wounded, and it was all a terrible accident. Did you not even notice? Supper was set aside, while they all greeted Constable Angel with much relief.
Did you get him?
Imogen's uncle asked.
Oh, my lord, thanks to Lord Woodley's dog. He's a good tracker. Walter's locked up in the fort prison under Major Brennan's care. He's too slippery a character to leave to my woeful jail. The cells are little more than guest rooms for locals to sleep when they're drunk.
They invited the constable to dine with them, but he politely declined, since his wife would have a meal waiting for him, and he was eager to get back to his family.
Then I shall not delay you,
Uncle Cormac said. Draco did not return to the table.
Pirate must be hungry and exhausted. He also smells a bit ripe. Who knows where he finally found Walter? I had better get him home and bathed.
Let us take care of it here, Imogen suggested. Cook will have scraps for him, and I can wash him right after we finish our supper. He laughed.
You, Imogen?
She nodded. Yes, why not?
Melrose cleared his throat. Might I suggest I tend to it? Parrot is quite used to me.
Deandra clapped her hands. Thank you, Melrose. It is no wonder everyone adores you. May we finish our supper now? Imogen was not surprised when Draco went along with Melrose, but he soon returned to the dining table in good spirits.
Vanessa, your staff is treating Parrot like a prince,
he said with a jovial chuckle.
I cannot thank you enough. It is nothing to what you have done for us. Imogen is our sweetheart, and you protected her.
Draco smiled at her. Imogen could not wait for his assignment to be over. He claimed to love her to the depths of his soul. Her heart had yet to stop fluttering. But there was still business to accomplish. They had not had a chance to review the books of horse sketches and London scenes she had brought down. Imogen had brought them back up to her bedchamber before supper, but resolved to look them over tonight and let Draco know if she found anything of interest. When the meal was over, everyone retired to the parlour. Imogen tried to stifle her yawns, but she was exhausted, and it was obvious to everyone. Draco seemed to be holding up better, but it was not long before he bade everyone a good evening and left with Parrot on his heels. Albert retired to the library to read. Imogen could not keep her eyes open and excused herself too. Deandra went upstairs with her. You poor thing, I slept away the afternoon, but you kept busy and have yet to recover from your ordeal. The only ordeal for Imogen was worrying about Draco. That had taken so much out of her that she forgot about her own wrist sprain, which really was nothing and did not hurt at all. She could have taken off the bandage around her wrist at any point in the day and not felt any discomfort. Draco, however, had an ugly row of stitches along the upper part of his arm that had to be sore and throbbing. She knew he was too stubborn to take the laudanum he had been prescribed. She washed up, changed out of her gown, and donned her night-clothes. A book of horse sketches was on her bed, so she scampered under the covers, intending to peruse this book. Deandra was chattering away, happy that Walter had been captured. Imogen merely nodded and gave an occasional grunt while looking through her sketches. She must have been more tired than she realized, because the next thing she knew, the sun was shining in her face, and all her books were on the floor. Deandra plunked herself down on Imogen's bed. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she crooned in a merry sing-song. That made Imogen roll over and bury her head under her pillow. "Ugh, how can you be so cheerful?" "What time is it, Deandra?" "Almost 10 o'clock. Phoebe said I ought to let you sleep, but I wanted to make certain you were all right." Imogen sat up in alarm and rubbed the sleep from her eyes. "You should have awakened me earlier. Has Draco come by yet?" Deandra pursed her lips. "Is he expected?" "No." Imogen sighed and fell back against her pillow. "I just wondered if he would." "Perhaps he will stop by later this afternoon. What shall we do today? Your uncle said we are not to leave Westgate Hall. I suppose he just wants to be sure that horrible Walter is still locked up and not able to cause more mischief. But I do feel bad for the injured soldiers who are expecting us to visit them. They'll be terribly disappointed." Imogen patted Deandra's hand. "We will make it up to them tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit lazy today, anyway." She was not going to mention Draco's meeting with the Irishman, but it was on her mind, and she would not stop worrying until he stopped by to see her afterward. "Deandra, I think I am going to lie abed a while longer. I'll ring for Betty to bring me up a cup of tea." "Your aunt is taking her boys over to Chloe's. They'll probably have a picnic on her beach. Would you mind if I joined them? Moonstone Cottage is such a lovely place. No wonder Chloe and Fionn love it there. And how convenient that it is just next door to Westgate Hall. That is a lovely idea. Enjoy the day." That would leave Imogen free to review her sketches. "Aunt Phoebe and Chloe will love your company. Where is my uncle?" "I think he rode to St. Austell Grange again today to meet with the Duke of Malvern and his estate manager, Mr. Weston. But he was most insistent that we were to stay close to home." "Oh, should I stay with you?" "No," Imogen said. "Chloe's place counts as staying close to home. He only meant we weren't to take a trip into Moonstone Landing." Deandra shrugged. "I suppose he knows best. Besides, where are we to go, now that Mrs. Halsey's tea shop is closed for the next few days?" "She's arranged for space at the Kestrel Inn," Imogen said. "But it isn't the same. The inn is nice, though. We can complete our volunteer work tomorrow morning and stop there afterward for a bite to eat. And strawberry tarts for dessert." Deandra cast her an impish grin, then ran off to join Phoebe. Imogen never lays to bed, but she felt awfully cosy now that Betty had brought her a pot of tea, marmalade, and scones. While munching on her breakfast, she perused her sketches. Nothing of interest cropped up in the first book, nor in the second. But she leaped out of bed after looking at the third, which contained sketches of London in the late spring. She had drawn these at the end of May, a few weeks before her annual summer visit to Moonstone Landing. "Betty, Betty, I need to get dressed." Betty ran in breathless. "Lady Imogen, one would think the roof were caving in. What's the matter?" Imogen undid her braid and tossed off her nightgown. "Is my uncle back yet?" "No, I don't think he will be back until supper time." Betty hastily withdrew fresh undergarments and a pretty yellow morning gown, but Imogen grabbed another gown instead, an ocean blue muslin suitable for a day in the village. More important, it picked up the blue tones in her butterfly hair clips, and she meant to add a few of those to hold her curls in place. She was off to find Draco and wanted him to notice the hair clips. Not that it mattered, because he was going to be furious with her for disobeying her uncle's order. Sticking a few hair clips in her hair that he had bought her as a love token was not going to calm him down. She hastily washed, donned her shift, and then sat impatiently while Betty styled her hair and added a few of those clips. "Quick, the gown next, and it needs lacing." Betty worked as fast as she could, chiding Imogen when she would not stand still. "I'm going to poke you with this pin if you don't stop fidgeting. Hold still while I attach the fichu to the collar. Honestly, Lady Imogen, you're as jumpy as a frog." She frowned when Imogen ignored the slippers she had set out and put on her walking boots instead. "Your uncle gave strict instructions you were not to leave home today," Betty warned. "I am merely going for a walk. What is so wrong with that?" Imogen grabbed her sketchbook and tore out of her bedchamber, ignoring Betty's shouts as she chased after her. "You cannot disobey your uncle's instructions. He will sack me, Lady Imogen." "No, he won't. I won't be long. If he returns early, just tell him I am out for a walk." "But he won't be back early, and I will return even before my aunt and Deandra finish their picnic at Moonstone Cottage." Fortunately, Melrose was not at his post, for he would have stopped her for certain. But the young footman who had momentarily relieved him was not as secure in his authority, and allowed her to pass when she tipped her nose into the air and, in her most condescendingly commanding tone, ordered him to step aside. She asked for a horse to be saddled, but the stable hands had also been instructed not to let her off the property, and refused her request.
"Sorry, Lady Imogen. His lordship was quite clear."
Her uncle meant to keep her locked away, at Draco's insistence, no doubt. But it was vital she speak to Draco before he held his meeting with the Irishman. Since Betty had also followed her out, she realized a bit of subterfuge would be required. "Fine," she muttered within Betty's hearing. "I'll be spending the day in my bedchamber, and I do not wish to be disturbed." She marched back inside, felt the staff's gaze on her as she stomped up the stairs, and made a point of slamming her door. Since the staff had never seen her throw a tantrum before, it left them confused, uncertain, and they all scurried for cover. This allowed her to skitter unseen down the back stairs and slip out of the house. Once away from the house, she broke into a run. She could make it to the village in less than 20 minutes at this pace. The air was stifling and the sun beat down on her, but it was only a couple of miles from here to there, and she could cut across the Duke of Claymore's meadow to trim a little off the distance. Goodness, it was hot, of all the days to have no wind. But she pressed on, because showing Draco what she had found would not take long to do. Afterward, it would not be difficult to have one of Mr. Matchett's grooms hitch a rig and drive her home. Indeed, she would return in plenty of time to greet Deandra and Phoebe when they returned from their picnic at Chloe's. Her boots were sturdy, and she was used to taking long walks, but Imogen was completely out of breath by the time she reached the high street. Draco was to meet the Irishman at the Three Lions within the hour, but she did not know if he would be at the tavern yet. She decided to stop by the Kestrel Inn and ask Thaddeus if he knew of Draco's whereabouts, since the innkeeper was as curious as she was and seemed aware of the comings and goings of everyone in the village. If Thaddeus hadn't seen him, then she would stop by Constable Angel's office and inquire of him. Thaddeus, as hoped, had the answer she sought.
"I noticed him walking to the tavern with Pirate not 5 minutes ago."
"Thank you." She smiled and hurried across the street. Her next problem was how to sneak into the tavern without being noticed. William Angel was a very nice young man, but he would refuse to admit her if she attempted to walk in on her own. Proper young ladies were simply not allowed in the tavern without an escort, and there was not a man in town who would dare escort her, for fear her uncle would run him through with a sword blade. She ambled past the tavern, then circled around the back, creeping close enough to peer through one of the rear windows. It was early yet, and the tavern was just opening up. Was anyone in there besides Draco? Drat, she muttered, for the place was dark, and there were too many nooks where men could sit and not be seen. She hoisted herself up against the window, pasting her nose to the glass. "Parrot," she whistled softly, "show yourself." She was about to give up and simply walk in through the kitchen, when someone suddenly grabbed her from behind and covered her mouth to muffle her screams. She tried to kick her assailant and managed 2 feeble kicks to his shin before she noticed Parrot watching her, a smile on his face and his tail wagging. Of course, Draco. She relaxed against her captor's broad chest and breathed in the clean scent of bay spices on his skin. Oh, thank goodness. She held up a book and began to talk into his hand, which was still covering her mouth. "Look at the book," she tried to tell him as she waved it back and forth. His heart was pounding against her ear, a strong rhythmic beat, to indicate he was furious. His body was taut, all those hard muscles needlessly tense as he held her against him. She tried to remove his hand from her mouth, but his blood was still in a boil, and he was not ready to accommodate her yet. He continued to hold her embarrassingly close, all that male heat and seething tension pressing against her skin. "What did you not understand about staying away from Moonstone Landing today?" he asked, his growl deep and sensual. She waved the book in front of him again. He finally eased his hand off her mouth to allow her to speak. "Just look at these drawings, and you will understand the urgency. Do you think I would ever disobey you if it wasn't a matter of life and death?" "You disobey me all the time." But he eased his hold and held her in a delicious embrace instead of a captive grip. She relaxed against him. Oh, he felt so good. "I only disobey with the best of intentions." He groaned and turned to face him. "What did you find in that book?" "Do you mind if we move away from the tavern's outhouse while we speak? The odour is pungent, to say the least." He wasn't budging. "Very well, be stubborn about it." She opened the book to the sketches she had done in May of the riders on Rotten Row. "Most of my time was spent with Ella and my little nephew, but my sister and Caden also needed their privacy, so I did not visit them every day, even though they love me and are always happy to see me." "Imogen, get to the point." She quickly leafed through the pages until she got to the right one. "Since the weather was unusually pleasant, I set out my supplies near the children's play area by the Serpentine in Hyde Park. I could easily watch the riders on Rotten Row and the carriages on the lane beside it without being noticed. Look." "What am I looking at?" A rider on a chestnut Frisian, talking to 2 men in an open carriage. "Look closely, Draco. Don't you recognize them? Could this be Lord Eldridge talking to Healy and Burke?" He raked a hand through his hair. "Blast it, Imogen, I don't know. I have no idea what Lord Eldridge looks like. Why did you not ask your uncle first?" She frowned at him. "I would have, but he rode to St. Austell Grange to meet Kane and his estate manager, and will not be back before supper." "And your aunt?" "Well, she was at Moonstone Cottage visiting Chloe." "Which is within spitting distance of Westgate Hall. You could have walked over there to ask her." I considered it and immediately rejected the idea, because she rarely goes to London now, and she would have figured out your intention and held on to you so that you could not run to Moonstone Landing to find me." She nodded reluctantly. "Can you blame me?" "Yes, utterly and completely. Any footman could have delivered this book to me." Would you have bothered to look at it before you met McTavish? She cast him a knowing look. This was too important a discovery to trust to anyone else. He would not stop frowning at her.
I have to get you home.
You mustn't worry about me. I'll make my own way home. He held her back when she attempted to hand him the book of sketches and leave his side.
Not on your life.
He took gentle hold of her arm.
The Drogheda has sailed into harbour and docked. I cannot leave you to walk around town searching for a ride home while the Irishman and his crew are walking about. Wait here. Let me see what I can arrange. Do not move a muscle. Parrot, guard her.
Parrot trotted over, gave her hand a goopy lick, and then sat on her feet.
Good dog.
Draco ruffled the tuft of hair atop Parrot's head.
Don't let her move.
Imogen tried to take a step forward as soon as Draco left her side. Parrot surprised her by taking hold of her ankle between his jaws. His grip was light, but Imogen realized he meant to do exactly as Draco commanded and keep her in place. As sweet as the dog was with her, if she took another step his grip would tighten. Fine, I won't budge, but I do not appreciate being forced to remain by the tavern's outhouse. Draco returned within a few minutes, his expression grim.
Too late,
he grumbled.
They're everywhere. When I went to the stable to arrange for a rig to take you back home, Matchett, the idiot, was already talking to one of the Drogheda crewmen. He noticed me and immediately asked if Lady Imogen had found me. Thaddeus obviously blabbed that you were looking for me.
What is wrong with that?
Did you not hear what I just said? One of the Drogheda's crewmen was standing right there and overheard. He left to report to the Irishman. They now know your name.
But they do not know me or what my connection is to you. I could be a 60-year-old dowager looking to invite you to one of my teas. His frown deepened.
No one in this village knows how to keep their mouths shut. Within 5 minutes, the Irishman will know every detail of your life. He will have a complete description of you and will be told of the Walter incident.
And how you were with me and protected me? Draco nodded. She nibbled her lip. What are we going to do?
Stay here and keep you out of sight. I'll see if any of the tavern's guest rooms are empty and then sneak you into one of them.
This was not at all what she had planned. Oh, that is not a good idea. I had better get back to Westgate Hall before Aunt Phoebe notices I am missing. Take me to Fort Arundel and leave me in Fion's charge. He'll get me safely home.
Imogen, we would have to walk past the harbour and more of the Drogheda's crewmen.
Then let me walk to the fort on my own.
Are you mad? A dozen fishmongers will point you out as you stroll by.
So what? Your Irishman won't dare abduct me in broad daylight in front of everyone. He would have an entire army regiment down on him and his crew if they tried anything untoward.
I am not willing to take that risk. They will have seen you, and that is enough to worry me.
Draco, I have to get back home, or my uncle will never forgive me or trust me ever again.
You should have thought of that before you came tearing down here. Did you not hear what I just said? The Irishman and his crew are crawling all over Moonstone Landing. You're to stay hidden in one of those upstairs chambers until I am done and can escort you home. Must I chain you to the bedpost? Because I will do whatever it takes to keep you out of trouble, bind you, gag you, chain you.
She blushed. Ella and I once read a book about bondage, secretly, of course. Our father would have had an apoplexy had he known about it. A friend of ours had a brother who—
Gad, I do not want to know,
he said with exasperation and a hot release of breath.
You already arouse improper thoughts in me. Do not even encourage my mind to— Forget it. Wait here. Don't move. Don't talk. And don't breathe.
He stalked off and returned not a minute later with a dark cloak that must have been a man's because it was much too big for her. He wrapped it around her shoulders and pulled the hood over her neatly fashioned hair. My clips, she cried softly, as one caught on the wall of the hood. "I don't want to lose them."
"I'll buy you more,"
he replied, his voice tense as he ushered her through the tavern's kitchen, up the narrow back stairs, and down an equally narrow hallway, whose old wooden floorboards creaked with every step they took. She would have tripped several times along the way, since the cloak was too long, and she could not hold on to it and her book at the same time. But Draco's strong arms came around her each time she faltered. He still smelled like fresh bay spices, and she probably smelled of stale ale because the stench had gotten into the wool, and she would now reek of it too. He opened the last door at the top of the stairs, drew her inside, and then shut the door and latched it while he remained in there with her. Draco?"
It was a small room.
He was a big man, and seemed even bigger, as he towered over her with that fine body of his oozing tension and danger.
After a moment, his expression softened. "You look like a little gnome in that cloak,"
he said with a light chuckle, and took it off her to hang it on a peg beside the hearth. He then took the sketchbook out of her hands and set it atop the bureau for now.
"Keep away from the windows. Securely latch the door once I've gone downstairs. Stick that book in a bureau drawer or under the mattress, anywhere it is not immediately visible should anyone break in. No, just put it in the drawer. That mattress cannot be very clean."
Imogen had just sat down on the bed and immediately leaped up and began to brush off the backside of her gown. "I'm sure you're only saying this to rile me. William Angel runs a proper establishment."
"Yes, for the most part. But these rooms are not only used to accommodate guests who wish to sleep."
"What do you mean?" He strode to the window, opened it a crack to allow in some air, and then drew the drapes closed so that only minimal light came in.
"Sometimes these rooms are let by the hour. Do you understand what I am saying?"
She put her hand to her cheeks because her face was suddenly on fire. "Yes, I understand. How long did you secure use of this room for?"
6 hours.
She gasped. "6? I cannot possibly stay here that long."
"Hush! Keep your voice down." "Yes, 6 it is, and I am not changing it. I do not want you sticking your nose out of this room until my meeting is over and the Irishman has sailed away. Have a seat on that stool beside the hearth. Make yourself comfortable. You are not going anywhere for a while."
She spread her handkerchief over the stool and sank down on it with a huff. "Does William know it is me you have brought up here?"
"Not yet, but he knows it is not one of the usual doxies who frequent his establishment. He'll figure it out fairly soon, I suppose. Probably within 5 minutes, I wager. Who else knows you were in town?"
"Thaddeus is the only one I approached," she said, now feeling quite miserable about this idea of hers. "Others may have seen me. It matters little now that Mr. Matchett is aware and telling everyone about me." Draco stared at her.
"I have to get word to your uncle before he tears this village apart looking for you. Blast that idiot Matchett. He does not know how to keep his mouth shut, nor does Thaddeus, for that matter."
"Yes, everyone gossips around here. Perhaps get word to Mrs. Hawes's husband. He'll be making his deliveries, and can let my uncle know I am safely tucked away, and he should not worry."
"Not worry?"
Draco laughed.
"Oh, yes, he'll be in excellent humour when he hears I have locked you in a room at the Three Lions Tavern. No matter what we do, everyone will know it was me who brought you up here and kept you entertained for 6 hours.
Good grief. Surely everyone will realize it was all an innocent misunderstanding and nothing improper occurred. You'll be seen downstairs talking to the Irishman. They cannot possibly imagine we were doing that all the while, in broad daylight no less."
"Does it matter whether the deed is done in day or night?"
"It feels more decadent in daylight. I'll be ruined either way, I suppose."
"Whose fault is that?"
He came to her side and knelt beside her.
"Butterfly, you know I intend to marry you. I do not need to have you compromised to offer for your hand."
She threw her arms around him and gave him a fierce hug. "You would still marry me after this?"
"There's no one else for me, sweetheart."
His arms closed around her, wrapping her in his protective warmth for a long moment before he released her. She sighed. "Uncle Cormac will be so disappointed in me. By the time I am returned home, he will have heard some completely distorted version of the facts, of course."
"I will straighten out any misunderstanding. I've warned William that I will break his nose if he lets slip I have a woman up here. I'll break his leg if he dares come up here to find out who I've smuggled in."
He looked fierce enough to be believed, but Imogen knew he would never harm William. Besides, William was a smart young man, and would figure out she was the woman without need of ever coming up here. He's not the one you need to worry about. As the tavern's proprietor, he knew to keep his mouth shut about his patrons. It's too late, now that Thaddeus and Mr. Matchett have been telling anyone who will listen. She groaned, buried her face in her hands for a moment, and then looked up at him again. "I only meant to warn you about Lord Eldridge and his connection to Healy and Berg, then be on my way. You needed a name to shock McTavish into giving up these revels. Lord Eldridge's name will do the trick." He merely stared at her, obviously not convinced. "Draco, does it not make sense that Eldridge is one of the rebel plotters? Perhaps their top man?"
"Imogen, it is too far-fetched. More likely, they are mere acquaintances, greeting each other in passing, because the Ton is a fairly closed establishment, and everyone knows everyone else. Family connections, old school chums, members of the same elite clubs, horse enthusiasts. Your discovery could have waited, Imogen."
"But don't you see? Now you can mention the stolen chestnut Frisian to the Irishman and see his reaction. Your recovering the horse is the perfect way to mention Lord Eldridge without raising suspicion. If McTavish does not react, then no harm done, and you move on to speak of something else." He caressed her cheek.
"And you think this is worth putting your life at risk?"
His face was close to hers, and she could feel the warmth of his breath as it mingled with hers. "The risk to my life is greatly exaggerated," she insisted. "They want you, not me. You are just being overly protective of me. You are the one at risk, and I will do everything I can to protect you." "When are you due to meet the Irishman?"
15 minutes.
"Will you stay up here with me until then?" Her mind was already wandering down an improper path, thinking of how they might occupy their time. After all, she was ruined, and he was going to marry her. Were they not as good as betrothed? It seemed a terrible waste to keep his big, rough hands and beautifully shaped lips idle.
"No, but I'll be back."
He kissed her on the forehead, rose, stuffed the book into a bureau drawer, then marched to the door.
"Parrot, guard her. Imogen, latch the door behind me. When I return, I will knock 4 times in rapid succession. Then count to 5 and do the same again. Do not respond to any other knock. If someone breaks down the door, let Parrot fight him off."
Her eyes widened. Why was he being such a prophet of doom? She began to sputter questions, but he ignored her and strode out. Parrot growled softly when she attempted to follow him out. He grabbed hold of the hem of her gown. "You are contributing to my ruination, Parrot. I hope you feel some remorse for this," she said, securing the door as Draco had instructed. The dog merely turned his head in that parrot way of his. "Fine, be stubborn." She sank back down on the stool, but took note of the hearth-irons that could be used to defend herself should things go wrong, and Parrot could not protect her. "I was sure he was going to seduce me," she muttered. Pirate, would you think less of me if I surrendered to his charms?" Pirate squawked as he stretched out across her feet. He really could have kissed me before he took himself off. One scorching kiss. Is that too much to ask? He did not even allow his hands to roam. He has the nicest hands, don't you think? Pirate covered his ears with his paws. Fine, I will not speak of him. I am angry with him anyway. I could have been halfway home by now if he hadn't tossed me up here. But her complaint was quite half-hearted, especially now that she heard voices beneath her window, and suddenly heard Draco's name mentioned. She tiptoed to the window that Draco had opened a crack to allow some air into the cramped quarters. She peered out, careful not to be seen. 3 men had taken seats at one of the long tables outdoors. This guest chamber overlooked the tavern's back garden and gave her a clear view of these unsavoury rogues. The outhouse was tucked in a corner of the garden just beyond the tables. She watched with growing concern as these grizzled men settled in with their ales. She recognised them as sailors from the Irishman's ship, the very ones who had rowed to shore along with McTavish that day at the pirate caves. She had seen them through Draco's spyglass and would never forget their faces. One of them drew out his knife. "Put it away, ye arse," another of them said. "Captain don't want no killing here. We're to wait until payment is received before we slit anyone's throat. Don't go being a hothead, Lemuel, and ruining it for all of us." "I don't care," the man called Lemuel said. "I don't trust that Draco. He's up to no good, and I'm not waiting around to be caught in a trap and hanged." "You think he's setting us up?" the first man said. "Captain trusts him, and that's good enough for me." Lemuel growled. "Then you're a fool, Jake. He's a bloody Jarl now. What would he want with the likes of us, unless it was to turn us in?" The third man spoke up. "I'm with Jake. If the captain trusts him, and so do I. He was one of us for years. A fancy title ain't going to change him." "He was never one of us," Lemuel said. "Aye, he was a privateer, but did he ever maraud on behalf of anyone but the Crown? He's loyal to England. So what's he doing, involved in a scheme to overthrow the monarchy?" "Hush, you fool," Jake said, glancing around furtively. Fortunately, he did not think to look up, or he might have noticed the curtains flutter as Imogen hastily backed away. "Anyone might hear you. You've already had too much to drink. Shut up, and don't say another word." Lemuel cursed at his companion. "No one's around to hear us." He took another swig of his ale. "Captain thinks he's so smart, but I just heard Eldridge's prime stud was stolen right out from under his nose, and he's on his way here to claim him. What I think is Draco's set a trap to snare us all right here in Moonstone Landing. The Crown agents are onto us, and Draco is working with them to catch us all in one big net, I'm telling you." "You're crazy, Lemuel. Captain's about to meet with Draco. We ain't done nothing wrong, and no one's going to arrest us. Even if they were suspicious, we don't have the cargo yet. They'll find an empty hold and have to let us go, unless you open your big mouth and give them the proof they need." By this time the 3 of them had finished their ales and shouted for William to bring another round. When he did, Lemuel tossed him several coins. "Get back inside and mind your business." "I always do," William said, his voice calm as he took the coins and empty mugs, then stepped back inside. "You really think the Crown knows about Eldridge?" Jake asked in a whisper that carried up to Imogen's room. He sounded quite concerned. "How could they?" the third man said. "All contact was made through Healy and Burke, who in turn dealt through those 2 solicitors, Gray and Sewell." "How do the 2 of you know so much about the captain's business?" Lemuel asked. "See, that's why the Crown agents are onto us. Everyone talks too much, carelessly dropping names like that."
"Captain didn't tell us nothing,"
Jake replied.
"You're the one who talks too much, especially when in your cups. Captain ought to know better than to confide in you."
Lemuel slammed his fist on the table, making a loud thwack as his beefy hand struck the weathered wood.
"I make it my business to have him confide in me,"
he said.
"If I'm to be caught and hanged, then I can buy my way free with a few bargaining chips. Just keep your trap shut, and I'll get the two of you freed as well. Mark my words, they are onto us, and Draco as the crown agent who will betray us." "Captain put us out here to stop Draco if he tries to escape out the back,"
Jake said.
"Shall we just hold him or kill him?"
Lemuel laughed.
"Draco's not going to run. He's fearless. But I know what will put the fear into him. Something better than our being caught and hoping giving up names will free us. What I have in mind is something that will stop him from ever turning us over to the crown in the first place."
"What?" the third man asked.
"Lady Imogen Stockwell,"
Lemuel said with a wicked sneer.
Imogen put a hand over her mouth to muffle her cry. "Word is, he's sweet on her."
Lemuel continued, his voice as sinister as he looked.
"The captain's a fool if he does not take her hostage. If he won't do it, then I will. Anyone tries to come after me, I'll kill her." "You do this all on your own?"
Jake asked.
"How? You don't even know what she looks like?"
Lemuel shrugged.
"She's somewhere here in town. Word is, she's looking for Draco. All we have to do is wait for her to show up here."
Dear heaven, no wonder Draco was obsessively determined to keep her hidden away. Was there no honour among pirates? These men were ready to betray their own captain to save their hides. Lemuel stared at his two companions.
"Draco will never allow them to spring their trap on us if we are holding Lady Imogen hostage. Well, are you with me or not?"
Jake shook his head.
"No, I don't like it."
Lemuel growled.
"And you, Jonah?"
Jonah was the youngest of them and looked quite scared at the moment.
"Lemuel, if we steal a woman and harm her, they won't just hang us quickly. We'll be drawn and quartered. No, I'm out." "Useless pair."
Lemuel knocked over his bench as he rose.
"Then I'll just have to find her myself, won't I?"
Chapter 17.
Draco sat in a darkened corner of the Three Lions that was still empty at this hour, but would soon begin to fill up. The hint of smoke from the well-used hearth and lingering aroma of sloshed ale had seeped into the sturdy wooden tables and floor that not even the scented sprigs of juniper scattered around the room could erase. He stared at Sean McTavish, seated directly across from him, eager to get through their business and return to Imogen, who, Lord help him, was behaving herself for the moment and keeping to the upstairs guest chamber, but he did not know how long that would last. "Keep your hands on the table, McTavish."
The Irishman smiled.
"Don't you trust me?"
Draco arched an eyebrow.
"Yes, just as much as you trust me. You've posted 3 men out back on the chance I try to slip away."
McTavish shrugged.
"Just a precaution. I know you are not going to run. What's this I hear about someone stealing Lord Eldridge's horse?"
Draco muffled his surprise.
"Why do you care about a stolen horse?" "No reason,"
McTavish said, one eye twitching in response. Just once. A quick twitch and hardly a noteworthy reaction, but Draco knew McTavish, and that slight gesture was telling. For pity's sake. Was Imogen right? How could she possibly have figured out the identity of the rebel leader on a mere sketch she had drawn months ago? She was a slip of a girl, not even out in society yet. She had never even met Eldridge.
The entire pantheon of England's elite rode along Rotten Row, but she had chosen these very men to draw. It did not matter that the sketch was only one among 50 she had done over the course of the month, but it was there and undeniable. The men must have been passing furtive looks among themselves, and immediately caught her attention because of it. Gad, if the Home Office ever caught on to her talents, they would use her artistic intuition as their secret weapon. As improbable as it may seem, Imogen's suspicions had to be correct. Otherwise McTavish would have first asked about his getting shot, and not about Eldridge's horse being stolen. And now, all the pieces of this puzzle were fitting into place. Draco knew what he had to do. He sipped his ale as he told McTavish about Walter, the village sot and all-around no-account, who had stolen the stallion on a lark and ridden him here. He discharged his pistol into the window of the local tea-shop and then rode away. Draco omitted mention of his flesh wound, or that he required stitches. His skin felt raw, and those stitches still burned like blazes along his arm. Perhaps he ought to have taken some laudanum for the pain, but it was too late to think of that now. He also omitted mention of Imogen, who had been seated beside him when the incident occurred. McTavish must have known anyway, for those details would have been told to him by anyone he bothered to ask. I found the horse abandoned in a meadow and brought it back to the Kestrel Inn stable, Draco said, once again keeping as close to the truth as possible. The local constable found Walter trying to hide out in an abandoned fox den and brought him back here. Walter is now sleeping it off in one of the fort's cells. McTavish frowned. Why the fort? He stole a valuable horse, Draco said. Eldridge is going to see him hanged. Walter has every incentive to escape, and the local jail will never hold him. McTavish took a healthy sip of his ale and then set down the mug. That's quite a story. Yes, it is. When is Eldridge due here to reclaim his horse? Draco sensed the Irishman's growing concern about the rebel plot, and he was more than happy to encourage his doubts. Assuming he comes himself to collect the beast, probably not until tomorrow. Major Brennan sent one of his men off early this morning to deliver the good news. A day's ride to Thulston, and another day to return is what I estimate. Although, Eldridge may already be on the trail of the stolen horse, in which case he will arrive sooner. Perhaps within the hour. Why do you ask? McTavish shrugged and then tossed him a mischievous smile. Maybe I am thinking of stealing the beast. Draco laughed. What would you do with a horse on board your ship, especially one the size of that Frisian? You cannot carry enough hay in your hold to satisfy him, and nobody is ever going to buy him from you for fear of being accused of theft and being hanged themselves. That horse is too distinctive. You'll have more luck attempting to sell the crown jewels. No, that's an idea worth pursuing, McTavish said in jest. Draco leaned forward. Yes, just as stupid as this rebel plot you've got yourself mixed up in. But, enough small talk. What is your plan for delivering those crates? There'll be a new moon next week. Easy for you to sail into my cove under cover of darkness. Will your men unload the crates? Do they need assistance from mine? No assistance. I'll deposit all the goods in your cave. You needn't be present, we've seen the layout. I don't need you waving a lantern or doing anything to give us away. I know where the shoals are located in your cove, and will avoid them. All right, that's one end taken care of. McTavish nodded. I'll make the second delivery the following week. I've only agreed to the one so far. Come on, Draco, don't be difficult. There's only the second, and you will have it precisely 1 week from the first delivery. Same terms. I bring the men who will do the unloading. You do not need to be around. Just keep your people away from the caves. Not a problem. No one ever goes near them. I've spread word they are crumbling and dangerous. Good.
McTavish raised his mug to order a refill, then thanked William when he came over to fill it. He waited for William to walk out of earshot before continuing.
Always pays to be polite to the help. Don't want to attract particular attention.
Draco gave a snort and took a sip of his ale.
You and your crew have been noticed by one and all. This is a small place, and everyone minds everybody else's business. The less time you spend here, the better. Now, tell me about the pickup. Whom should I expect? How am I to be paid? Will they need my men to load the crates onto their wagons?
Plans have changed slightly. You'll be contacted by a Mr. Gray or a Mr. Sewell, who will arrange the pickup and payment directly with you.
Those solicitors from Exeter?
McTavish eyed him warily.
Yes. How did you know?
Draco drained his mug.
They were in the tea shop with their wives when Walter shot out the window. We exchanged pleasantries.
So, they are the agents. I knew they were involved, but never would have guessed this was their role. They seemed too genteel to get their hands dirty. McTavish was now decidedly on edge.
Who did you suspect? Healy and Burke, of course. What had happened to them?
Draco eased back in his chair.
No one in particular. I just never thought it would be these respectable gentlemen, especially since they are here with their wives. Is that not a bit reckless on their part? Or are their wives in it too? I understand one of them is related to Lord Eldridge.
That was an utter fabrication on his part, but so what?
Let McTavish deny it, or better yet, admit the connection, and allow Draco to tie up this investigation in a neat bow.
McTavish's eye twitched again.
How did you know? Ladies' talk.
Draco shrugged it off as unimportant, but...
Blessed saints. So there was a connection to Lord Eldridge beyond Imogen's crazy intuition. I am not going to say anything, mind you. I just like to know who all the players are. You know how I hate surprises. How are Lord Healy and Lord Burke connected to this smuggling operation? Are they still alive? Or did you kill them? They should never have done away with Driscoll on my property.
McTavish growled and was about to reach for his pistol when he heard the click of Draco's weapon.
Don't even think of moving, McTavish,
he said, aiming his pistol at the Irishman's gut.
Bloody hell! Are you a Crown agent, Draco? No, I give you my oath. It was no lie, for he wasn't officially on their payroll. At best, he was merely enlisted to provide assistance in this Crown operation. He had not even been given a fancy badge or other official emblem of his service. But you are into some dirty dealings, and I have no intention of hanging along with you, now that these underlings are all suddenly being killed off, and Eldridge's plot is falling apart. How many more bodies are going to be dumped on my property? Where are Healy and Burke now?
Listen, Draco, McTavish said. You're too much on edge. Has that title made you soft?
It is nothing but a hiccup. Driscoll found out what Healy and Burke were doing and tried to blackmail them. Driscoll himself had nothing to do with Eldridge's business, and I don't believe he ever had a clue. His mistake was in threatening to expose Healy and Burke's opium-dealing activities to their families, not realising they were also involved in Eldridge's rebellious ambitions. It was the rebel activity they could not risk being exposed. No one knows of Eldridge's... well, I suppose you do. Yes, and I am new to this smuggling operation. You are fooling yourself if you think others will not get on to Eldridge soon. Tell me more about Healy and Burke. I have no idea what happened to them. They're probably in hiding. Eldridge will take care of shutting them up once he finds them. Assuming they don't talk first, I'm sure the Home Office will be happy to receive them. They'll be dead the moment they set foot in London. Eldridge is not without influence there. He's probably put the word out already, offering a hefty reward for the man who silences them.
McTavish leaned forward and folded his arms on the table.
Take this bit of friendly advice, Draco. You had better shut up too. No one is going to shoot you if you stay in line and do as you are told."
Draco shook his head.
"Oh, I think not. Eldridge is going to silence everyone he can along the way, you included. You must realize his plans were doomed the moment Driscoll was killed on my property. I'm sure Driscoll's friends recognized Healy and Burke. The blackmail will not stop. You cannot start killing them all."
He kept his pistol pointed at McTavish's gut, hidden under the table, since the tavern was beginning to fill with patrons.
"Put your weapon away," McTavish muttered. "I'm not here to kill anyone, least of all you. Eldridge can do what he wants. It is none of my affair."
He was about to say more, but was startled by the laughter of several men who strode into the tavern.
Draco nodded to them, merely in acknowledgement, for people were friendly in these parts, and it was simpler to be amiable and yet still remain aloof. No one was going to approach an earl without his permission. The place was filling up fast, and Draco was eager to finish their unsavoury business. He made sure to keep his weapon out of sight, but still trained on McTavish. "I am not going to put it away. Don't make any sudden moves. Listen carefully, you stubborn clot. Let's stop the pretense. I am going to save your hide, but you have to tell me all you know before I let you sail from Moonstone Landing." "Bloody hell. Lemuel was right not to trust you." "I assume he's the arse who was itching to shoot me that day you showed up in my cove. I wouldn't trust him if I were you. Just a word of advice."
McTavish looked around.
"Why should I believe you?" "Then don't. But you are already worried about him. Your eye is twitching again, gives you away every time. He's probably had a few ales in him by now and is boasting to his mates how he's a lot smarter than you and would make a better captain."
McTavish sighed.
"Maybe he's right. I've grown soft. Why else would I be sitting here with your pistol aimed at me, and you already on to Eldridge? I saved your life once, Draco. Is this why you are offering to spare mine?"
Draco nodded.
"You were always fair with me. We have dealt with each other often enough to know how the other thinks. You had to be aware I would always protect England. Why did you not object to Eldridge's using my caves? Since you claim to know me, go ahead and tell me the answer."
Draco gave it a moment's thought and then groaned inwardly.
No wonder the Home Office couldn't tell him what had happened to disrupt Eldridge's original site. They truly did not know, and believed it was merely a stroke of good fortune when the opportunity to insert him in the rebel plot fell in their lap. Gad, of course. McTavish was the reason, purposely sabotaging Eldridge's operations because he wanted out. "Eldridge has sucked you in deeper than you like," Draco said, "and you want nothing more to do with him. But getting out of his scheme with your life intact remained the problem. So, you decided to lure me in and hope I would accomplish what you could not, getting you out of his rebellion without his realizing you wanted out. How did you damage his original drop-off location? Does it matter? I suppose not. Then you suggested my caves as a replacement? Bloody arse. You might have mentioned it to me or asked me first. You would have refused if I were the one to approach you. Yes, I raised the possibility with Eldridge, but also leaked word in the hope that Crone agents would learn of it and enlist you. You are quite predictable in your loyalty to the Crone."
Draco nodded.
"Aye, you're probably right. Very well, I'll get you out. You ought to forget gun-running altogether. It isn't healthy for you. Blast, we have company."
He glanced at two men who had just walked into the tavern and intended to take a table close to them, giving each a murderous look.
The pair caught his expression and immediately turned around to shoulder their way through the crowd that had now gathered at the bar. Satisfied they would not be disturbed, Draco turned back to his companion. "What more do you know about Eldridge's scheme? Where has he been storing his arsenal? Who else is involved?"
McTavish hesitated, then shook his head and sighed. Well, let me reach into the breast pocket of my jacket. I'm going to withdraw a piece of paper. That's all it is. Just paper. You will find it useful.
Draco arched an eyebrow.
You were prepared for this day to come. McTavish nodded. I knew Eldridge's plans would be discovered the moment you agreed to receive the smuggled guns. I know you better than you think, Draco. You are a loyal fellow, and never would have agreed to a rebel scheme unless urged to do so by Crown agents. It all went just as I hoped. However, your knowing Eldridge's involvement surprised me. How long have you been suspicious of him?
A while, Draco lied.
McTavish shrugged. Perhaps you and I will deal in silks and laces, or perfumes and wine, at a later date. What are your thoughts on gold or diamonds, tea, vanilla beans, salt, spices? Never mind. You're frowning and taking this all too seriously. We'll talk again soon. I've written out a full list of names and places. You'll find all you need on that paper. Do we have a deal? By naming names in exchange for my freedom and that of my crew. Yes, Draco nodded. Get word to Gray and Sewell that I have agreed to the terms and they are to contact me to finalise payment arrangements. Why? Are we to continue as originally planned? I dare not deliver the goods to your cave. All I need is for you to pretend you are proceeding with the plan. At the last moment, make up some excuse to delay delivery by 2 weeks. We ought to have everything wrapped up by then. Have you been paid for those guns? I always require payment in advance of each shipment. McTavish flashed him a triumphant grin. Sewell transferred the funds into my account just before I came here to meet you. Draco laughed. You always manage to come out smelling like a rose. Just keep up the pretense for these next 2 weeks so the Home Office can round up the last of the rebels. I'll leave it to them to discover the whereabouts of Healy and Burke as well. Assuming they are alive. Well, if they are alive, they cannot stay in hiding long. McTavish, you need to do something else for me. What is it? Do me a favour and dump those guns into the ocean. Sure, Draco. By his smarmy smile and heavy Irish lilt, Draco knew McTavish would not do it. Still, he felt better for asking. They reviewed several more details, then rose to leave. McTavish, Draco said, casting him a warning look. Your list had better not be a feeble jest. I'll come after you and kill you myself. The Irishman raked a hand through his hair and this time cast him a sincere but wry smile. It doesn't, Draco. I swear it on my mother's grave, and before you ask, yes, she is dead, going on 10 years now. The sainted woman would not have been proud of what I've become. Nor mine, Draco admitted, thinking of his own mother and how poorly he and Nolan had turned out. All right, then. Round up your men and sail out of Moonstone Landing as fast as you can. I'll stall the Crown agents as long as possible. Bollocks, do you have men waiting on your signal? McTavish shook his head and groaned. I knew it. Those first 2 you nodded to earlier as they walked into the tavern. And those other 2 you chased away from the table next to ours with your glower. Crown agents. You know I am always prepared, Draco said as they walked out of the tavern, not about to tell him that his assumptions were utter rubbish. McTavish turned to him. And what about that Walter fella you mentioned earlier? He's in charge, hasn't he? He's the Crown agent you are working with. Has he been watching us all the while? Draco shook his head in mock regret. You know, I am not at liberty to reveal anything. Come on, Draco, be square with me. Draco surveyed the street and then cast McTavish a sideways glance. All I can say is, this Walter fellow may be something other than you think. McTavish's eyes widened. Then he is a Crown agent. I am not at liberty to tell you. All I am saying is that he managed to steal a heavily guarded prize stud from Eldridge's stable
and rode him here despite having at least a dozen Eldridge men on his trail. Think about it. This Walter is very clever. He will have lured you, the solicitors, and Lord Eldridge and his underlings here to Moonstone Landing, where he just happens to have a fully armed garrison at the ready. Blast it, Draco. You could have mentioned this sooner. I am mentioning it now. Draco strode down the high street. McTavish, you saved my life once, and now we are even. Don't forget my warning about that fellow, Lemuel. Get him out of here. What you do with him afterward is your business, but I never want to see him in Moonstone Landing again. McTavish nodded, and they soon parted ways. Draco ambled over to the Kestrel Inn stable, where he pretended to chat with Mr. Matchett, but in fact had an excellent view of the tavern and the harbour. He watched as McTavish walked behind the tavern and emerged a moment later with two of his men. One of them, the troublesome Lemuel, was missing. Yes, he was trouble, that one. Bloody hell, Draco muttered, feeling a sudden sense of dread. He hurried to the tavern, slipping in through the back door, and had no sooner entered than he heard the smash of a door and a lady's scream. Imogen. Pirate was barking furiously. Draco tore up the stairs. Bloody hell! Had Lemuel spotted her, peering out the window? Imogen screamed again. Lord! Was he too late to save her? Chapter 18. Imogen knew something had gone terribly wrong when she heard two swift knocks at the door. This was not Draco's signal, and her fears were confirmed when Parrot suddenly leaped in front of her and began to growl. "Did they see me, Parrot?" she asked in a frightened whisper. How could McTavish's men have known she was up here? She had been so careful. Well, obviously not careful enough. Would Draco ever forgive her? "His lordship's asking for you," said a grizzled voice from the other side of the door. Parrot barked before she had the chance to silence him. Drat! Now the villain knew for certain she was in here. Hearing his harsh laughter, she grabbed one of the hearth-irons for added protection. A sturdy iron shovel that she now held raised as the latch rattled. Suddenly, the entire door was smashed off its hinges, and an enormous man carrying a knife lunged in. Parrot immediately leaped forward to defend her, digging his teeth into the hand that held the knife. But the man struck back, punching Parrot. The brave dog let out a yelp of pain that cut Imogen to the quick. Knowing she had to stop that ogre before he mortally wounded Parrot, she swung her shovel at his head with all her might, and managed to strike him solidly in the face just as he pivoted toward her. She swung again as he stumbled forward, and managed to land a solid blow to the back of his head. None of this would have been possible had Parrot not kept his teeth dug into the man's hand and refused to let go. She swung a third time, landing another solid blow to the man's head that brought him to his knees. In the next moment, he toppled over. His face slammed against the floor so hard, his head bounced before smacking the floor again. Imogen was breathing so hard, she had not the strength to release a sob. Nor could she let down her guard, for she heard more footsteps on the stairs, and knew she needed to keep up the fight. Scared and exhausted, she was about to take a swing at this new assailant, when she recognized Draco bursting in. She tossed the shovel aside and ran crying into his arms. "Draco, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry." "Butterfly, it's all right." His voice was achingly gentle, his tone forgiving, as he drew her into his arms and held her fiercely. "You are safe, sweetheart. Blessed saints, I was so worried. But it seems I need not have been. How did you manage to knock him out?" She had no time to answer before William Angel tore up the stairs and came to an abrupt halt in the doorway. He stared at her, momentarily speechless, Then he shook his head and laughed. "You did this, Lady Imogen?" She nodded. "Impressive," William murmured. Draco tucked her slightly behind him, no doubt out of protective instinct rather than any apparent need, since William was a friendly party. "I'll pay for the damage, William. Find McTavish, he's the gent I was talking to in your establishment a short while ago. Tell him to pick up this piece of offal." "At once, my lord." William ran off to do his bidding. Imogen was still trembling, but she took a moment to slip out of Draco's arms and kneel beside Parrot, who was stretched out on the floor and not making a sound. "Draco," she said, struggling to hold back tears. "He came at Parrot with a knife and then tried to punch him. Oh, I'll never forgive myself. I shouldn't have been here. It is all my fault." "Imogen, you are not to blame." She wanted to disagree, but this was no time to bicker. Saving Parrot was all that mattered. "He may be badly hurt. Let's get him to the hospital and have Dr. Hewitt look at him." She was prepared to insist on it when Parrot suddenly bounded to his feet and wagged his tail. Draco knelt beside him and carefully ran his hands over his dog's limbs and body. Both of them were surprised when Parrot never yelped once. "He seems all right," Draco said, letting out a relieved breath. "How are you feeling, you little scamp? Did he hurt you?" Parrot licked Draco's face and then ran in a circle around him. Imogen had never seen a sweeter smile on Draco's face. She clapped with glee. "Thank goodness, I was so worried." Draco rose and drew her up along with him, rubbing her back in his arms. Parrot may have cried out more from surprise than anything. The bastard could not have landed more than a glancing blow. I couldn't find so much as a scratch on him. "But how are you, Butterfly?" "I'm fine, now that I know he did not hurt Parrot." "Thanks to you." He shook his head in wonder. "How in heaven's name did you manage to fell that giant?" "Never mind, I can guess. A blow from that iron shovel would knock out any man. I have to get you out of here, before others come upstairs asking questions." "All right, Draco, I'm so sorry." With the worst now over, the strength seemed to wash right out of her, and her tears began to flow. "I was trying to be so careful. That horrible lout couldn't have seen me by the window." "I believe you. It would not have taken much for him to guess where you were. Someone might have mentioned they saw you enter the tavern. It doesn't matter. You're safe now, Imogen. This is all I care about." "I've caused you nothing but trouble. I would not blame you if you hated me and never wanted anything more to do with—" His mouth crushed down on hers in a soft but devouring kiss, a hot, swift claiming that was over too soon. "Imogen, you gave me the top man in this rebel plot. It was Eldridge, after all. You were right, McTavish confirmed it. He might not have said anything to me had I not tossed out his name and made him think the rebels were about to be arrested. He gave me a list containing the names of all the men working under Eldridge and locations where Eldridge is storing his weapons. Those solicitors presently staying at the inn are involved, their wives too. One is related to Lord Eldridge." She looked up at him with big, watery eyes. "How do you know she is related to him?" "A wild guess that McTavish inadvertently confirmed." She cast him a halting smile. "Draco, you've done it. Broken up that rebel plot. Does this mean your assignment is over?" He kissed her soundly on the lips again. "Just about. All that's left is to lock up Eldridge when he arrives." "But how can you be sure he won't simply send one of his men to collect the horse?" "That Frisian is the most valuable horse in England. He will come for it himself. He may have a contingent of men with him, but he will be in the lead, I haven't a doubt." "Then what happens?" "Constable Angel will arrest him. I'll have him arrest the solicitors and their wives right now. Major Brennan will take them all into his custody and hold them for the Crown agents." He gave her cheek a light caress. "Do you know what this means?" "Yes,
She nodded. You have saved the day. He shook his head.
To be accurate, you were the one who brought this result about.
No, Draco. I could not have coaxed McTavish to give up all the names. He laughed.
Fine. It was a mutual effort. But this is not what I was hinting at.
Oh, then what?
Imogen,
he said with a surprising wealth of feeling.
You released me from our kissing pact, but I am not willing to be released. I kissed you, and I intend to stand by my promise. This now requires a marriage proposal on my part.
But...
Hush, love.
His smile was warm enough to melt her heart.
This pirate is about to propose to you because he is aching to marry you. I know I am under no obligation. I also know you are determined to marry only for true love. Nothing less will do for you.
She nodded.
I hope I am that true love, and the one who will make those moonstones light up all of Cornwall for you. Were my feelings not obvious from the moment we met?
Not in the least, she replied with a merry laugh, uncertain how this horrible situation had suddenly turned into the most beautiful moment in her life. Draco, you made it quite clear you do not believe in love at first sight.
I didn't until I met you, but I am a believer now. I hadn't seen you without your mask, and yet knew I could never let anyone else have you. You were that missing piece of my heart. As for those moonstones, why do you think I was so reluctant to kiss you under a full moon? I knew they would burst into brilliant light and give away my feelings for you.
She wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled up at him. We still have the room reserved for 5 hours. Too bad this oaf Lemuel is lying here unconscious. Draco grinned from ear to ear.
McTavish will drag him out soon. But it still won't do us any good because the door is knocked off its hinges. Alas, the wood is smashed to bits, and a new door will be required. We shall have our moment of passion, Butterfly. Just not here.
She nodded. Where, then? He sighed.
I don't know yet.
Oh, I see. Of course, there is still too much to sort through.
Yes, regarding Eldridge's plot, but this has nothing to do with my feelings for you. Have I not been clear enough? I want everything to do with you. I have never been more certain of a thing in my life.
She closed her eyes and allowed his words to sink in. He loved her. She felt it not only in his words, but in the protective way he held her. She had found the true and forever love she always hoped for, and it was Draco, the Moonstone Pirate of her dreams. When she opened her eyes, he was smiling at her with a wicked glint in his eyes.
Your gown looks awfully cumbersome. I promise to help you out of it as soon as possible. But it might be a while yet, love. We have things to do first.
I know. I don't mean to be so impulsive or impatient. Being in love is quite exciting, isn't it? Well, it is for me. He cast her an affectionate grin.
For me too. But you mustn't distract me, Imogen. There are still rebels to round up and put under guard. I'll require Constable Angel and Major Brennan's help for that.
Yes, that is most important.
Your aunt and uncle will want details of what happened today. And there is also the matter of officially asking for your hand in marriage. That is, if you will have me. Butterfly, will you marry me?
Yes, she said, laughing and sobbing at the same time. Dear heaven, is there a doubt? She was about to kiss him when they were interrupted by more heavy footfalls on the steps. Draco grabbed the cloak off its peg, tossed it at her, and then drew her behind him.
Put it over you. Do not peek out from behind me. I don't want any of those knaves to see your face.
Imogen had just managed to tuck the hood over her head when McTavish chuckled in the doorway.
Ah, the mystery woman. I hope we shall meet under better circumstances some day, Lady Imogen.
He then turned to his men.
Help me drag the poxy lout away. If anyone asks, he's passed out drunk."
Lemuel began to groan and tried to lift himself to his feet. McTavish picked up the shovel and whacked him again. Imogen gasped.
"Sorry, my lady," McTavish said, "but I cannot have him alert while I drag his miserable hide to my ship. I look forward to being invited to the wedding." "Get out of here, Irishman,"
Draco growled, but he was chuckling.
"Don't press your luck."
William had brought McTavish and his crewmen up, and now accompanied them back downstairs. He had also brought along his uncle, Constable Angel, who now took advantage of his time alone with Imogen and Draco.
"Care to tell me what is going on, my lord?"
Draco was about to fill him in when more steps were heard, and Fionn suddenly appeared at the threshold of the broken door.
"Imogen,"
he said, his expression fierce, as he took in the shattered door, iron shovel, and stool that had been knocked over when the ogre had crash-landed to the floor.
"Your uncle is going to have a fit when he learns of this. What in blazes happened? Weren't you instructed in no uncertain terms to stay home? Let me return you before you cause more trouble."
"Fionn, it wasn't my fault," she insisted, shrugging out of the reeking cloak now that there was no need to hide herself. She kept her own expression steady, although deep inside she felt this latest incident was all her fault. However, Draco was not blaming her, and instead had credited her with breaking up the rebel plot. She was relieved he hadn't decided she was too much trouble to marry. That would have crushed her heart.
"I'll take her home, Major Brennan."
Draco took her hand in his.
"Lord Burness will want to hear the details directly from me. Besides, I am now ready to ask for your and Constable Angel's help in tying up all the loose ends."
He quickly told them all that had transpired, ending with running up here to find Lemuel unconscious and Imogen standing over him with shovel in hand.
"That's everything up to now. I'll need you to arrest Sewell and Grey and their wives. I can hardly toss them into your flimsy cells, Mr. Angel, but I don't think it is appropriate to place the ladies in the forts prison either. I'll have them confined to their rooms at the inn, and place soldiers to guard them,"
Fionn said, his frowning gaze now on Imogen.
"Are you sure you are all right? Shall I summon Dr. Hewitt to have a look at you?"
"No, it isn't necessary. Truly, Pirate defended me, and that oaf never set a hand on me." Fionn now managed a smile.
"That's one big fellow. I don't know how you managed it, Imogen. But somehow I am not surprised. Wait until Chloe hears about this. She always thought you and Ella were something special. In truth, we all did. Burness will have an apoplectic fit, but I expect he will calm down, especially if Phoebe is present to scrape him off the ceiling."
Draco winced.
"Yes, he isn't going to be happy, but he knows this was a serious plot. Major Brennan, I'll need you to take Lord Eldridge into custody when he arrives. He may have a contingent of his own men with him. I'm putting my entire regiment on alert, effective immediately. We'll deal with them. I can hold them in the fort cells until the Crown agents show up. What about that Irishman and his crew? You haven't said anything about him. His ship's still in port." "He goes free," Draco said. "He's been secretly working with me."
Imogen noted the dubious look on Fionn's face, but he was not about to contradict Draco in this matter.
"All right, have it your way. I wouldn't have room for all of them anyway."
It took another half-hour before Draco had finished tending to all the details. Finally, he turned to her.
"Ready to go home, love?"
"Yes, Draco." He tucked an arm around her shoulders.
"You look dejected."
"No, it is just me being silly. After all that has happened, I would have loved an afternoon alone with you. We are unofficially betrothed now."
"And it will soon be official. Much as I would adore stripping you out of your clothes and getting you into bed, it shall certainly not be in this flea-bitten bed where drunks bring their doxies and... Anyway, I cannot bring myself to fully take you before we are married, especially since this will be another first for you. You deserve a beautiful setting, a sandy beach with waves gently lapping the shore and a soft breeze floating around us, or a rose-scented garden as I lay you down upon the soft grass and scatter flower petals around us." She smiled up at him, surprised by this man who had shown her only his hard edges up to now. "I never realized you were a romantic at heart."
"Heaven forbid. I've cleaned up my thoughts for your sake. I assure you they are highly improper. Perhaps your first time shall be in my own grand bedchamber, fit for an earl and his countess."
"I would not care where it was, so long as I was with you." He grinned.
"We are quite alone for the moment. Would you like me to give you a hint of what's to come?"
She inhaled lightly and nodded. "Yes?"
"Then close your eyes, and trust me, sweetheart. You're going to like this."
Of course she knew she would, because it was Draco teaching her. His lips were hot against her skin as he nuzzled her neck and trailed hot kisses along it. He caught her hands in his when she tried to place them on his shoulders.
"No, love, you are at my mercy."
His touch made her tingle. He moved lower, nudging aside her lacy fichu and putting his lips to the swell of her breasts. He released her hand, took up one breast, and ran his thumb in a lazy circle over the butt. Little bursts of fire shot through her. "Draco!" He groaned and pulled away. She felt a terrible disappointment and tried to draw him closer.
"That's as far as I dare go for now, love."
He hastily nudged her fichu back in place to cover her breasts.
"I hear someone coming up the stairs. Bloody hell, is the entire village going to pop in here?"
It turned out to be Thaddeus, who stuck his head in and cast them a jovial smile.
"There you are, Lady Imogen. I'm glad you're safe. Seems there's quite a bit of excitement going on in the village today. My uncle and Major Brennan have just arrested the Greys and the Sewells. Matchett is docking himself hoarse telling everyone about it. I had better get back to the inn, but I wanted to hand you this piece of mail that just arrived, my lord. I think it is official correspondence from the Home Office."
Thaddeus appeared ready to loiter instead of rush back to the inn, but Draco's impressive scowl had him scampering off. Imogen held her breath as Draco opened the letter and read it. "What does it say?"
"Crown agents will arrive tomorrow. Lorcan Braden is the name of the agent in charge."
"You are smiling, Draco?"
He nodded. "He's their top man. Butterfly, we've done it. This is truly over."
She was surprised when he suddenly scooped her up in his arms and hugged her fiercely.
"You gave me the scare of a lifetime, Imogen."
"I had to protect you. I wasn't trying to put myself in danger. Hopefully, there will be no more rebels or idiot Walters for us from now on."
"Or pirates,"
he added. "Oh, no," she said in all earnestness. "I must insist on having pirates in my life. Well, just one. You."
He laughed. "Imogen, I am not a pirate. Why will you not believe this?"
She stared at him.
"All right, but I am only your pirate, just as I will only ever be your husband, faithful and true."
She cast him a beaming smile. "Very nicely said, Draco. I love you."
"Love you too."
He gave her a surprisingly intimate kiss, his lips possessive but gentle on hers, and then he tenderly kissed the swell of each breast before drawing away.
"Let's get you home."
He placed the cloak around her again and tucked the hood over her head.
"Stop looking at me with your big come-hither eyes, or I am going to toss aside all good sense and take you right here on that ugly bed."
"I would not stop you," he grumbled. "You are far too moral for a pirate," she said, kissing him because she was so happy.
"And you are too curious for a gently bred young lady. But I promise to corrupt you as soon as we have exchanged our wedding vows."
Count on it. A pirate always keeps his promises. He gave the hood a playful tug. Come, my little butterfly gnome. He tipped her chin up for a better look at her, since she was mostly swallowed up in the enormous cloak. Blessed saints, he said with a chuckle. You are a pretty thing. Flattery will not gain you my pardon. But she smiled at him, surprised by how lovingly he regarded her. There were no shadows in his eyes or tension around his mouth. Oh, all right. You are forgiven for not seducing me in this den of depravity. Come on, sweetheart. Let's get you out of here. Few people noticed as Draco slipped her out the back way. Wait right here. Stay out of sight. It wasn't long before he brought his rig around and they were on their way to Westgate Hall. Pirate had scampered up alongside Imogen, stretching out across her lap as they got under way. I wonder what Uncle Cormac will say when you officially ask for my hand in marriage. Not that he is able to give consent, for that is up to my father to do. Still, I think we ought to get his approval before you tell him what happened at the tavern. It might temper his outrage. Draco shook his head. Are you serious, Imogen? He's probably already gotten word. This is Moonstone Landing, after all. She frowned. Then why have you made me wear this stupid reeking cloak, if everyone already knows it is me who are sneaking out of town? He laughed, giving the reins a flick to urge his horse into a trot. Because you look adorable in it, and I couldn't resist. She shrugged it off, but laughed along with him. You are the wickedest pirate who ever sailed the high seas. But I am your pirate, and your husband-to-be. He leaned over and gave her a light peck on the cheek. Ready to spend a lifetime with me, butterfly? She nodded, unable to imagine anything nicer. Nor could she imagine spending her life anywhere but here in Moonstone Landing. She had felt it from the very first time coming here as a little girl. The red stone cliffs, the rocks and caves, the golden sand beaches and gentle cove waters that shimmered in sunlight. They rode past a meadow of red poppies that swept down to the sea. The people in the charming village had become like family to her, everyone from Thaddeus and the entire host of angels, to Mrs. Horsey and her daughter, who ran the tea shop, Mr. Priam, the land agent, Mr. Matchett, the chatty-head groom, Miss Harrow, the jeweller, the seamstress, the fishwives. She smiled at Draco, thinking of how wonderful their lives would be as they settled in at Woodley Lodge with his family, and entertained those of hers who already resided in Moonstone Landing. When were her parents arriving? Would they be amenable to holding her and Draco's wedding in this place where her heart resided? She had to write to Ella straight away, for how could she marry without her sister by her side? Imogen, your eyes are turning misty. Draco placed his hand over hers. Is everything all right, love? She nodded. Perfect. Because everything was perfect with Draco by her side and Parrot drooling on her lap. What else could any girl want? Chapter 19. Moonstone Landing, late August, 1831. Draco was used to sailing on rough seas where the wind was wild and the waves were even wilder, their swells capable of swallowing up an entire ship. But the journey from Portsmouth to Moonstone Landing, now that the Athena had been repaired, was quite an easy one. They sailed on calm seas and had warm summer winds to greet them and guide their way home. They arrived several hours ahead of schedule. It was barely past daybreak, not even 6 o'clock in the morning, when the vessel sailed into the Woodley Lodge cove. The mist had burned off the water as soon as the sun came up, its bright sparkle intense and golden as it glistened over the cool waves. James Archer, his friend and soon-to-be captain of the Athena, stood beside him on the deck, both of them resting their arms on the railing as the ship dropped anchor. "Those are the caves I was telling you about, James,"
Draco pointed to the spot where Driscoll had been killed, and MacTavish made his unscheduled visit all those weeks ago. It was just a memory now, for the Home Office agents had swept in the same day Eldridge arrived to claim his stolen horse. They rounded up all the parties, save for MacTavish and his crew, since Draco had convinced the authorities MacTavish was helping him all along. It wasn't a lie. MacTavish had reached out to him by sabotaging the old drop-off location and putting Draco's caves forward as a replacement. He had no idea where MacTavish was now, or whether he had dropped those guns into the ocean. He doubted the Irishman was that much of a saint. He'd probably sold them somewhere else. His friend eyed the hollowed openings carved out by tides and time. I suppose they'll do for storage in a pinch. Draco nodded. Yes, but only in a pinch. No more smuggling or privateer raiding for us, James. I'm going to acquire an empty building by the harbour and turn it into a proper warehouse. For the most part, your routes will be short ones, picking up silks from Venice and wine, lace and perfumes from France. Let's see how it goes, and then perhaps we'll expand to importing tea from India and vanilla beans from Madagascar. It's your ship, Draco, whatever you think is best. So, will I get to meet your new countess, the lovely Lady Imogen, today? Yes, she is eager to meet you. She's asked me 100 questions about you. So, did you lie and tell her only good things about me? James teased. I'm sure she is more eager to see you. I will never understand why you left her after only 1 week of marriage to retrieve your ship. She understood it was necessary. I would have brought her to Portsmouth with me, but her parents were here only for a short while, and she wanted to spend every spare moment with them. Her mother is in frail health, has been for several years now. Imogen is a sentimental thing and feels everything deeply. I could not take her away from them. Still, you are her new husband. Will she be resentful that you left? Draco laughed. Not Imogen. She hasn't a mean bone in her body. She will welcome me with open arms. James slapped him on the back. You glow when you speak of her. She must be a treasure. Now, I had better wash up and dress like a gentleman if I really am to meet her today. Don't bother, Draco said, suddenly removing his shirt and boots. It's too late for that. What do you mean? And what in blazes are you doing? I was going to have a boat lowered to row you ashore. Don't bother. I'll swim to shore. Just toss my things in my cabin. I'll collect them later. He motioned to his discarded attire. As you wish. Draco then pointed to the beach. Do you see that little whirlwind in nightclothes running down to the beach with Parrot, her hair undone and no slippers on her feet? That is Countess Imogen. James shook his head and laughed. She's waving frantically at us. Well, it's probably your attention she's hoping to grab. Now that is a wondrous sight. One of the most wondrous I've ever seen in my 40 years at sea. Give me that spyglass. Let me have a good look at your bride. Gad, she's beautiful. And look at the smile on her. Just keep looking at her smile and nothing else. Draco warned. I'm going to knock you overboard if you utter another stupid word. So, are you going to jump in and swim to her, or waste more time scowling at me? Draco chuckled and waved back at Imogen. Blessed saints, she's going in the water. I had better stop her before she drowns. Do you mean she can't swim? I have no idea. He dove in, splashing headlong into the cool cove waters and swimming toward her as fast as he could. Even if she were able to swim, there were strong currents hidden beneath the water's surface that might pull her under before she reached his ship. He wasn't about to take any chances with his new wife. Lord, his wife. As little as 3 months ago, had anyone claimed he would be married, he would have called them fools. But here he was, a happily married man, and deeply in love with his wife, no less. To his relief, Imogen remained on the beach, her prim nightgown and cotton robe hiked to her knees as she waded into the water. Dear heaven, he hoped his crew was not watching too closely.
She had beautiful legs and a glorious body that he had explored in thorough detail on their wedding night, and oftentimes thereafter. He had no intention of allowing his men too familiar a glimpse of his exquisite butterfly. He continued to swim toward her, his strokes powerful as he glided through the water. She was hopping up and down, cheering him on. "Imogen, stop!" he called out to her when she waded deeper into the water. He was not worried so much about her jumping in as what would happen when she got out of the water wearing those skimpy, wet clothes. His entire crew would feast their eyes on her gloriously wet body, every luscious curve on display as the fabric turned sheer. He would have to kill every last man if they dared stare. "Devil take it," he muttered. "Imogen, wait there. I'm coming to you." To his relief, she had only waded up to her thighs and no farther. He let out a breath when he reached shallow water and closed the small distance between them. "I missed you, Butterfly." "Welcome home," she whispered, laughing, as the light breeze tossed her lustrous tresses in disarray, causing the long strands to loosely curl around her hips and bottom. He lifted her in his arms and kissed her soundly while the waves swirled around them and gently broke upon the shore. "Good to be home, love. I thought I'd surprise you, but you were up early." "I couldn't sleep. I knew you were coming home today." Her smile took his breath away. "There's to be a full moon tonight." He arched an eyebrow. "Is the Moonstone law still important to you? You married me before we kissed under a full moon. Do you think they will shine for us tonight?" "I know they will." He kissed her again, knowing they would too. Her body felt soft against his, her breasts cushioned against his hard chest, and all the love in her heart flowing into him. Her lips were sweet as cherries, and he could not resist kissing her again and again. This was not the way he intended to introduce her to his crew, but he was too hungry for her and did not care. Imogen suddenly broke off their kiss. "What is it, love?" She began squirming in his arms and roiling the waves that surrounded them. She frantically pointed toward something in the water. "Draco, look! I knew it! I knew you loved me." Hadn't he told her often enough these past few weeks? He was more relieved that she wasn't crying shark. She broke away from him and dove into the water, starting to swim toward the ship. Gad, what was she doing? Every spyglass on his ship was no doubt now in use and trained on her. He wanted to order every last crewman below deck, but none of them were going to obey, not while Countess Imogen was swimming like a mermaid, and giving them a glimpse of her nicely rounded derriere every time she dipped under water and out again. "Imogen!" Pirate was running up and down the beach, barking at something in the water. It could not have been anything dangerous, for he would have been leaping into the water to save Imogen, even though he hated getting wet. Who ever heard of a dog who didn't like to swim? "Look at the water, Draco," Imogen called out, laughing and splashing him as he approached. He was within arm's reach of her, intent on grabbing her and hauling her to shore, when he finally realized why she was so deliriously happy. The Moonstones. They hadn't waited for the full moon to shine before bursting forth in all their brilliance. He held Imogen tight in his arms while he looked around. The colours surrounded them and were more vibrant than any he had ever seen before. Ruby reds and sapphire blues shimmering all around them, emerald greens and pinks and lilacs, sunburst yellows, every colour of the rainbow. "Moonstones, Draco. There are moonstones." Was there ever any doubt they would shine for us, Butterfly? Yes, it was high tide. Yes, there would be a full moon tonight. But those moonstones were not going to wait for the evening's glow. "He loves me," Imogen shouted to his crewmen. They all cheered her on. Was every last one of them on deck and watching her? Oh, Lord, he groaned, knowing he was never ever going to live this moment down. Not that he cared, he supposed. He wrapped her once again in his embrace,
as they watched his ship sail out of the cove to moor in Moonstone Landing's harbour. Draco carried Imogen back to the house. They were both soaked to the skin, a fact commented on by his cook and the scullery maids who were just lighting the kitchen fire to start their day. "Welcome home, my lord," his cook said, casting him a saucy grin, since he still held Imogen in his arms. "Good to be home, Mrs. Gregg. Will you feed Parrot some scraps? Keep him down here until we ring for breakfast." "I'm a lord." But he heard her mutter to her scullery girls, "It'll be more like supper time, if that silver glint in his eyes is any indication." Imogen smirked as he carried her upstairs to his sprawling bedchamber. His cabin on the Athena was not even 1/10 the size, nor did it have a large canopied bed, or a fancy embroidered coverlet. No rug, either. Certainly not one as fine as the oriental patterned rug in these elegant quarters. "Let me help you out of those wet garments, sweetheart," he said upon entering through the servant's door and then kicking it firmly shut. Was it bad form to leer at one's wife? She was just as eager to strip him out of his clothes. All was dumped in a sloshy heap on the marble tiles surrounding the hearth, but he took a moment to look at her in the light of dawn. "So beautiful," he murmured, admiring her softly rounded breasts and their dusky, firm tips as she shivered lightly. He would quickly warm her up, since he had enough fire for the both of them, and fully intended to have her in flames and crying out his name within moments. They tumbled onto the bed, hungry for each other and greedy for every ounce of love to be wrung out of them. He kissed her and licked her, teased the buds of her breasts, and teased the one between her legs, touched and tasted her, and held her when she shattered in her pleasure and cried out for him. He felt his own burst of splendour not long afterward, for she was tight and hot, and he felt so good inside her. It did not take many thrusts before he roared to his own release, spilling himself inside of her in throbbing waves. He collapsed atop her, his senses surrounded by the heat of their love. Lord, she was soft. So beautiful, too. "I love you, Imogen," he whispered, lifting onto his elbows so his big body was not too heavy atop her slight frame. She smiled contentedly. "The moonstone shone for us. Isn't it splendid?" "They always will, my butterfly. Never a doubt from the moment I met you." "Does this mean you are willing to hold another masquerade ball?" she teased. He fell onto his back on the soft mattress and groaned. "Never." "Not even if Lady Claudia Needham helps plan it?" She snuggled against him and kissed him lightly on the chest. He closed his eyes, groaned again, then opened one eye to stare at her. "You are smiling like a kitten who has just lapped up all the cream in her bowl. Dare I ask why?" "Lady Claudia is here, you know. She arrived the day after you left." "Oh, Lord, just shoot me now." Imogen giggled. She was quite affronted by our small, hastily planned wedding, which no one bothered to tell her about, and most displeased by the fact you did not consult her before choosing your bride. However, she has decided, I will suit, and— Ha! Was there ever a doubt? No, Draco, we both knew it at once, but now— Can you imagine the greedy, manipulative creatures she would have chosen for me? Oh, I shudder to think. Yes, my love, fortunately you escaped their clutches. But as I was saying, it is now Deandra's turn, and Lady Claudia is determined to make a diamond out of her. He sat up in a shot. She's only 16, far too young to be out in society. Well, that is what I said. But Lady Claudia insisted Deandra has a lot of work to do before she is ready to be introduced to anyone. To that end, she has decided to move in here and supervise Deandra's training. For her come out? And you let her? His groan deflated as it escaped his lips. Deandra has you. She doesn't need anyone else's help. Imogen cleared her throat. Well, I never made it to my debut, did I? I fell in love with a pirate before the season started.
What are you suggesting? That Lady Claudia stays with us?
Imogen nodded. She's lonely, I think. Probably feeling low in spirits since her husband passed away. She has no children. You are her closest family.
Holy mother of sea serpents! She's moving in with us permanently. You are too soft-hearted, Imogen.
It will make for a happy household. You, me, Albert, and Deandra. And now we'll have Lady Claudia too. Pirate likes her, so she cannot be all bad.
Well, at least she'll keep Deandra away from unsuitable pirates.
Such as yourself? Imogen grinned. Thank you, Draco. You are doing a very nice thing for her.
I leave for a week, and look at what happens,
he grumbled.
I had better not leave you ever again.
He rolled her under him and kissed her with hungry abandon.
I missed you, sweetheart. I truly did,
he whispered, raking a hand through her hair to brush back the still damp mane. He made love to her again, this time taking it slow to savour all of her, especially her breasts that were too beautiful for words and tasted like sweet cream on his tongue. Well, everything with Imogen was sweet. Her innocence, her ardour, the way she gave him her whole heart. They washed and dressed at midday, then gathered his family for an afternoon ride into Moonstone Landing and a visit to the Athena, which stood out among the other vessels in the harbour. His men adored Imogen, and had the good grace to say nothing about their early morning swim. Both Imogen and Deandra were delighted by the tour he gave them. I'm going to marry a pirate too, Deandra declared.
No,
he and Lady Claudia intoned at the same time.
You are a very pretty girl, Deandra, Lady Claudia said. Nothing less than a duke will do for you, assuming you are diligent in your lessons and take to heart everything I say.
A few minutes later, Draco noticed Deandra hold Imogen back and heard her whisper, some chance I will ever snare a duke. Who wants them anyway? Most are too puffed up and insufferably arrogant. Besides, I'm sure all the good ones are taken by now. Ella got the last one, I'm sure. Caden is still merely a duke's heir, and in no hurry to take his grandfather's place as Duke of Seaton, Imogen said with a chuckle. There are others, Deandra. Oh, I doubt it. Anyway, I will only settle for love. I want those moonstones to shine for me too. I wish I could take some to London with me. I'll put them in a fishbowl in Lady Claudia's salon and watch as all the suitors march by. I'll marry the man who makes them glow.
Draco shook his head and sighed. He had years yet before her come out. No reason to worry at all, was there?
He enjoyed the rest of the day with his family and James Archer, ending with a pleasant supper at the Kestrel Inn. They all retired upon returning to Woodley Lodge. Draco looked forward to a night alone with Imogen. As evening fell, he took Imogen in his arms, and they watched the moon rise together. It was a full moon, silver and glistening over the cove waters. To his surprise, the moonstones began to shimmer again.
He had not even kissed her yet.
Well, love existed between them and surrounded them, much as the air they breathed. It was just there, unseen, vital. One did not have to be showing affection at every moment. But he did love Imogen, and felt so completely satisfied to have her in his arms. He kissed her lightly on the cheek. I love you, my butterfly. The moonstones went wild with light that night, and did so on the anniversary of their wedding every year, throughout the decades of their marriage. This is the end of The Moonstone Pirate, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, We would love for you to rate and review it. For more historical romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok,